Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Let's get this party started. A little bit late coming in, but we're going to pick up where we left off. We're on day two. We're 5 hours, 5.5 hours in. So we got about 3 hours left of day two. Then we'll be on day three, and they are watching day four. So we're not too far behind. I'm going to play this till we get caught up today. Hopefully by today, we'll be caught up with the rest of them, and we'll be able to go from there. So I'm going to go ahead and start it now. I will visit with y'all in the chat.
A level of support for the strength of the comparison. Essentially, the higher the likelihood ratio is, the more support there is that person's DNA is present in the mixture. And the lower the number is, the more support there would be that person's DNA is not present in the mixture. So for this particular sample, the right-hand swabs from Taylor Shabusiness, I analyzed this assuming a 3-person mixture using star mix. I also assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor Shabusiness. Since this was a swab from her hand, we would expect to find DNA from her. It did also appear that her DNA was present in the mixture. So when I analyzed this mixture, essentially I told that computer program that one of those 3 contributors is Taylor Shabusiness, so then it would model the other 2 contributors. So once we had that interpretation and made the comparison to Shad Thyrion, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Shabusiness and Shad Thyrion and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Shabusiness and 2 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
Now, the way in which you report this data as a ratio, is that the standard process when you have DNA mixtures? That is, does the lab actually tell someone that a person's DNA is present, that it is the source of DNA, or does the lab always report it out as a ratio like this when you have a mixture?
It will depend on the type of mixture and how much DNA each contributor contributes. But when this star mix computer program is used, then yes, this ratio is how we will report out all comparisons.
Is there any way to sort of quantify for the jury or describe how big of a number 1 quadrillion is?
1 quadrillion would be 1 followed by 15 zeros. It's also 1,000 trillion.
Now, was that 1 quadrillion, at least 1 quadrillion times, is that the exact number of the ratio in this case?
No, the numbers can go much higher. We cap that likelihood ratio at 1 quadrillion just to keep that number down in a range that's more recognizable.
So it's possible that in this case, the likelihood was even greater than 1 quadrillion. You simply will never report a number that's higher than 1 quadrillion.
That's correct.
And did you follow that same process for the left-hand swabs from Taylor Shabusiness in item C?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to develop a mixture in that case as well?
Yes, I did. From the left-hand swabs, I developed a 2-person mixture. So 2 different people contributed DNA to that mixture. Again, one of those 2 people appeared to be Taylor Shabusiness. So when I analyzed this mixture using star mix, I assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor. When I compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion to that mixture, I found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Shabusiness and Shad Thyrion than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Shabusiness and a random unknown person. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
And item B and C, the 2 items that we just talked about with respect to the DNA analysis, again, were those the 2 items that you had tested for the presence of blood as well?
Yes, blood was identified on those 2 items.
With the confirmatory test?
Yes.
And so again, the result in terms of the 1 quadrillion times, that's essentially the maximum number that you could reach, and that was in item C1 as well.
That's correct.
Let's move on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a swab from a blade.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct with respect to item E?
I developed a single source male profile, so just a DNA profile from 1 male individual. I then compared that male profile to the profiles I developed from the standards in this case, and I found that that profile is consistent with the profile from Shad Thyrion. Now, anytime we make a direct comparison between 2 profiles and find that they are consistent with each other, I perform a statistical analysis on that evidentiary profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile is in the general population. If that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being roughly 1,000 times the world's population, if that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, I will state that that individual is the source of that DNA. So for this particular sample, the swab from the blade, that single source male profile, I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
And item E, is that a test that or is that a swab that you also did a presumptive test for blood on?
Yes, that test was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Moving on to item F, what sort of testing was conducted on item F?
Item F was a swab from red substance inside of a box. I developed a two-person mixture, so two different people contributed DNA to that mixture. At least one of those two was male. For this particular mixture, one of those individuals contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture, and I was able to determine the major male contributor, which is the DNA profile from that one male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that major male contributor profile. Now, there was a minor contributor as well. However, the amount of DNA that we detected from that minor contributor was very low, and it was not suitable for comparisons.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor that is contributes such a small amount of DNA to a mixture, is that something that you encounter regularly in your DNA analysis?
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be found on swabs of certain items? How do we transfer our DNA from one place to another?
Object calls for speculation, Foundation, Your Honor.
So just to clarify, are you asking like how DNA transfer occurs?
Correct.
So when we think of DNA transfer, we tend to think of it in terms of primary transfer and secondary DNA transfer. So primary transfer would be the direct transfer of DNA to an object. So if I handle an object, such as my water bottle here, some of my DNA might transfer to the water bottle through that direct contact. That would be primary transfer. Secondary transfer is also possible, in which DNA is transferred through an intermediary object to an object that I never directly handled. So if some of my DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object, it is possible that some of my DNA might transfer to that second object, even though I never had any direct contact with it.
In that DNA transfer that you talked about what is possible, does DNA always transfer when someone handles an item?
No, not necessarily. There are a number of things that can influence how much, if any, DNA is transferred. But just because an object is handled, that doesn't necessarily mean that enough DNA will transfer for us to be able to detect. It can vary by the person as well. Two different people could handle an object for the same amount of time, and we might only detect DNA from one and not the other.
I think you mentioned earlier certain substances like blood, semen, saliva tend to be good conveyors of DNA. Is that true?
That's correct. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA.
So, are you familiar with the term touch DNA?
Yes.
What does that generally refer to?
Touch DNA generally refers to DNA that is transferred to an object through touch or through skin cells that are left behind on that object during handling.
And generally, if we were to compare touch DNA as opposed to the transfer of the bodily fluids that we suggested earlier, which are more effective at transferring DNA from one place to another?
Typically, bodily fluids would have more DNA than touch DNA, but of course, it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are or how much touch DNA is on the object.
Thank you. After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report, and I would ask you to discuss item G in the analysis that you conducted on item G.
Item G was swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. I developed a three-person mixture, and at least two of those three individuals were male. And I analyzed this, assuming three individuals using star mix. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and two other people than if it were a mixture resulting from three random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shad Thyrion and two other people than if it were a mixture resulting from three random unknown people. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
And then moving to item H, what was item H?
Item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
And what did you do to then further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis?
I examined the sweatpants looking for staining that appeared reddish-brown color. That could be blood. I did observe staining, reddish-brown staining on the sweatpants, and I ended up taking 4 different samples from 4 different reddish-brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item?
Yeah, yes, I did. All 4 of those stains were positive for the, or they were presumptively positive. So presumptive testing for blood was positive on those sweatpants.
And 4 different swabs that you generated, then we'll take those one by one. Can you first address item H1 in the analysis you conducted on H1?
Item H1 was the first sample I took, a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a 2-person mixture. One of those 2 appeared to be male. I was one of those individuals contributed more DNA than the other, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, which again is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor DNA profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. I again developed a 2-person mixture, and one of those 2 was male. I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions, is that because it's more than 1 in 7 trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio. It's a different type of stat. So it's a probability. So the probability of randomly selecting an individual from the population in general, that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion. The probability of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary profile by chance.
Now moving to item H3, which is the 3rd swab from the sweatpants, you conducted a similar analysis, but the result ended up being a little bit different. Is that right?
Yes, this one was a little bit different. Again, I developed a 2-person mixture. At least one of those 2 appeared to be male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed using star mix, assuming a 2-person mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shad Thyrion and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
Mr. Scott, can you explain why with this 2-person mixture you used the star mix to conduct your analysis as opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with the previous mixtures?
Yes, with the previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this 3rd swabbing, the swabbing of the reddish brown stain on the left leg, H3, there wasn't as clear of a difference between the contributions of DNA between those 2.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants, item H4, what was your analysis as it related to that item?
This item H4, another swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
Move on to then item I1. What was item I, and then tell us what item I1 is.
So item I was the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion. Item I1 is the cutting that I took from that swab for the purposes of DNA analysis.
And what sort of analysis did you then conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
And with respect to item J, what is that item?
Item J was a swab from a dildo.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct on that item?
I developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male, and I analyzed that mixture using star mix, assuming 3 individuals. When I compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion, and I received an uninformative likelihood ratio. So uninformative just means that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and individuals known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Shad Thyrion to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that his DNA is there, and there's no strong support that his DNA is not there.
And then you mentioned, so does that summary that we went through, does that cover all of the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Yes, it is.
And you talked earlier about the Y-STR DNA and conclusions that that there is Y-STR DNA analysis that can be done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you test for using the Y-STR method?
So using that Y-STR method, I tested the oral swabs from Shad Thyrion for use as a standard for comparisons. And I also tested the swab from the dildo. So that swab from the dildo had a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of male DNA. So I decided to perform this Y-STR testing on it as well.
And with respect to item J1, what was your Y-STR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to this mixture. This mixture is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. So I cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is consistent with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not present, so they would be excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this comparison, I compare the Y-STR profile from Shad Thyrion to this mixture from the swab from the dildo, and I concluded that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
Mr. Scott, the conclusions that you testified here to today and the conclusions that are contained in your report, are those your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional responsibility?
I believe so.
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
Objection 88.
One moment, Your Honor. No objection.
88 will be received.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Scott, good afternoon. As to the testing and swabbing of the dildo item J1, are you saying that you could not confirm whether or not Shad Thyrian's DNA is on that item? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He had an uninformative conclusion for the autosomal results and an inconclusive conclusion for the Y-STR results.
If that item was touched on someone's body, would it be likely that DNA would show up on that item?
DNA can transfer to an item. That's possible. However, it is also possible that an object could be touched and we would not be able to detect enough of that person's DNA to develop a profile.
If I shook your hand, would my DNA likely transfer to your hand and vice versa?
It's possible.
You tested a light switch, correct?
I tested
a profile from a light switch.
yes, I had a swab that was reportedly from a light switch.
Do you know which light switch it was?
It was from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
And it's true that blood was not detected on that light switch. That's item G.
Correct. Blood was not.
But you don't know what location, correct? Where that came from, which light switch, what address?
If I remember correctly, I thought it was from Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, but I don't have that information in my report.
That would be at Eastman Avenue. On Eastman Avenue? No.
I would have to check my my notes that I have with me to see if that information is available. I don't remember offhand.
You tested some penile swabs from Shad Thyrion, correct?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of the testing?
they were submitted to me.
Okay, but you were looking for DNA, correct?
Yes.
His DNA?
I was looking for any DNA that was present on the item.
Okay. And sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs from Mr. Therian. That was item I, correct?
That's correct.
So when you do DNA testing, you just test whatever you're asked to test, correct?
Typically, we do have the ability to choose which items that we want to test, and occasionally, if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay. I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left hand swabs of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, are you saying that you found DNA from Shad Thyrion on Ms. Schabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present on those swabs.
Okay. And if people are hanging out, going out for dinner or using drugs or whatever they're doing, and they have physical contact in some way, shape, or form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You did look at swabs from the inside of a box, right?
That's correct.
That was item F1.
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shad Thyrion, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No DNA from Taylor Schabusiness was found in the box or around the box, correct?
So there was a minor contributor. However, it was not suitable for comparison, so that could be from anybody, including Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. If I, just hypothetically speaking, if I picked up a box and put it in the back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement or wherever, would my DNA likely transfer to the box?
It's possible.
When you refer to a minor contributor, what does that mean? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so in a profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA profile from that one person who contributed the most DNA to the mixture, and the minor contributor would be the profile from the person who contributed the lesser amount of DNA to that mixture.
And when you talk about DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get together, and people touch the light switch, maybe they go in the bathroom and use the switch, does that, would their DNA likely transfer to the light switch?
It's possible.
Is that how sometimes you can have a 2 or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Sort of a small point of clarification, as it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box. You didn't actually do that swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
And the swab itself specifically denoted that it was from a red substance inside the box, correct?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
Typically, if you saw that, that would not be suggestive that the entire outside of the box would have been swabbed and included in that as well, correct?
I would assume it was only from the swabbing of that substance inside the box, not the outside.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on those questions, Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. Okay, state's next witness.
Say called Olivia Sassman.
Okay, we're right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her, raise your right hand, she will place you under oath. Around the, here you go.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes. Please have a seat and state your name for the record. Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Hi, Ms. Sassman. How are you employed?
I currently work for DCI, the Division of Criminal Investigations, and I am the Evidence Program Manager.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you previously have employment with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay. And how are you employed with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I received any evidence that came into the lab. I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
And can you describe the process, I guess, how the Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives items of evidence?
Yeah, so law enforcement agencies can either submit evidence in person or they can mail it in through USPS, FedEx, UPS. And once we receive the evidence, we enter it into our laboratory information system and we create a case.
And then as part of the receipt process, is there also documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of some of those items?
Yes. So agencies will send in a transmittal that lists all the items of evidence that they are submitting, and then we provide them with the receipts. If there is something wrong with the evidence packaging, we will make a note of it on the receipts.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 89. I'll start with that one. Do you recognize Exhibit 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a receipt of physical evidence.
And is that a form that's typically completed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as part of a receipt of evidence in the case?
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to law enforcement agencies once we're done entering their case.
And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does it indicate who from the lab would have received the items of evidence that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay. And is there also an area to sign and date that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Thank you. And does it indicate in agency, or I guess the Wisconsin State Crime Lab's case number?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
And then does it indicate who submitted them?
Nathan Kolinsky.
See at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right. And then how many items were received by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
10 items.
Are those items A through J?
Yes.
All right. Are those items that kind of get designated by the crime lab?
Yes.
All right. And then, so basically Exhibit 89 is a receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
And I think earlier you also mentioned part of your responsibilities were also releasing evidence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I guess when are items released from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
We release the items when the analysts are done testing them.
And I believe in front of you, or sorry, to your left is Exhibit 90. Is that still up there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is an evidence release form.
And does that just indicate that the previously mentioned items A through J were returned to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it also indicate who released those from those crime lab?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
I released them.
And is there also a signature and date on that?
Yes.
What's the date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
And again, those are documents that you would believe you would prepare based on your signature and time and date?
Yes.
I think I move Exhibits 89 and 90.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
89 and 90 will be received.
In either document, is there any notation with respect to an irregularity or issue with the state of those items of evidence?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Could I have exhibits 89 and 90? Okay. No, thank you. Ms. Sassman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You work for the Division of Criminal Investigations, otherwise known as DCI,
Yes, I do.
and that's part of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab,
No, it's part of the Department of Justice,
Okay.
but we're separate from the crime lab.
part of DOJ.
Yes.
And your role is to be the evidence specialist.
At DCI, I'm the evidence program manager. When I was at the crime lab, I was an evidence specialist.
Okay, so you supervise other people?
No, I'm at DCI. I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling those things and making sure all the evidence rooms are running smoothly.
Back in March and April of 2022, you were the evidence specialist, is that correct?
Correct.
And that job was to do what? Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the evidence, we would release it to them, and then we would release it to the agencies once we were done with the analysis.
Exhibit 89 is here, and it's the receipt of physical evidence. You saw that, correct?
Yes,
You have it up by you?
I do.
So you received items A through J, is that correct?
Correct.
And these items were in sealed manila envelopes, correct?
Some of the items.
And the items that you received were basically buccal swabs or various swabs from different items. Is that fair?
There's also a pair of sweatpants,
You,
but
rec-
everything else is, and a dildo.
you received all that?
Yes.
When you get this this evidence, where do you put it?
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
Well, I'm talking about this case.
For swabs,
yeah.
we would put them in the freezer for
Okay,
storage.
okay.
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
And at the DCI, Department of Justice, do you have like a evidence room where you keep things?
At DCI, yes.
Okay. And is it secure,
Yes.
locked?
Yes.
And are you responsible for who takes items out and who puts items in?
At DCI, it depends on the location. We have multiple DCI offices around the state.
All of the items that we're talking about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the state crime lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the state crime lab. Okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the crime lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
And is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
When an analyst wants to do testing, do they do the testing on one day and then put it back?
Usually, no. That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
Could they keep it for days on end or not?
Yes, they can.
And so when they go home at night for, after work, where do the items stay?
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Okay. When you received these items, do you inspect them to see whether they got damaged in the mail or if there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like that?
Yes, so we will check the evidence packaging to make sure there's no tears or damage. And then if there are labels on the packaging from the agency, we will make sure it matches the transmittal.
Have you ever seen items that are received by the state crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
When you got these items A through J, were any of the items, the packages damaged?
No, they were not.
Everything was intact?
Yes.
Anything about the items that you received that were cause for concern?
No.
I'm sure in your experience, you've seen labels that are mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes,
It happens sometimes, right?
it does.
Did that happen with any of the items that you received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
And then is it protocol then to fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
And then do you sign it as the recipient?
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what, March 10th of 2022?
Yes.
That was at 11:01 a.m.
Yes.
With regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition-release form, is that a form you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Why are these two forms different? Why do they have different items?
So the evidence receipt form, that is all the evidence that was submitted to the lab on March 10th. The evidence release form is all of the evidence that's being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
This Exhibit 90, did you sign this evidence disposition form?
Yes, I did.
Did you type it up?
Yes.
And was it dated April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Why is that?
So we returned the evidence through Speedy, which is a courier company. And so Green Bay Police Department would have received it on April 22nd, 2022. And that is their signature.
So after all the testing was done and all these items that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, Speedy Delivery Service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
Why didn't someone from the State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police Department to ask them to come and pick up these items once they were done being tested?
No.
Why not? Would that be something you would do?
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like, for example, like a rifle, which would be much harder to ship back.
Was everything shipped back to the Green Bay Police Department on April 21st of 2022, or was it a different day?
It was shipped back on April 21st, 2022.
And is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later?
Yes.
So we don't know where this stuff was sitting for a whole day, do we?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
No.
Thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State will call AJ Gannon.
If you want to step up here and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Can I speak right now?
Yes.
My name is Alexander Gannon.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So I introduced you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes,
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
that's fine.
So AJ, how old are you?
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes,
Did you grow up here as well?
yes,
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
yes,
AJ, do you know somebody by the name of Shad Thyrion?
yes.
And how do you know Shad?
I've known him since middle school.
And what middle school did you go to school with him at?
I think I saw him before a couple times in like intermediate, but we mainly ran up at Bayview.
Bayview Middle School?
Yeah.
Cool. And throughout, schooling, and I guess now you're an adult, did you keep in touch with Shad?
Well, after about maybe it was the first year I moved into my apartment was when I started really connecting with a lot of people from that ran into or I've talked with, and Shad was one of them.
So there's a reacquainting period, I guess.
Yes.
AJ, do you also know somebody named Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar to Shad?
Yes.
Did you remain kind of friendly with Taylor as well?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ, I want to ask you about February 21st of 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know when this happened, but I don't know.
Sure. So do you recall a day where you were, I guess, hanging out with
Oh,
Shad and Taylor?
Okay, I didn't. You were saying the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't have context. So.
Sure. So I want to ask you then, let's get this way. At some point, did you become aware that Shad had passed away?
It was only after when the day before I was heading out to vacation to see my parents.
Okay.
My dad specifically.
All right. And was that in February of 22?
No, it was like a week after. I think it was. So it was in February. No, I had vacation in June, but I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have a lot of mental problems.
Sure.
So it's hard to keep a constant catalog of memories.
Sure. So are you referring to when you learned that Shad had passed?
All I knew was it was a week. It was a week after, something like that. I don't know for sure. All I knew was basically the day after, a couple days after, I was going to the Eastman apartment buildings because that's where I knew Taylor was at the time. And ironically, the same day that I went there, the police were knocking on my door specifically to try and get into reach for me with the situation. And the only thing that I knew at the time was basically they asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So that's the closest thing I can remember. It's just
Sure. And I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
yeah, especially when you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions. Do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Yes.
Can
The
you
night
tell,
of.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I was drinking a little bit belligerently, so it's the only time that I looked at the clock was before I left my apartment. So it was after 10:30, 10 around that time frame. And basically it was I just decided to stop dissociating a lot, and I felt bad for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Chad. So I just hit up Taylor and I was like, hey, what's up? You want to hang out? And then basically I went over to the apartments, and when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up like how we always do. And basically I was Taylor was asking do you want to hang out with Shad? She was asking me for consent to hang out with Shad, to bring him over. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool. And so
Could I stop you right there? I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So when you said you were at the apartment, which apartment is this?
the Meadowview East apartments.
Okay. Is that kind of where you thought Taylor was staying, or whose apartment was it?
It was it was the same apartments that I lived there. So it was I'm sorry, what?
Sure. So the apartment is on Eastman that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad?
Yeah.
Did you meet up with Shad that night?
Yes, I did.
And where were you sort of hanging out with Shad then?
We picked him up, went back to the apartments, and was just chopping it up.
Is that the same apartment you were just talking about?
Yes.
And I date myself. Chopping it up, what does that mean?
Oh, it's just kicking it, talking about whatever, just small talk or anything, just kind of having conversation.
Is it a pretty good chill atmosphere?
Yeah, it was a good vibe.
No major issues or anything that stick out to you?
I never saw one thing that night.
Kind of Shad was acting normal?
Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal?
Yes.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night?
This was when I went to the apartment, around that time frame.
And this is still the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you leave that apartment?
I left. I did leave. I left probably at least maybe a couple hours, maybe until 1, 2 in the morning. I don't know for sure. It's like I said, I only looked at the time before I left the apartment, and I was a little drunk. So
But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
from when I saw it, I don't know, but that's yes, from when I saw it.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No. Ironically, I hit him up the day after, or like a couple days, like of the first week into the situation, and I call him, I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook, which was like some it was like some rap song that I like. No, yeah, I just like randomly sent him a message that day. I was like, yeah, it's dope, and I was like feeling a little when I don't have people talking to me a whole lot, I get a little anxious, and then I'm like, hey, what's up? Like I'm a little concerned immediately.
Okay.
But like I didn't realize until after I talked. My friend mentioned to me specifically about what happened.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around in here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor, and you
Yes.
went to go pick up Shad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you pick up Shad?
Me.
How did you and Taylor go and pick him up?
Okay. Well, we took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose minivan that was?
No.
Okay. Was it a minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
Yes.
And you went to Shad's house to pick him up?
Yes.
Thank you, AJ. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Furley, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Gannon, good afternoon. You knew Taylor and Shad since middle school,
Yes.
and you went to school at Bayview Middle School? Yes.
Yes.
And then did you go to high school together as well?
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay. Did you
I
go?
went to 3 different high schools in my freshman year,
Okay.
so it's a bounce and all that.
That's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schabusiness
Yes.
at Bayport?
Yes.
And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough to associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah, to associate and be friends with. Yes.
And was it your understanding that at least in high school, Shad Thyrion and Taylor Schabusiness kind of were boyfriend and girlfriend? They dated a little bit?
Yes. I don't know how the connection between them, but it seemed like at the time after the breakup with Corey, it seems like that's like the only person that she always chill with sometimes. That's like whenever I see Shad, more times over, especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or a couple other friends in that circle in there.
Okay.
They're pretty cool people.
Sure. Did you sometimes go over to Shad Thyrion's mother's house, Tara Pakanich on Stony Brook Lane?
Yeah, the year that I moved out, I visited a couple times, at least a handful of times.
Would you go over there to maybe eat or play video games and watch TV?
We wouldn't do a whole lot, but I just came. Typically, I was like the runt that would just be chilling with the whole pack, basically, of dogs that we're chilling with. You know what I'm saying? So
You just kind of hang out with the group?
yeah, just hanging out with the group.
Okay,
basically,
all
so.
Would you sometimes go over to Shad's father's house, Michael Therion's house?
Yes,
Okay. And was it such that Shad Thyrion, he lived with his father, Michael Therion?
at the time that I heard of, yes,
So you had been to Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
yes,
And fair to say that you'd been over to the apartment on Eastman Avenue where Taylor Schabusiness was living, correct?
yes.
And sir, you'd go over to that residence to kind of chill or hang out, listen to music, watch TV, whatever, correct?
Yeah.
You had Taylor's phone number?
I had her Facebook.
And as far as Shad Thyrion, you had his phone number or Facebook information?
Yeah, I had his Facebook at the time too.
Fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor Schabusiness, and Shad Thyrion, you all had each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after like a rough patch with like a friend, I was like chilling. I just started dissociating. And I just I do that a lot for the past 10, 20 years. I just I feel like people don't. If there's a sort of discrepancy, I just cut you off. It's block you or whatever. And then that's the reason why the day before that situation with the murder, I hate Taylor because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So.
Now, Taylor Schabusiness has a father. Do you know her dad?
Yes.
Okay. His name is Arturo Coronado. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had you been over to Arturo Coronado's house?
Yes.
And was that with Taylor?
It was not the. This was maybe a year or so before I visited. There's been very few times since I personally talked to Art. So
Okay. But had you been over to Art's house with Taylor in the past?
yes, I have.
So you kind of knew Taylor pretty well, fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew Shad very well, correct?
Yeah.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
Prior
Yes.
acts aren't relevant.
Wait. Nope.
Stop.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Questions withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Furley.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd.
Yes.
No.
How about the day before on February 22nd of 2022?
No.
You saw her on February 21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
Okay.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But you did all hang out together and you drove over to Michael Therion's house. Is that your testimony?
Michael Therion.
Yes.
I think like all I remember. I'm not, I don't know.
Okay,
So
you're not good with dates, correct?
I'm better with dates, just not like recently up for like the past 5, 10
Okay.
years. So
That's fine. So when, prior to you being told that Shad Thyrion was deceased, the days before you were told that, you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor, correct?
yes,
And did you notice anything odd about Taylor as far as her mannerisms, her eyes, her speech, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her? Bizarre?
No.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or
Object,
unusual?
Judge. Relevance.
Really?
Well, I think it goes to his observations of my client, Your Honor.
Well, then you need to narrow down with it for a time frame for him. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure. In the, Mr. Gannon,
Yep.
in the week before you had contact with the police where you talked to the officer, had you, you saw Taylor Schabusiness at that period of time, is that fair?
yes,
And did you, when you saw her, was it just one time or was it several times?
it was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her, did you observe her to be acting in any kind of bizarre manner?
No.
Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess. It's just a little bit before 3. We'll try to reconvene at 10 after 3. So all rise to the jury. Be seated. Can I get a sense, Mr. Saunders, as far as witnesses go? Last night we went to about 5, although that just kind of went off the rails a little bit as far as timing. And I guess I'm wondering if you can give me a sense of what we're looking at this evening.
We have 6 more witnesses that would be available today. I would think they'd be on the shorter end, but I think we could finish them.
Very good. Then we're in recess until 3:10. Anything else, actually, Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank
Very
you.
good. We're in recess.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Craig, C-R-A-I-G, C-R-A.
All right, our 10-minute break went quick. We got through that fast. But this is why I'm doing this, so we can fast forward through this. And I got it on 1.2 or like 1.5. So if it's too fast and you guys are having a hard time hearing it, just let me know. But I'm trying to fly through these. We're trying to get caught up, and I know that I know today they're on day 4. When once we get finished with this, we'll have day 3 to get through, and then we'll be on the same track with them. Now tomorrow, when we start on day 3, which was what they did yesterday, it is crazy as hell. She actually has a picture where she poses with Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, it's funny. And I'll drop the link, but I don't want to get off topic. I want to try to stay on topic. I will drop it in case anybody has something they want to add or whatnot.
And before you have a seat, you turn and face her and she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Craig Pakla, C-R-A-I-G, P as in Paul, A-K-K-A-L-A.
Right, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Officer, how
Officer, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Green Bay Police Department,
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
approximately 30 years.
And is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
No, it is not.
You have prior law enforcement experience in a different jurisdiction?
I was a police officer in the state of Michigan,
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
approximately 24 years,
Your current assignment as a detective, how long has that been for?
approximately 8 years.
And I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that date?
I was.
And were you called in to assist in a apparent homicide investigation on that day?
I was.
To where were you dispatched to, or where did you respond to?
My initial response was to the Green Bay Police Department at 307 South Adams in Green Bay.
And what did you do when you got to the police station?
When I arrived at the station, I was soon thereafter asked to respond to 2353 Eastman Avenue to assist officers who were on scene there.
What was the reason you were dispatched to the Eastman Avenue residence?
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department, and I was contacted at approximately 4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident and also a vehicle that she was driving at that address.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with two different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckman, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other officers?
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail, and that area had some cones by it, or they were soon about to put cones by it. The entrance door to the apartment complex itself, and then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
And were some officers also providing security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
I want to ask you about some of those pictures. Showing that it was previously been marked exhibit 80. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the north side of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction. And I was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van, was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct. It does.
And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were waiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
And did you then participate in the search of that Eastman Avenue apartment?
I did.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
All right. And I guess was that reported to be the apartment where Shabusiness and Mr. Holmes were residing?
That is correct.
And I guess what was generally your role in searching the apartment?
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant may be found. I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address. So I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime, and we searched the apartment for those type of items.
In the course of your occupation, have you received training in searching areas such as apartments for items of evidence?
I have.
And have you received training in collecting physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
I have.
And in the course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Can you describe what that was?
I believe I had on some protective wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
I put this on 2 times the speed to try and fly through it. I don't really want to miss it and like skip around, but I don't want to stay here and listen to complete silence either. You know what I mean? So. All right, here he goes going through
I
the
do
picture.
recognize those exhibits.
What are those?
Those are photographs I took of various locations within the bedroom as described in that apartment.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered on February 23rd, 2022 on Eastman Avenue?
Yes, they do.
I move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, so across.
91 through 94 were received.
So then, Judge, I'd also ask for permission to publish those exhibits.
No objection.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So, Detective, are we looking at Exhibit 91 projected?
Yes, you're looking at exhibit 91.
All right. And what does 91 depict?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Okay. And then Exhibit 92, what does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
And is that consistent with the area that you recovered that cell phone from?
It is.
For instance, it wasn't moved from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph?
That is correct. It was not.
And then did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
I also then want to move then to 93, I think. 93, is this what we're looking at?
Yes.
And what does 93 depict?
93 is a light switch for that bedroom as described. That light switch is located on a west wall. As you walk into the bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
And it's the same bedroom, and I guess the sole bedroom in that apartment that we looked at earlier.
That is correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 94, what does this depict?
Exhibit 94 is a close-up of image 93 of the light switch. And I also have scale indicators on there showing the location where I took the picture or where it's located.
Thank you. So then with respect to Exhibit 94 here, did you conduct any further processing of that area?
I did. I collected a DNA sample, or I collected a swab of a potential DNA sample of the red substance on that light switch.
And how did you collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using a sterile swab in a prepackaged container, so to speak. For this particular swab, because it was dry, I added distilled water to the end of that cotton swab, and then I simply rubbed the swab on there, and then I packaged that swab and sealed it at the seam.
And the swab that you collected and the procedure you just described, is that how you're trained to do it?
I am.
Okay. What did you do with that swab once you were completed with the processing?
When the completion of that particular swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are submitted into our evidence department, a secure property locker.
And I do want to just go back a little bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Is this Exhibit 92?
It is.
You indicated that phone was collected by yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
When you enter an item of evidence such as this into evidence, I guess, does it get assigned a unique identifier of some kind?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a number showing who collected it or who processed it into evidence. Yes.
Okay. And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
And do you recall what the number was offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you collected?
That is correct.
Would you have documented that or memorialized that in your details?
I would have.
Okay.
Yes,
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory and what the exhibit number for that item is?
it would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 95. Do you recognize Exhibit 95?
Exhibit 95 are my details related to this case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could review the details, particularly the top of page 2, and then I'll ask if that helps refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of that cellular device?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-209-240-370-004.
So those last 6 numbers, 370004, what do those signify?
370 is my personal computer number that's associated to our reporting system. 004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number, and that is just a sequential order that they're placed in as I put these items into evidence. So that was the 4th item that I categorized.
Thank you, Detective. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Detective Pakanich. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were contacted by your Lieutenant Pagoon, on February 23rd of 2022 to come into the station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Regarding an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the information that you received was that a mother discovered something in a bucket in her basement, correct?
That is correct.
There are different officers or investigators or detectives already involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Like, Detective Graf, Detective Kempf, correct?
That is correct.
And you gained information that someone by the name of Stephen Hendricks had called Brown County Dispatch at about 3:25 a.m. to report this. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then while en route to the Green Bay Police Department, you heard other officers calling out with a need to possibly go to 2353 Eastman Avenue. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So when you got to the station, you were briefed by Lieutenant Bagoon, correct?
He was one of them, yes.
And were you told to go over to Eastman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And so did you go there by yourself?
I did.
Okay. And you met up with other detectives, correct?
At the scene at that time, I was the only detective at the scene.
There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there.
I don't recall Garth Russell being there.
Do you know who else was there?
The two that I made contact with were Sergeant Jeff Schilling and Lieutenant Buckman, Tom Buckman.
And what time did you get to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after 4:45 and still in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right. And there's snow on the ground, correct?
There
It's
was.
cold outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you made your way up to the front door of the apartment complex, correct?
I did.
Had individuals already been arrested by the time you got there?
They had. Yes.
When you walked up, did you see crime scene tape at all?
I did see tape in the doorway entrance. Yes.
Okay. Later, did you see crime scene tape around the Town and Country minivan?
I don't recall that.
All right. And then your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1 at this apartment complex to conduct a search, right?
That is correct.
And did you have a search warrant at the time?
I did.
And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Following the search warrant. Yes.
And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot. Is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on the bedroom window.
Were any individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
And so you walked around and started looking for things, correct?
I began my search. Correct.
You searched the living room and the kitchen.
I searched the bedroom area.
There's one bedroom there, correct?
Correct.
In the bedroom area, did you find any body parts or human remains?
No, not outright. No.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that bedroom?
I believe I collected items of evidentiary value. Yes.
What did you collect? A telephone?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one was depicted on the bed in one of the images, and the second one was in a purse.
Exhibit 91. That photograph depicts a bed, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a phone on the bed, correct?
Yes,
Bed's got a gray comforter on it, correct?
it does.
There's a phone cord there.
Correct.
There's some other device. I don't know if that's a fan or something else. Is that true?
Correct.
And then exhibit 92 is just basically a close-up picture of the comforter, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that light switch is on the wall in the bedroom of Unit 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is correct.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes, I would describe those as smear marks.
You looked at those smear marks. Was that an issue for you? Like as far as were you concerned about what that was?
I was concerned due to the marks and the coloration. I felt it was a value for evidence to collect that. Yes,
And did you collect it then?
I did.
You had no contact with Taylor Schabusiness on this particular date, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All the contact with Ms. Schabusiness was with Detective Graf and Detective Kempf, correct?
From the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her at all, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw anybody in the gold Town and Country minivan that was parked, correct?
No, sir.
You saw, that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any people inside the van when you walked up or when you left, fair?
Fair. I did not.
And you never saw that gold Town and Country minivan move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
How long were you at the scene at Eastman Avenue?
I was at the scene initially for approximately an hour. Then I left to complete the search warrant and returned. And then I was at the scene for several hours to complete the search.
And this apartment complex, is it called Meadowview East Apartments?
I believe that's the name of that section, yes.
And the vehicles, they park basically in a line next to each other. Is that fair?
That is fair.
In front of that, there's a sidewalk, correct?
There is.
And the police tape was around just the gold minivan, or was it around the vehicle on either side of the minivan?
I don't recall the police tape organizational or if there was police tape around the minivan itself.
Okay. At some point in time, was it such that a gentleman maybe part of the facility or whatnot, but he was shoveling and he continued to shovel down the sidewalk underneath the police tape into the crime scene. Did that happen?
I recall a person shoveling, but as I said, I left prior to, I was gone from the scene. So I don't know where he shoveled to or if he made it to the crime scene area.
Whose responsibility was it to protect and preserve the crime scene and where the yellow police tape was located?
Lieutenant Buckman and or Sergeant Shilley would have assigned a patrol officer in uniform and or a squad car to sit and watch that scene.
In preparing for trial and reviewing all the records, you did review most of the police reports, correct?
I reviewed my police reports.
Okay. Did you review other officers or other detectives' reports?
I did not.
Okay. But did you come to find out that that really did happen, that someone shoveled on the sidewalk into the crime scene underneath the police tape?
I observed upon my arrival back, there was somebody shoveling, but they were a distance away. So as far as that explanation of what you're describing, I wasn't aware of that.
If I told you that that happened, would you be shocked?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
So when you got there, you took pictures of the doorway to the apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
Did you dust for prints on the minivan at all?
I did not.
You collected some additional DNA swabs in 2 different areas of the apartment. Is that fair?
One different area, I believe.
Okay. If your report says 2 different areas, would that be accurate?
It would be.
And as you were searching the apartment, did you note a red substance on the hallway wall leading from the living room to Ms. Schabusiness's bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then at some point, did you determine that you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay. How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect a sample and you add distilled water, which is the proper protocol to rehydrate something, if that does not come off very easily, it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature. And this did not come off the wall as it should have if it was a substance of DNA interest.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're excused. State's next witness.
State calls Nate Kalinsky.
Okay, sir, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Nathan R. Kalinsky. Last name is Kolinski.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a evidence tech with the Green Bay Police Department.
All right, what do you do as an evidence tech?
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence, they hand it over to us, and our job is to keep it safe and secure, basically until the case is over.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
About 6.5 years.
All right. In addition to maintaining custody of items, is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
And that's for, I guess, further testing by them?
Yes. Yeah. We send it out to the crime labs, and then the crime lab also mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed, or in certain cases, we will drive them down and we do a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Is there any documentation that memorializes that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has like a receipt form that says everything that they received and the date they got it in.
Show you exhibits 96. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a transmittal. Looks like to it's all 3, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
And is that a form that sort of would bear indicia that you were sort of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
So we have here listing. Do you want me to read them off or just give the numbers?
Well, first I'll ask, is there any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it, and then it went through, and these look like there's little check off on the side of the form we do that just to make note of every one that we have, just to make sure we are bringing everything down.
Is that consistent with your practice, just to make sure you've transmitted all the items you're supposed to?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once kind of thing. Yes.
Sure. And then what was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209240.
And is that, I guess, with respect to the case you're subpoenaed here for today?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I'd move 94.
Any objection?
No.
That'll be received.
What items of evidence did you transmit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in this case?
So this one, we have a buckle swab taken from Taylor Schabusiness, swabs taken from the right hand of Taylor, swab taken from the left hand of Taylor, oral swab from Shad Thyrion that was taken at the autopsy, a swab of the blade of exhibit 543033, swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072, swab of red substance on light switch from suspect's bedroom, black sweatpants with dried blood on it, a penile swab, and swab of exhibit 543038.
And based on your recollection and your review of this exhibit, are those items that you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
And are you aware of how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
I believe for this one, they were dropped off. We drove down and the Madison lab has different rooms you can go in and like hand over evidence, and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you personally delivered them
Yep,
to the
we
crime
drove
lab?
them down.
When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes. Mhm.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier, one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that are throughout the basement, and all the rooms are generally the same. They're all locked rooms. They have an alarm system, a keypad entry system, and then they have cameras and motion sensors. So there are only, I believe, 5 people inside the department, including myself, that have access to these rooms. It's a very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
So I guess, is it the case that any member of the Green Bay Police Department can just go in the evidence room?
And no.
Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would be present for or supervise?
Yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them in the rooms, yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Do I address you as Mr. Kalinsky or evidence tech Kalinsky?
Mr. Stein,
So these items were transmitted down to Madison by who?
that would be, I believe, myself, and then there are normally 2 of us that go with. Sometimes it's a light duty officer, sometimes it's my coworker Gene, depends on who's free at the time.
And then do you have to park and physically carry these items into the state crime lab? Or how does that work?
Correct. There's a parking right across the street from the door. You walk inside, walk upstairs, and they go in these little large closet-sized rooms where they're there with a little desk. You hand them over one by one. They receive them, and then you get a paper receipt from them with everything that they received. It's basically their transfer of custody from us to them.
Kind of like in the library. You drop off the board.
Similar to it, we just don't lose contact with it. There's no slot or anything. We're there the entire time until we hand it to them.
And then did you get the receipt right away?
Yes.
And then after the lab analyst did their testing, how did you get these items back?
We either pick them up in person if we're there for some other business, or they mail them back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you cut the bag open, and you have to be careful, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Any issues at all with sending the materials down or getting back?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. State's next witness.
State Coast Gene Rakers.
I have a hand up from the juror.
All right, no problem. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am, just step right up over here. And then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Jean Rakers.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
And how are you employed?
I am currently employed as an evidence technician with the Green Bay Police Department
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
for the past 4 years.
And is one of your colleagues, Mr. Klinsky, we just saw?
Yes,
You work in the same role as him?
yes, I do.
You have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
I want to ask you about Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you remember being involved in?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you what's previously been marked exhibit number 90. Do you recognize exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
And I guess what are those documents used for?
It itemizes the evidence that is sent between agencies. So in this instance, these are items that were returned to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And does the form indicate which items were returned to your department?
Yes, it's the State Crime Lab assigns a letter to each piece of evidence that's designated on the form, and then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
Okay. And does the form indicate who would have been the person taking receipt of those items of evidence with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, my name is signed on the bottom, and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so it's your belief then in reviewing that document that you received those items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I move 95.
The objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, that'll be received.
And I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Can I see that exhibit?
Sure. All right.
Ms. Rikers, you've been working for the Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as a evidence technician, correct?
That's correct.
And you worked with evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky?
Yes,
You work in tandem, correct?
that's correct.
Your role in this particular case was to send items or receive items or both?
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab sent. When they're delivered, I personally receive the box that they're delivered in, and I ensure that the seals are all intact. Then I open the box and verify that the items on the list on the transmittal are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
And this exhibit number 90
Yes,
indicates that you received all of these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
that's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab on April 21st of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Do you know why it took a day for you to get these items back?
Yes, that's generally the turnaround time. They're sent on one day, we receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are sealed. We verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from Madison back to the Green Bay Police Department?
The crime lab utilizes speedy delivery.
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of 2022, did you have to meet them at the front?
Yes, they call me up and I meet the delivery driver at the door.
And then you signed the release at that time?
That's correct.
And
I signed their little machine that they have indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky on there, correct?
Yes,
And then your name is stamped on there, is that right? Is that
Yes.
right?
that's just their form. They just have Nathan's name on there as a form. So if I'm the one receiving it, then I'm the one signing it and stamping it.
Okay, then you keep this in your records?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Ma'am, before you step down, my clerk and I are running the numbers, and that can't be 95. What number
This is exhibit 90,
Okay, you asked for
90.
95 to be admitted. This is 90, but it's already been admitted. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on the numbers, okay?
I wrote
Save
90
the
down.
dash, sorry.
I did write 90 down.
Okay, very good. You can step down, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next witness then?
State calls Kendall Danelski.
Ma'am, if you want to just step up right over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kendall Danelski.
Okay, then, Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Ms. Danelski, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm a certified forensic computer examiner with the Green Bay Police Department.
And what is a certified computer forensic examiner?
I basically take all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
How long have you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of educational background or training that is related to that position?
I do, yes. Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more valuable ones that I've had over the past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, as a certified forensic computer examiner and a certified mobile device examiner. I'm also certified through SANS as a GFCE, which is another crucial training and program that we have to go through. I'm also certified through Celebrate as a Celebrate certified mobile examiner. And I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified forensic examiner. And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
Can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you are not analyzing actually, the download of a device?
Yeah, so I get the device in, and depending on the make and model of that device, it has to be placed into certain settings for extraction so that I can make a connection and communication with my computer. So I get the phone in the correct settings, and then I hook it up to an adapter, and then from there I use a set of software to perform the extraction. Once that extraction is complete, I then open it up in a readable program that I then can get out to officers and detectives to go through that data.
And is it typical that you yourself will review the data on the phone, or is your typical practice that you will conduct a forensic download of the device and then provide it to another party to review?
It is typical I perform the extraction, view some of the data to verify things parsed correctly, and then I usually pass that data on to officers or detectives.
Can you estimate approximately how many times per year you conduct a forensic download of a device?
I perform,
Because there's all different kinds of cases. I mean, this is a homicide case, but there's many cases out there. Overruled.
We can answer the question.
I perform about 600 phone extractions a year.
Have you performed roughly that many phone extractions over the course of your 7-year career at the Green Bay Police Department?
It increases every year, but roughly yes.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graf and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically how many devices you analyzed or how many devices you downloaded in this case?
I would say 10 or more.
And was one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic download of a phone, do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet. Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number 370004.
That exhibit number, that 37004, where does that number come from?
That comes from evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence within that case gets an exhibit or evidence number.
So when an officer collects an item of evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
And then that is the piece of evidence that was assigned to you for download?
It was, yes.
Does the cell phone analysis worksheet for that particular piece of evidence, does it outline the process that you used to conduct a forensic download?
It does, yes.
And could you describe for the jury what process you used in this case?
Yes, so for this particular phone, I put the phone in the correct settings for extraction, where it could communicate with my computer. From there, I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, and then I use the Celebrate 4PC extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is that software program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction whether or not the extraction was successful?
I am, yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone after the extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction, and also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking at the information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
Yes,
So that's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to manipulate any data before an extraction.
In addition to conducting the extraction, did you do after the extraction was done, did you do additional manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the device?
Yes, after that extraction completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
And what is the purpose of doing those screen captures?
With certain types of extractions, some applications or data might not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might not always be extracted or parsed with that type of extraction I was able to get from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
And for this particular device, did you then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that tasked to another person?
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures. But after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
You know specifically which detective was tasked with viewing the report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain data may not be captured by the extraction. Can you explain why that might be the case?
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would get captured. So for this instance, it did not parse the Google Photos, the Google Chrome history, or some recent Facebook Messenger chats. So I went through and captured screenshots of those.
In addition to capturing screenshots, did you advise Detective Luberta in any way about some things that she could do to obtain additional data that's relevant to that device?
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means I'm not connecting to the network and no incoming text messages are coming in, no incoming chats, things like that. I'm not connecting to the network or internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like, for instance, Google Photos, I can only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see on the phone.
What sorts of things might be captured on a Google search warrant that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
Do you know, does Google also store things in the cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
And did you have any further contact with Detective Luberta about that?
I did, yes. She got that Google return in a zip file from her search warrant that she created for that. And then from there on, she wanted me to put it in a more readable format for her. So basically, I took that zip file that she got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more comfortable with going through.
And the process that you utilize to take that zip file from Google and put it on the UFED reader, is that something that you're trained in and you do in the regular course of your duties?
Yes.
And were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format, that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that something tasked to Detective Luberta as well?
Passed on to Detective Luberta.
When you extract data from a device, does the device tell you what date that particular photographs, for example, are taken? Or is that information always accurate when you put it into the UFED reader program?
It would be accurate, yes.
Are there instances in which you manipulating the device or taking it off on that date, the date that you manipulate the phone would also capture?
It could update some dates and times, yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fairley.
Thank you. Ms. Danelski, good afternoon.
Hello.
So your role was basically to extract data off of a cell phone.
Correct.
Do you know who the cell phone belonged to?
This particular cell phone belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
And you only looked at and examined one phone, correct?
I extracted multiple phones, but I didn't go through every single extraction.
Your testimony and Exhibit 91 deal with this phone that you're talking about belonging to Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
I believe this is Exhibit 97 or 91?
It's 97.
97.
97, okay. So basically, you were looking to extract data off that phone for you to turn over to Detective Jenna Liberta, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for searches, correct?
A magnitude of things, cell records, call logs.
Okay, let me just ask. I just want to ask you: were you looking for searches like what this person was looking for on the cell phone?
That would be included, yes.
Okay, and then you were looking for photos, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for iCloud photos, correct?
Well, in airplane mode, correct.
Okay, and then you were looking to see a GPS location to see where this phone had been, correct?
You can check the Google Maps on the phone, but you cannot check the cloud when you're not connected to that network.
Okay. And cell phones oftentimes have GPS. So if like you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you can track where they are, correct?
Correct. Sometimes, yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent Google searches for the Google Maps application.
Okay. And you had a search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen,
Okay.
but otherwise in working condition.
It was in working condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
Any problems with the extraction at all?
No.
With regards to doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct date and time, UTC -6 or 5, depending on the time zone we're in. That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you use was Celebrate?
Correct.
When you get the data, then do you put it on a separate zip drive or something, or how do you do that?
It goes on a shared drive that all detectives can access.
Okay. On the Fred computer?
No, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay. So how would Detective Liberta then access this information?
So the original extraction is saved on a Synology that only I have access to in my office. And then that's where the original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Celebrate Physical Analyzer software, then I can send that to a shared drive that all detectives have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
Okay. And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in my office.
Okay. And then if someone wants to look at it, they have to go through you?
Correct, unless they can access the UFDR file that was created and put on that shared drive.
Is there any way that that information, that data that you extracted, could it be tampered with or lost or misplaced somehow?
Not the original extraction that I save in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted if a detective wanted to delete it for some reason or move it to another folder on that drive. But they can't actually manipulate any data in the program, like switch a text message, date or time, something like that.
Did anything like that happen?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were talking about on these screen captures. Is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate 4 PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph button on the program.
Okay. And then you said something about parsing data correctly. What do you mean by that?
I just verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't parse and I need to go through and take screenshots of that, I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
Okay. And so your sole role is just to extract the data, get it to the detective so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, man. You can step down. State's next witness.
The state calls Jenna Luberta.
Okay, you want to step up over here then? And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luberda.
Okay, Mr. Lozada, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luberta.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently employed in law enforcement at the present time?
I'm not.
And had you previously been a law enforcement officer?
I was, yes.
The decision to no longer be in law enforcement, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
It was.
And talk to me about your previous law enforcement experience.
Sure. I started as a dispatcher, actually, in 2007. In 2011, I was sworn in as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department, where I served for 12 years.
And what roles did you have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as patrol officer, I was there for 7 years, and then I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on afternoon shift patrol.
Were you working as a investigator with the Green Bay Police Department in February of 2022?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved, and basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the van.
And the location, was that on Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
And when you arrived, did you ultimately go to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed several other officers there. I observed the van in question, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty much just calm by the time I got there. It was just the van and other patrol officers.
And what did you do to conduct further analysis or investigation relative to that van?
I received information that the van was involved prior to me getting there, so I knew that there may be potential evidence in the van and that we needed to secure that evidence. So I returned to the police department to write a search warrant.
Did you ultimately obtain a search warrant
I
for the
did,
van?
yes.
You know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Tome,
THOMS?
correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van, what did you do?
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address and I called the state contracted wrecker or towing company, and then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on Broadway Street in the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay storage facility, what did you do?
We put the van into the secured area of the storage or the evidence unit, and we left.
And what did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
So then when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon, did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, our forensic unit started taking pictures and swabs of the outside of the van, and then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van. We didn't discover anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's seat where he located body parts.
And who was taking the lead in terms of actually removing items from the van and then having contact with the human remains?
The forensic pathologist, Vincent Tranquita.
What was your role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and photographing?
The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van, what did you do?
I talked with the doctor, and he told me that he believed that all
I object. That's hearsay.
I wasn't asking specifically for what anyone told you. What did you do with the van afterwards?
So
The,
the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question, Susan.
the forensic unit finished processing the van and we left.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have a further role with respect to this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
I looked through one of the cell phones that was located at the Eastman Avenue address, I believe that belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device itself?
I did not.
What did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of what they call it a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then locating the information that might be of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect to a phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you reviewed the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages, messaging application chats, things of that nature.
Did you notice anything of evidentiary value?
There was some search history that I found interesting, like internet searches that I found interesting. Yes.
And what was that?
There was searches, things of like.
Your Honor, I would object. Relevancy. I mean, searches on the phone, people search, research, look at all kinds of different things. I would argue that some of these things, I believe, could be inflammatory and more prejudicial than probative.
Overrule the objection. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Things such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer, things like that. KKK, I believe, is one of them.
And Detective, did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believe are relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide.
In the days shortly before?
In the days shortly before, yes.
And do you recall when you reviewed that, did you prepare a report regarding your observations?
I did.
If you were able to review your report, might that refresh your recollection as to the specific searches and the dates and times of those searches?
It would.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. Can you review that document?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Exhibit 98. I know it's Detective Liberta's details. It's 2 pages, but there are dates going back to December 12th of 2022, and we're talking about an alleged incident on 2/22 or 2/23 of 2022. So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, well, I think all she's been asked is to review the report, so I don't know yet what she's going to be testifying to. So I'll reserve ruling on your objection, Mr. Freilich, but I'll turn back to the state. Go ahead, Mr. Jose.
Your Honor, I forgot, I want to say that another objection would be on grounds of relevancy. So,
Okay,
thank you.
I'm going to reserve those objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Luberta, does reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Mr. Business's phone?
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to February 12th of 2022 and February 13th of 2022, did you note anything, was there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Objection relevancy to that question.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Yes. She searched Jeffrey Dahmer. And then she searched cadaver definition, Jeff Boyardee, blow-up doll customized face.
In particular, Jeffrey Dahmer, did you note that there were several searches that were related to Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat your question?
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items on the device that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
What other portions of the extraction also showed an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
There was I wrote another search warrant for her Gmail accounts, the Google accounts, a bigger search that you can do to get more information stored on the cloud. And in that extraction of that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures, things of that nature.
On the device itself, did you also locate photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
you know what a device screenshot is?
Yeah, yes.
What does that term generally mean?
A screenshot is where you take a shot of the screen, basically a copy of the screen.
And do you know if there were screenshots that were prepared in this case by analyst Danelski for purpose of your analysis?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots as well?
I did.
And in reviewing those screenshots, were there also several mentions of Dahmer and Dahmer related interest?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, there were.
Was this just a one-off, one or two photos, or were there several photographs?
Same objection relevancy.
Overruled.
There were several.
Now, you mentioned that you subsequently did a search for information, a search warrant for information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yeah, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had. And there was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information that's not technically stored on the phone, but in the cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that search?
Yes, I did.
Did Google subsequently respond to your warrant and provide information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So Analyst Danelski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
That's Celebrate, that you fed reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to find similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you know, does Celebrate give you the opportunity to parse out certain relevant things and generate a report that only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those reports from Celebrate that allow you to do that?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these 3 exhibits and the photograph. Could we argue these, please, outside the presence of the jury? I think it's crucial.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 minutes to 5. I think I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon. I'm going to ask that you be in the jury room tomorrow morning no later than 8:30. I'm going to give you that instruction again that I've given you before. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that the jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has a reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening. All rise for the jury. Seated. You can step down. Okay. Mr. Fred.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that the state intends to offer 3 exhibits. I'll take the easy one first. One is a photograph of my client, Taylor Schabusiness, either laying on a bed or sitting. And then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone. So they're together. We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history. There are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits. Additionally, the other Celebrate exhibits that Mr. Lassay wishes to produce and proffer to the court as an exhibit are, could I see those please again? They contain references to Satanic Bible, Flaming Pentagram, Satan, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer, cadaver definition, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court, rare Jeffrey Dahmer GIF, GIF, and things of that sort. And some of these items, searched items, date from 2/19 of 2022, going back to 2/6 of 2022. And I would argue that although 2019 of 2022 is fairly close in time to the alleged incident, the other ones are not. But I would argue that this information is highly prejudicial, and any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I believe, and I would argue on behalf of my client, that if this information comes in, she's going to be painted in the worst light possible with probably, maybe, the worst killer in human history. And I don't believe that that is fair, but the court has to make that call. But I'm just making the arguments on her behalf. I don't think it's necessarily relevant. There's other information here that the state can rely on, but they do not need to go down this road. This is going to be a trial within a trial. It's going to create a sideshow. This is not the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It is not. This is different. The other Celebrate extraction report also contains various pictures of what is reported to be Jeffrey Dahmer. And it seems like there are 27 data files here. Some of them my client. They're little thumbnail pictures here. But if the jury sees this, I have a concern that they're going to immediately think that my client is in that category, just like him. I don't know, but I think it's unduly prejudicial. I think it's unfair. And I would ask that the court consider these arguments on her behalf, that this information not come in. I don't believe it's necessarily relevant. People do searches on the internet all the time. People do dumb things. They search for weird things. They search for odd things. But I don't see how this is even relevant to what we're talking about in this particular case. And I'd argue that the court at least consider an oral motion from me for a mistrial, because the state is going into this issue of Jeffrey Dahmer, going down this road to try and paint her in the worst light possible and create a sideshow. So I'd ask that you consider a motion for mistrial because this information has already come in. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lizay.
Your Honor, I think the information is relevant. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Schabusiness intended to engage in this conduct, that she intended to kill Shad Thyrion, that she intended to dismember his body. Her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer is relevant to this case. She, I assume, is going to argue either that she didn't intend to do this, or certainly is going to argue in the second phase of the trial that she had some sort of mental illness that caused her to do this. The state's position clearly is that no, she did this because she wanted to do this. This is something that interests her. Frankly, we haven't seen her interview yet, but I anticipate that her interview is going to be consistent with that this is something that interested her, that she liked what she did in this case. And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and the things that he did and the awful things that Attorney Freilich talked about, her interest in him is relevant to that point. It suggests that she had an interest in these things. It is not something that was done solely because of the methamphetamine, or that was done as an accident, or was some sort of reckless behavior, or that was the result of a mental illness. It's the state's position that she did so because she was interested in that. And for that reason, these things are highly relevant.
I haven't seen the photo. Can I see the photo?
Okay.
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider taking a look at the two Celebrate documents as well, because they've got thumbnail photos on them.
Sure. So we'll mark all of these so we know what we're speaking of. Any particular preferences order? Okay. Celebrate report noting searched items 35, that will be number 99. Celebrate report, extraction report noting data file's 27 on the top, that'll be 100, and the photo will be 101. So, Mr. Lizet, your reference to Mr. Business having an interest in this kind of thing, is that a different way of saying motive?
I think it is. I mean, I do think that it is motive evidence because it's suggestive of the fact that once she went down this road, that she enjoyed this and that she did this for her own pleasure and out of her own curiosity and interest. Which again, I think we haven't seen the interview yet, but there are several statements within the interview that are consistent with that. And I would note the court has seen the video. The court has had the benefit of seeing the interview. It has not been presented to the jury.
Your Honor, I believe that my client also told Detective Graf that they were buddies. I believe my client told Detective Graf that Mr. Shad Thyrion and her were buddies.
Okay, how does that go to what I'm looking at here? I agree with you. I think she did tell him that. I recall her saying that. How does that go to this, though, Mr. Fraley?
Well, the state is trying to talk about intent to kill and that she wanted to do this and all of that. I'm letting the court know that these two people were friends. They're buddies.
So I'm having a little bit of a difficult time. I'm looking at Exhibit 99. That one seems pretty straightforward as far as timestamps because there's a column for timestamps. And I can see what appears to be dates of searches. Exhibit 100, it may be on here, but I'm not laying my hands on it. The only date I'm seeing would appear to be the extraction date, although I don't know that. They're all dated March 8 of 2022, which is after this event. So I guess I'm concerned that I'm not reading this correctly because I want to make sure that I address all the issues that Mr. Fralick has brought up, including timing. If we're talking about something that, for example, one of the events that I noticed on here appears to have an older date, but maybe you can address that for me. Before I let you move on Exhibit 100, page 3 at the top, I see under metadata title it says capture time, October 22nd, 2013. I can only assume that that's the date that was uploaded onto the internet as opposed to the date that she was looking at it, but I don't know those things from looking at this.
Correct. And I think through the witness, we would anticipate eliciting testimony that those pictures appear to have been captured by Ms. Schabusiness on February 12th of 2022. I think the date listed on the phone is the last date in which that photo was modified, which actually I think is probably the date Google received the preservation letter. That seems to be most consistent with that March 8th of 2022 date. So I think certainly the state would have to provide some additional information through the witnesses to clarify the date. But I believe that the officer's own report indicates that when she looked at those same pictures on the phone, they were part of those screenshots, device screenshots, that those were largely viewed on February 12th of 2022. And then the Google warrant just sort of confirmed the information that was seen on the screenshots.
We have no guarantee of that, Your Honor. It's confusing as to what date these items were downloaded, what dates they really pertain to.
And then, Mr. Lizet, when I look at Exhibit 99, I'm looking at various what I'll call searches, and when I look at page 2 of 99, the Jeffrey Dahmer references seem to commence at item 14. Above that, there's references to other things. I'm particularly interested in your assertion as to relevance of searches about Satanic Bible online. I see that specific search once. The next, that's item 1. Item 2 is Satanic Bible. It's a different search, but it's similar. Item 3, flaming pentagram. Where's the relevance of that?
And I think that just shows her pure interest that this is an intentional act because she has interests that are outside the norm that would suggest this type of conduct.
That's completely speculative, Your Honor. I mean, people have a right under the Constitution, First Amendment, to look at things. I just don't see the relevance here for that.
think for that same reason, it's also not terribly prejudicial. Frankly, the state's largest concern is the Dahmer information. I think that's the most relevant. I think the cadaver definition search was also somewhat relevant. I mean, it shows her interest in death and corpses, which part of the mutilation of this body, the defleshing and the things that happened to Shad after he died, I think are consistent with that highly unusual interest in things like death and cadavers and things that Jeffrey Dahmer did.
Well, here's what I'm gonna rule. First of all, I do think that searches. First of all, it's been referenced by counsel that obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is a unusual figure in the history of this state, and certainly the acts perpetrated by him were difficult for the community to comprehend, and he's again a very unusual figure. And I think the public has a general sense of what that individual is about because he received. So I'm satisfied that regarding the references to him, that that's appropriate testimony. I'm not as satisfied as to some of these other items. I see 2 searches for Satanic Bible references. Looks like 3 for Satan. 2 perhaps for pentagram, and I'm not necessarily satisfied that those particular searches relate to anything particular in this case other than to make someone look bad, and that's not what this case is to be about. So I'm satisfied that regarding Exhibit 99, those references aren't relevant. What can you tell me, Mr. Lizet, about the Jeff Boyardee?
That's actually a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on a can, so it's sort of a meme that involves Jeffrey Dahmer. I think the picture is actually in the other exhibit. It's probably very small.
Okay. So I'm going to find that's relevant based upon that representation. At the same time, I want to make sure that before we start tomorrow, that we have a brief voir dire of the witness regarding timeframes, because I want to make sure that there's a relevant time frame for this testimony. So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated. I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well. I think it's relevant. However, exhibit 99, I don't want any reference from the witness to the first 9 items. The other items, including the cadaver definition, I'm going to permit. I think those are relevant to this case as well. I have not delved as deeply into 100, but the ruling is going to be the same. It looks like photographs. Mr. Lizet referenced earlier that he believes the reference to Jeff Boyardee may be the photos may be in the other exhibit. That is, the references in 99 may have the photos in 100, and I believe I see that at item 8 on 100.
If I recall correctly, I think all of the photos in that exhibit in 99 or 100 that has the photos, I think all the photos are Dahmer related.
All right, I'm going to allow those references in.
Your Honor.
I see item 15 there. I don't know what that's. Can't read it. It looks like some sort of text on page 3 of exhibit 100. But I'll reserve ruling particularly on that. And when I say ruling on it, I'm authorizing these exhibits to be testified to the extent that I've already authorized, and not any further than that. And the only real issue is, what will be redacted if this for some reason goes to the jury, and what the witness will be allowed to testify about. For example, when I reference item 15 and 100, I don't know what that is. So I'm going to want to know what that is before she's permitted to testify about it. So that's the ruling. But Mr. Freilich, you had something else you wanted to add. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify and make sure I understand, Your Honor, that the meme, it's a meme. It says Jeff Boyardee. I looked at it. Are you saying that can come in? I would argue and ask the court to reconsider not allowing that in because it's a meme. There's all kinds of memes out there, and it really doesn't mean anything.
Well, except that if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer meme, I think it comes under the ruling that I made. So, and that's I observe that in item 8 on exhibit 100. I see that meme. But here's what I'll indicate, Mr. Freilich. There's going to be a brief voir dire of this witness tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a chance to ask about that.
Okay, Your Honor.
And then I'll certainly rule further on it. At this time, I'm ruling that those are coming in, but I'll hear from you after the voir dire portion.
Okay, Your Honor. And I totally respect the court's ruling and all of that, but I'd like to make another motion, and that would be that I think it's exhibit 101 with the picture of my client and the phone with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone. Would the court consider excluding that on grounds that it's really duplicitous if the Celebrite, text references of Jeffrey Dahmer are going to come in, then why do we need to have that picture of her with the phone? Because it's a phone. It's just a picture of him on a phone. I can understand all of these arguments, but I would argue that picture, the actual picture, would be not necessarily relevant, and it would be duplicitous. I think the jury would get it, if the other stuff comes in. So thank you.
Mr. Lizay, any response to that?
Your Honor, I think for the same reasons that the court had noted earlier regarding photographs, I think sometimes photographs are just a more powerful way of being able to view that than simply a description. And I think particularly seeing the smile on Ms. Shabusiness's face as she's next to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think is relevant and admissible. And I'm not offering to publish all of the other photographs that are specifically listed in there. We selected one photograph to be able to publish, essentially.
For the, first of all, I see that. I believe that Exhibit 101 is different than Exhibits 99 and 100 for this reason. 99 and 100 demonstrate searches, an interest in getting information about and learning more about, and spending some of your time thinking about a particular individual. Exhibit 101 communicates something different, and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate exhibit to receive into evidence for the reasons that have been set out here. I think demonstrating that interest in this individual, nothing else. It demonstrates the interest that she had in this kind of behavior. But in addition, I think, and I referenced it earlier, when the word interest is used, I think that is a motive concept. And for those reasons, I'm going to admit that. Mr. Freilich, your objections are duly noted. And what I want to do is I'd like to ask the state to see if you can get that witness here by 8:15 so we can start that voir dire process before the jury comes in, because if I understand how things work, we'll probably run past 8:30 with that, and the jury will be waiting for us. So if we can get that witness here by 8:15 to start that process. Okay, so I've ruled on those issues, and you can agree or disagree with them, but those are the rulings I made. Anything else for the record this evening, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Freilich, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, I'd ask respectfully if the state could give me a copy of Exhibits 99, 100, and 101, and then I'd like a copy of the exhibit that's going to be presented to the court with the redactions.
Okay. So as far as redactions go, I think my ruling, I'm not going to take pen in hand this evening and make those redactions. What I can tell you is, Mr. Lizay, were you intending on publishing 99 and 100 to the jury in their entirety?
No.
Okay. So the redactions will occur if it goes to the jury. It's not going to be published to the jury, so I don't think we need to take pen in hand. They're not going to be testified about at all. But so the redactions, I'm ordering that these exhibits can only be testified to the extent that I haven't prohibited the references that I made, and that's specifically on page 1 of Exhibit 99, items 1 through 9. So again, I'm not going to take a black marker. So when you ask for a redacted version, you're not going to get it. It comes to the jury requesting for it, and then we argue whether they should get it at all. If I order that it goes to the jury, then that would be redacted, and there would be the use of a black pen, Mr. Freilich.
I understand, Your Honor.
Yes.
I did reserve that motion. I'd make a motion for mistrial because the state went off on this tangent sideshow of Jeffrey Dahmer. Ask you to consider that.
If it's relevant and admissible information, I hardly see it as a basis for a mistrial.
I'm satisfied. So, Mr. Freilich, I appreciate the motion. I'm satisfied that the ruling that I've made today, first of all, I'm satisfied that the exhibits that I'm receiving are relevant. And so I'm not going to grant a mistrial based upon that because I've received them as relevant. Short of that, nothing else has been testified to. So I've ordered that some of these items in here I don't believe are relevant. And I believe to bring them in, for example, searches for Satanic Bible online, I think those are more prejudicial than probative, those references. And so I've indicated I'm going to exclude those references. And so they haven't been testified to about yet. So I'm not going to grant a mistrial on those grounds because no one's referenced them yet. Other than there was one reference made. I will note that there was one reference briefly made to that, but it was in a very offhanded summary kind of a fashion. The point is, I don't want any further references made to how many searches that occurred for those type of pentagram, Satanic Bible, anything of that nature, Satan. There's no more need to go into that. There was a brief reference made to it. I'm satisfied that is the ground for a mistrial in this case, but I'm not going to let further inquiry be made regarding that. So, Mr. Freilich, your motion is denied, but it's duly noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. And with that, we are concluded for the evening. We'll see you at 8:15 tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we got through this, and it was long as hell, but we did it. We got through it, day 2. So we are into day 3, what they covered yesterday. We are going to have a live here in a little bit. We'll probably stop this and maybe reconvene. I'm not sure, but let's see here. We have a snake that needs to be addressed because she's up there fucking lying her motherfucking skin, shedding her skin off on Dolly's panel. So that's going to need to be corrected. and it will be with messages, text messages, and proof. So you got me fucked up, bitch. All right. Let's roll through day number 3, baby. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Denotions on it. Can you, when I look at a 100, however, I don't see a similar indication as to when these were looked at. And so first of all, as far as Exhibit 100, are these searches or something else?
These are something else.
What are these then?
These are you referencing the actual photographs or are you referencing the information?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, are the photographs affiliated with the information? In other words, you're extracting something and these came from the phone and all the data comes along with the photograph?
They are from the phone and affiliated with the search. However, I believe Analyst Danowski will be better able to answer that question for you as far as what's done on Google's end when I wrote the warrant.
Okay. So you're not able to, the question I'm driving towards is, how do we know when these were accessed by the defendant through the defendant's phone? And you're not able to tell me that.
Correct.
Judge, I think I might be able to clarify with a couple of questions. The exhibit that you see in front of you, Exhibit 100, that has those photos, and then they all have a date associated with them. I think of March 8th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is the date after the phone was seized from Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
Now, that is an extraction report built upon the return that you received from the Google warrant, right?
Correct.
Now, did you also review an extraction report from the phone itself?
Yes.
And when you looked at the extraction report from the phone itself, were you able to find dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And when you looked at the phone itself, what were the dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Was February 6th, February 12th, and February 13th.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches for information on Jeffrey Dahmer that you saw both in the phone and on the Google warrant?
Yes.
Now, do you know why the March 8th, 2022 date was assigned by Google when you received that from the warrant?
No.
But I just want to confirm that you did 2 separate searches. One is the phone itself, and then there's a second that is from the Google warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the exhibit that you have in front of you, 100, that's from the Google warrant, not from the phone itself.
Correct.
Mr. Fraley, do you have any questions to voir dire this witness regarding these exhibits?
Well, I asked yesterday for copies, but I don't have them, so I'll have to take a look. Can I look at those?
Sure.
Could I approach your arm?
Yes, thank you.
Should I call you Officer Liberta or Miss Liberta?
Miss Luberta is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This Exhibit 100, it's a extraction report, and it says Google warrant return, correct?
Correct.
And this is information that is directly from Google,
Correct.
and it shows different searches. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's got like a byte size, correct? On it, like the number of bytes.
I would have to look.
And then it's got a modified date on there. Is that fair?
That I know, yes.
And it's got a source file, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And then it's got pixel resolution, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And these are basically thumbnail pictures or photos?
I'd have to look at it again.
Your Honor, could I approach?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I see bites, size,
It's got different categories, correct?
different categories, yes.
All the things that I just asked you about, is that fair?
Yes,
This, this March 8th, 2022 date, that is the date that the cell phone that is associated with these pictures was seized?
what is the question?
That March 8th, 2022 date, is that the date that's associated with when the phone was seized?
No,
Corresponds with those pictures?
it is not the date that the phone was seized.
Okay. What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
It says it is a modified, and then it has the date.
Okay. Do you know what that means, modified?
No,
I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those dates?
those were the dates that searches for Jeffrey Dahmer or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
And is that what's on that exhibit 100?
No,
Okay. No other questions?
Okay.
Judge, I do have as an additional exhibit for the court, a report that was generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly shows the date stamp associated with some of these photos, and particularly the date stamp associated with exhibit 101, which is the large picture that the state intended to address. So I can provide that to the court if it alleviates any concerns regarding the date of that particular photo. Ms. Lubert, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 102. Can you review that?
this is the Celebrate report extraction of the device screenshots taken by forensic computer analyst Danilski.
And those are the screenshots that you testified to yesterday that you reviewed when you were doing your analysis of the phone extract itself, correct?
Correct.
And in that exhibit, are there a number of photographs depicted of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes,
And those have date stamps associated with them?
yes,
Google, and those are in the Google Photos section of the device, is that right?
correct.
And what is the date stamp associated with the picture of Ms. Schabusiness holding a cell phone photo of Jeffrey Dahmer next to her head and smiling?
Saturday, February 12th, 2022.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that point.
And the board, dear, the witness on that, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Liberta, does it indicate on this exhibit 102 extraction report, created 3/2 of 22? Says that, right?
On the bottom, correct.
Okay. It says it on the bottom of page 1, page 2, and page 3. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that 3/2/22 date, is that the date that analyst Danilski created these screenshots?
yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Was the state intending to call your other witness or have your other witness?
I think only if the court has concerns on this issue and as a predicate to admitting this testimony, I could call analyst Danilski if the court wishes.
Yeah, I'd like to have her called, so.
Sure.
Okay.
What's that? You can have that, yeah.
Do you solemnly solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Kendall Danowski.
Okay, Ms. Danielski, you have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you exhibits 99 and 100. I just had a couple of questions
Sure.
for you. I'm looking at the exhibit, I think it's 100. It's got the thumbnail photos on. And we've been talking a little bit about this exhibit, and it has a date listed by each image, and that date seems to be in the third column. So the first column is just the number. The second column is the file information. The third column is additional file information, and under that, there shows a date modified March 8, 2022. Do you know what that date is?
I believe that date is basically when Google received that preservation letter, when they grabbed that preservation and then said, okay, we're going to take a snapshot of this data here and save it. I believe that's when that data is created. I went back and looked at a couple other Google warrant returns that we've had in the past, and it was of similar correlation. So for instance, the preservation was sent and received by Google on the 25th. And then I saw the modified dates on all of the images to be the 29th. So it seems consistent that that would be the date that when Google receives that preservation letter, that's when they're saying, we're going to create a snapshot of all of this data.
Okay. And this data on this exhibit, what is this data? It's not a search on a cell phone, or is it a search on a cell phone? Because I'm contrasting it with exhibit 99, which seems to, on the upper left-hand corner, it says search items 35. You see where it says that?
Yes.
Okay. This
So
one over on the other exhibit doesn't say that. So what is this?
So the one on the left, the search items, those are going to be Google search terms. And then the one on the right, data files, those would be images that would be under the Google Photos application. Both of these can be cloud-based, where data can be on the phone and in these applications as well. So if you were to log into a certain Google account, you could access these images from a computer as well. So
The fact that it's showing up on this report, what is that telling us about this information?
So this is telling you this is what was associated and within that Google account when Detective Liberta created that or sent that preservation letter. And the Google account can be accessed via the phone. A lot of times the data from the phone will be automatically backed up and synced to these applications. So if you're on Google and you're searching, where is Starbucks? That could go onto the cloud and translate to that as well.
So this report then does affiliate with something that was searched.
Yes.
Okay. So why does one report indicate that it's searched items? That's exhibit 99, but 100 doesn't indicate that it's searched items.
So it's just different types of data. So the searched items would be like Googling where is Starbucks on the Google application, the Google search application, where the data files would be something like if you were to be searching on Google and save a file or download a file or take a picture on your phone, and then that's backed up and synced to the Google Photos application.
Okay, so it's something else going on the phone other than searching.
Yes.
And would there be any way to determine when that activity occurred by looking at exhibit 100? So if I look at item 1, is there any way to determine when the phone performed a function that registered this piece of data in it?
It can, yes. So if you were to look at the photos app, the regular photos gallery on the phone, under the images from the phone extraction, so not the Facebook or the Google warrant return, it would show a lot of these images as well, because a lot of images saved in the phone's gallery that comes installed with the device get backed up and synced to this Google Photos application. So a lot of these thumbnails and photos you're seeing here would also be in the regular gallery on the phone, which you could see going through the phone extraction.
Okay. Is there any way for me to tell from this phone whether this data was collected by this phone, say, in 2022 or in 2015.
Yes, some should have associated dates and times with them. I was looking and some of the pictures of similar nature did have some download dates and times associated with them, which I believe were from February of 2022, which would be consistent with some of these search dates and times on the Exhibit 99.
Sure. Let me be more direct. This exhibit that the state is offering me, I want to make sure if I receive it, that there's some correlation in time between the events in this case and the events on this sheet. And by looking at this sheet, I can't figure that out. Can you tell me whether looking at this sheet, I should be able to figure that out or not?
Not usually by looking at the sheet. We'd have to look at the original phone extraction and find some of these duplicate or similar images and then compare them and see the dates and times in the original phone extraction. I can't speak to Google and their servers and data after that preservation has been sent to them. So I can't say with 100% certainty what that modified time is on this form. That would be for them to speak to. I can say that the zip file we received from Google, the dates and times from that zip file are matched and were correctly parsed by my program. So it wasn't my program that edited and added in these dates and times. This is what Google sent us. So the best way to decide the dates and times for these images would be to either look at the captured screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction or to go through the images from the original phone extraction.
Not so concerned necessarily with the March 8 date, because that was after the phone was seized. That was after the events that occurred in this case. And every single item on this form has that same date. It would seem as a result that that was some kind of recording date that was done when you received these. My concern is whether or not there's any way to pinpoint when this information was collected by this phone. And you're telling me, looking at this exhibit, Exhibit 100, there's absolutely no way you can tell that.
Correct. We would have to look at the phone extraction and compare the pictures with dates and times.
Okay, I'm going to let the other attorneys ask some questions. Mr. Lizette.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask any questions on that exhibit. I guess I would ask, could she see Exhibit 102? And Ms. Danowski, after you've reviewed 102, I would ask if you could identify what that is.
This would be a report created from my device screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction.
So whereas the previous Exhibit 100 is from the Google warrant, this extraction is from, or this report is from the extraction of the device itself, correct?
Yes, these were taken after the phone extraction completed successfully, and then I manually navigated the phone.
And do these photographs in this report allow you to associate a specific date with the photographs that are depicted in that report?
Yes.
And what date is that based on your review of that report and your review of the extraction of the phone?
This one is showing Saturday, February 12th, 2022, and that will correlate with the images below that date.
So, Your Honor, what I would propose, frankly, is that the state withdraw 100 and instead admit 102, which I think more clearly allows us to associate a date with the particular photos and more specifically the photo that's depicted in 101 that the state also wishes to submit.
Okay. So my understanding is the state is no longer offering 100.
Not 100. We would want 99. I think the dates on those searches is still accurate.
Mr. Freilich, you have an opportunity now to voir dire this witness if you'd like. She's not necessarily being recalled, which is a bit odd. She's already testified.
Right.
On the other hand, it might offer someone an idea that they want to call her at some point in rebuttal or in some other fashion. But when you voir dire the witness, I just want to indicate to you, you don't need to focus on 100 because they're not even offering it anymore. Okay?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Danowski, referring your attention to Exhibit 102, it's a 3-page extraction report, correct?
It is, yes.
And on each of the pages, it says created date, and that's 3/2 of 22. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be when I captured the screenshots.
And these are just basically shots off the internet. Is that fair?
These are screenshots taken from the Google Photos application that was installed on the phone.
There's a date, at least on the first page, that says Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the last page, it says Saturday, December 18th, but it doesn't have a year. Is that fair?
yes.
So are these different pictures from different time periods?
So the date correlation would be, so the first one, Saturday, February 12th, 2022, you would start looking at everything underneath that belonging to that date and time. And I take screenshots in chronological order, and I always try to include the image above and below just to make sure there isn't any way to say that images were skipped or passed over. So you'd want to follow along chronologically, that any image that is after the one on page 1 that goes to page 2, which then goes to page 3, would all be under Saturday, February 12th, 2022. I'd have to see the screenshot below the December one to make a decision on that one, but from the ones I'm seeing, these would all be under the February 12th date.
But the last page, you would agree, it does say Saturday, December 18th, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay. And these are pictures where in the Google Photos of this phone, or where were these pictures found?
These were located in the Google Photos application. Photos can be added to that application in many ways. A lot of times there's a regular gallery that's on a phone, and when you take pictures or you download pictures from the internet and save them to your gallery, they're later backed up and synced to the Google Photos application. So likely these photos at some point were on the gallery of the phone, or they could be added by logging into this account on a computer and then adding them that way, but they still would be synced with this phone.
Is it possible that these pictures could have been downloaded and put into the Google Photos app on all different dates?
Usually the Google Photos application is going to take the same date that that photo was captured. So that photo was likely captured Saturday, February 12th, 2022. It's just going to grab that date from the gallery and bring it right in with Google Photos.
But you don't know 100% when these photos were downloaded. Is that fair?
We would have to click on that photo and click information, and then it would give the exact date and time that photo was taken, or we could look in the original phone extraction under the regular images tab, which would be associated with the phone's gallery.
But as you sit here today, these photos in Exhibit 102, you don't know what date these photos were downloaded and put into the Google application, correct? Is that fair?
I would say the pictures were taken on Saturday, February 12th, 2022, or saved at that date or time.
How do you know that?
Because that's how Google Photos associates dates and times with pictures and images.
Can you say that 100%?
Very certain, yes. In my experience when looking at this application, it's been very consistent.
Do you have any trouble with the fact that this Exhibit 102 has February 12th and December 18th, 2 different dates?
No, so that likely was the order that the other pictures were placed onto the phone. So that there could have been a time lapse of when the phone wasn't being used or when photos weren't being taken or added to the Google device. The phone usually has to be connected to Wi-Fi at some point for this backup and sync to occur. So maybe the phone wasn't connecting to the internet at any point or the Wi-Fi for that to happen. I can't say for sure without looking at the phone.
And in your occupation as a forensic analyst, you see all kinds of searches. People search for bizarre things for shock value. Is that fair?
I'm going to object. I think this is beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish here this morning prior to the jury being present.
I'll withdraw it.
Right.
Nothing further.
Any other questions from the state?
Not for the witness, no.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Anything else? You wanted-
Just to clarify, I think what I would ask to do, Your Honor, is recall Ms. Luberta when we come forward. I have very brief questions for her regarding these issues. I don't intend to go into depth regarding these photos. I think we simply want to put in the fact that the searches were made and the photos exist. I would ask to briefly recall Analyst Danelski after Ms. Luberta, just to clarify the technical aspects of it, if Attorney Freilich has those specific questions, because she's going to be in a better position to answer those questions.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because these witnesses have already been called and now they're going to be called again.
Well,
I guess if he doesn't cross on those points, I'm not concerned, but if he starts crossing on points that raise the technical issues, then I want to be able to recall her to answer those questions.
well, we'll see where the testimony leads, and then I will address that issue. Just to run through again, I've had the opportunity now to look at the exhibits that are being offered, and that's specifically 99 and 101. 100 has been withdrawn. I think yesterday I addressed some of the issues. I've had a chance overnight to frankly review the elements of the offense that the state has to prove, just in thinking through this issue. And one of those elements, of course, regarding homicide is an intent element. That's element number 2 on the homicide. And then if you look at the jury instruction, it explains to the jury what they can look at. It certainly indicates that the jury cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. The second count, the mutilating a corpse, that has an intent element with it. But in reviewing what's being offered, particularly Exhibit 99 and then 100, I've indicated that items 1 through 9, I don't believe are, I'm not going to allow those to be referenced. If this were to go to the jury, I would want those redacted because I don't think those types of references are such that their probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect. On the other hand, the items 10 through 35 relate to Jeffrey Dahmer, and the circumstances of the events of Jeffrey Dahmer's homicides are frankly conventional wisdom, not just in Wisconsin, although particularly here, but other places. And people are familiar with the nature of what occurred in that case. The events, now having listened to some of the events, particularly from the coroner, about the events of this case, there's similarities. And while the court has to be cognizant of issues relating to prior bad acts, that's not what this relates to. This relates to someone's demonstrating an interest in these, and there's numerous searches. So I'm looking at 10 through 35, and all of those relate to Jeffrey Dahmer. And I think that's relevant. Relevance, essentially, relevant evidence means evidence having a tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I think this really goes to that intent element. The state referenced that. I also referenced yesterday the concept of motive. And while the state doesn't have to prove that, that kind of evidence often comes in. And satisfied for those reasons that this report is relevant to the extent that I haven't redacted it. 101, I'm also satisfied that my findings yesterday, as well as the additional findings I've made today, remain the same. I'm going to allow that to be admitted. We've now voir dired these two witnesses, and I think the status of the case is such that we would bring the jury out and have Lieutenant Liberta come back to the witness stand, because that's where she was when they left. Anything before we bring the jury in, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we'll bring the jury in. Okay, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are ready for day 3 of the trial. I think the last witness that was on the stand, Ms. Liberta, if you could step forward, please. We'll get underway where we left off. And we're going to put you under oath again here in front of the jury.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luber, D's and David, A's and Adam.
Okay, Mr. Lizette.
Ms. Liberta, I believe yesterday we discontinued when you were discussing your analysis of Ms. Schabusiness's phone and then a subsequent Google warrant obtaining the data from the phone. Can you explain the 2 different searches that you did on the phone and then on the Google warrant?
Sure. The first search I did of the phone, the cell phone device itself, was done on March 2nd. And that was just the contents of the phone. And then in discussing it with computer forensic analyst Danelski, she suggested that an additional warrant could be done for further information regarding the email addresses, the Gmail addresses that were connected to the phone. And that would have been a whole separate warrant and a separate search.
And when you were reviewing the phone itself, the extraction of the phone itself on March 2nd of 2022, did you note any searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one? Was there more than one? How many?
24 total searches, such things like Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court all sexy.
And did you subsequently look for that same type of information when you reviewed the warrant return from Google?
Yes.
And did you find essentially corroborating or similar information when you reviewed the Google search warrant data?
Yes, they were similar.
And Your Honor, is Exhibit 99 available? And Ms. Luberta, what is Exhibit 99?
This is a Celebrate extraction report from the Google warrant return.
And what is contained in that exhibit?
Searched items.
And I would draw your attention specifically to items 10 through 35 on that. Are they numbered? Is that correct?
Yes.
And items 10 through 35, generally what is contained within those numbered items?
The searches that I had referenced earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court, Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court.
And is that an extraction report consistent with reports you've generated in the past or that you've seen generated in the past using this Cellbrite software?
Yes.
Your Honor, then I would move for the admission of Exhibit 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, there were objections, but
Yeah.
those were noted, and I'm
Yes.
going to receive 99.
Yes, there were objections, but the court already ruled on that.
Then Ms. Luberta, did you also on March 2nd of 2022, when you were looking at the device extraction, did you do a search of photos on the defendant's phone?
I did a search of the device screenshots.
And what are the device screenshots?
So the device screenshots are screenshots taken by analyst Danelski of the photos contained in the Google Drive of the device.
And are those photos that she manually took herself based on the photos that were on the Google Drive of the phone?
Yes.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And did you likewise see any photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one, more than one?
Yes, there was more than one, approximately 10, 12, maybe more.
And did those have a date associated with them?
Yes, they did.
What were those dates or date?
The date that I remember is February 12th, 2022.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches that are referenced earlier in the Exhibit 99?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 102 available for the witness? Ms. Luberta, what is Exhibit 102?
This is a Celebrate extraction report of the screenshots taken by forensic analyst Danelski.
So this is a report from the device itself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does 102 depict the photographs of Dahmer that we had just discussed?
Yes.
Does it also contain photographs of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
What is she doing in the photographs that are depicted in that report?
She's got a cell phone next to her head. There's a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the screen of the cell phone, and she's taken a selfie with it and smiling like they're taking a selfie together.
And what is the date of that photograph?
That was February 12th, 2022.
And is Exhibit 101 available for the witness? Ms. Luberta, what is depicted in Exhibit 101?
The photograph I just described.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of 101 and 102, and I would ask for permission to publish 101.
Same objections as before, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to receive 101, 102, and you can publish to the jury.
Your Honor, I think one of the jurors has his hand raised. Then, Ms. Luberta, is the screen now depicting Exhibit 101?
Yes.
And that's the photograph from Ms. Schabusiness's Google Photos from February 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Ms. Luberta, you had talked to Taylor Schabusiness, correct? Did you talk to her?
No.
You found out that Detective Graf had spoken to her, correct?
Correct.
And did you find that, did you find out that Ms. Schabusiness said that she was only able to
I'm
utilize
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay information. He's not allowed to admit statements of the defendant through a witness. Only the state can elicit those things. And this witness also did not speak with Ms. Schabusiness herself.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
Did you find that a large portion of the data from this cell phone from Ms. Schabusiness was stored on the cloud?
No,
Did you put that in your report?
I don't recall.
This picture when you were working as a police officer, you would see various images and photos on all kinds of people's phones, correct?
Correct?
People search and look at odd, bizarre things, correct?
Correct.
And based on your training and experience, people look at things for shock value sometimes. Is that fair?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Maybe.
This photograph in Exhibit 102 is basically a close-up picture of Miss Schabusiness with a phone right by her, correct?
Correct.
You don't see any knives, you don't see any weapons, you don't see anything, correct?
Well, you see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
But besides that, you don't see anything else, correct?
Correct.
And can you say that this photo was actually taken on Saturday, February 12th of 2022?
Yes.
These, did you see those other photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer and the other exhibits?
Yes.
Do you know when those photos were either downloaded or sent to the cloud?
I do not.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, the next witness would be a statutory crime victim, just for the media.
Okay, I just indicate to the media, and they're acknowledging that the victim will not be shown on live stream.
The state
And
calls-
and I just want to clarify, the other media, it needs to be notified too. It's not just live streaming, any other method of showing them anywhere is prohibited. Go ahead.
Thank you. The state calls Michael Therion.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michael B. Therion,
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Therion, how old are you?
60.
And do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a son named Shad?
Yes,
And is he now passed?
yes.
How old was Shad when he passed?
24, 25.
Okay. Mike, I want to ask you about Monday, February 21st of 2022. Do you remember the day I'm talking about?
Yes,
On that date, was Shad at your residence?
yes, he was.
Was that a residence that is in Green Bay?
Yes.
And at some point, did Shad get picked up by his mother?
I believe somebody came and picked him up.
Okay. And then I guess he left your home.
Yes,
Later in the evening, did Shad return?
yes.
Was anyone with him?
Taylor.
And do you know who Taylor is?
Yes.
How do you know Taylor?
She's been at my place on half a dozen occasions.
And I guess what was Taylor's relationship with Shad, to your knowledge?
They were friends from middle school and high school.
So there have been previous time. I'm sorry.
That was my understanding. They were friends from.
And you mentioned there were previous times she was at your home,
Yes,
and you've had the occasion to speak with her.
yes.
About what time of night did Shad and Taylor get to your home?
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. or so.
Was anyone else with them?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
AJ?
So the three of them arrived. Did you see how they arrived to your home?
No, I didn't.
How long were they there?
Short time, and then they left.
Short time. Are you able to approximate how long?
15 minutes, and then they left, and Shad and just Taylor came back.
So they came back for a little bit of time,
Yes,
and then did they leave again at some point?
yes. And they said they were going over to Terrace.
So when was that second time that Taylor and Shad came back?
It wasn't long after they left. I'm going to say within 45 minutes.
During that second time that Taylor came to your home on February 21st, did you also have the chance to interact with her during that time period?
Small talk.
What was the nature of that small talk?
They were just they were looking for something. They were on some mission. I don't know. I was preoccupied with other things, and I don't really remember what the small talk. Just asking.
Did you have the chance to kind of see Taylor's demeanor and how she was acting?
Yes.
Could you describe what you observed?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the way she was. She wasn't real speaking up. Didn't talk a lot, but she was polite and respectful, and always kind, you know.
Was that sort of consistent with the prior occasions that you had contact with her?
Yes.
And then after they left, I guess that second time, did you see Shad again after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mike. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Therion, you live in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with you in February of 2022?
Yes.
He stayed primarily with you, but sometimes he would go over to his mother's house on Stony Brook Lane. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Your son knew Taylor Schabusiness. They were friends, correct?
Yes.
They went to middle school together.
Yes.
They went to high school together at Bayport.
Yes.
On this particular date, Monday, February 21st of 2022, your son was at home
Yes.
initially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, someone came to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was, sir?
Uh,
Like morning, afternoon?
I don't. I thought he left with Taylor and AJ.
Okay. And so they all three of them they left together?
Yes.
And then how long were they gone before they came back to your house?
Wasn't long. Half hour, 45 minutes, something like that. Okay. I don't know. It wasn't long at all. I don't really recall. It's been a while.
Okay, that's fair.
They did come back. Just Taylor and Shad.
Okay. When they came back, did they get something to eat? Did they watch TV? Do you remember?
No, they said they were going back. They said they were going by Tara's house.
And do you know what time they left your house to go over there?
I want to say 10:30. Maybe not even that. I'm not sure.
Are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
And then at some point, is it your testimony that they came back again?
Yeah, that's when they left again. You know, they left it like they were there at 9, and then they left for a little while, and then they came back, and then they left over to Tara's, and it was just her, Shad, and Taylor.
Okay. When you saw Taylor Schabusiness on either occasion, did you talk with her about anything?
Just small talk.
Did she appear to be acting odd or bizarre?
No.
How about Shad?
No.
You said they were on a mission. Do you know what do you mean by that?
I don't know. They just seemed like they were talking about, going somewhere, doing something, and I'm not really sure what was going on. I was preoccupied, and and then they left shortly.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Detective Captain Gannon.
Okay, you just step up right over here, detective, and turn and face her. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kevin Kemp, Kevin, Kempf as in Frank.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed by the city of Green Bay as a member of the Green Bay Police Department.
And do you have a current assignment with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm currently assigned detectives,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
just over 27 years,
And how long have you been assigned specifically to the detective division?
currently since 2017.
Detective, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Did you become involved in a investigation of the death of Shad Thyrion?
Yes,
And I guess generally, what was your involvement in the case?
my involvement in the case was to assist Detective Graf in an interview.
And who did you interview?
We would have interviewed Taylor Schabusiness.
And for the record, do you see the person you know to be Taylor Schabusiness in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
She would be sitting 2 to your left. She's wearing a black suit coat with a multicolored shirt.
And as the record reflect, the witness identify the defendant?
It will so reflect.
Prior to the interview of Ms. Schabusiness, did you have the occasion to view her physical appearance?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any potential cuts or injuries to her?
Yes, I noted some a cut to her left thumb and some superficial cuts to her hands.
And is that something that you subsequently documented in some way?
Yes, when I took photos of her, I also made sure I documented the cuts on her hands.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be photographs that I took of Ms. Shabusiness's hands.
And those appear to depict Ms. Shabusiness's hands as you observed them in the interview room on February 23rd?
Yes.
And when, on February 23rd, would this contact have occurred? When did you begin the interview?
I believe I took the photos at approximately 6 a.m. and I think the interview started about 6:30 a.m.
All right, so this was before the interview?
Yes.
All right. I'd move 103 through 107.
Any objection?
No.
103
Six.
through 107 will be removed.
Sorry, Judge, 106.
106.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
Any objection, Mr. Freeman?
No.
You can publish 103 to 106.
Okay, and then it'll be in front of you, but also behind you, whatever's easiest here. So are we observing photograph 103 at this point?
Yes, you are.
And what does this depict?
This would be her left hand. There's a superficial cut in the palm below the thumb, and then you can see the cut on the thumb partially from a side view.
And then exhibit 104, is that what we're looking at now?
Yes, it would be. That would be her right hand and a superficial cut in the palm of her hand.
And then 105.
This would be the cut on her thumb, her left hand thumb.
And then 106.
106 is kind of a superficial cut on the index finger of the left hand.
And then at some point during the interview, was Mr. Business transported for medical care with respect to the thumb?
Yes, when she requested medical care, she was transported to the hospital. Before that, she declined.
Okay. And did you accompany her during that visit?
Yes, I did.
And I guess was there an attempt to have maybe the injury stitched up in some way?
Yes, we brought her up to get stitches, get medical treatment, whatever they felt was necessary.
And was that done ultimately?
She did receive medical treatment, but they did not give stitches due to the time.
What do you mean by that?
Apparently, it is if it's outside the 8 or 12 hour frame, the stitches can't be put in. It doesn't work.
And you had contact with Ms. Business about 6 a.m. you said?
Yeah, so that's about when I started taking the photos.
When you, I guess, first encountered Ms. Business and were taking those photographs, what kind of clothing was she wearing?
At that point, she had like a black spaghetti strap top, I believe, on, and some black leggings, more tighter spandex, I guess.
And were her clothing items subsequently collected by law enforcement?
Yes, they did an initial collection of the outside clothing, and then I also had those items of clothing collected from her.
Okay. And I guess was a female officer involved in collecting the inner clothing items?
Yeah, when the clothing is collected, she's actually removed from the interview room to a room where it's not recorded, and a member of the same sex would be with them when the items are collected.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
And then the clothing items that were, I guess, collected from Ms. Business, were those subsequently entered into evidence?
Yes, they would have been entered into evidence.
And that include the sweatpants or leggings or pants material that you talked about?
Yes.
After those photographs of Ms. Business, did you participate in the interview of Ms. Business?
Yes, I did.
And which other officer was with you?
Detective Graf.
During the course of the interview, did both of you sort of interject at some points and ask questions?
Yes.
Have you had the chance to review that February 23rd interview of Ms. Business?
Yes, I have.
And that appeared to be fairly inaccurate and consistent with your interview, as you recall it, of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Detective Kemp.
Morning.
So on February 23rd of 2022, you were contacted by the lieutenant at about 4:13 a.m. to come and assist. Is that true?
Yes, that'd be approximate time.
Were you told to go over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
No, I was requested to come to the station, that we were all going to meet at the station at that point.
And from the station, then you went to the house?
No, when I initially arrived at the station, I was asked to assist in interviews.
Did you go to the home at all on that particular day?
It would have been later that day that I would have went to the home.
You went to the home after the interview was taken?
Yes.
Tell me when you got to the station, kind of like what occurred, what were the events that happened until you got into the interview room?
Basically, as I'm coming in, I called one of the supervisors to try to get a quick briefing, try to get some more additional information. When we arrive at the station, they give us a briefing of what is known at that time, and then job assignments are given out by our supervisors, and they ask us to do what needs to get done, and they start formulating a plan on how to go about the scene.
And what was your job assignment?
My job assignment was to assist in interviews.
Was it to assist Detective Graf?
With Taylor Shabusiness, yes.
Okay. So when you got to the Green Bay Police Department or the station, was she there already?
She came in, I believe, about 5:30. She was brought into the interview room.
AM?
Yes.
Okay. And was there some things that had to be done before you started talking to her? Like taking pictures and things like that?
I believe Patrol did snap some initial photographs, and like I indicated, I believe they took initially her outer clothing items.
Okay. And then she was put into like a suit?
That would have been after I took my photos. I took additional photos.
Okay.
And then she was, when we collected the inner clothing, because we were taking all of her clothing, she was placed into some type of clothing that we had, which was basically a Tyvek suit at that time.
Okay. It was early in the morning. Did Taylor Shabusiness appear to be tired?
She appeared to be no more tired than I was. I mean, she was able to talk, able to speak to me, understand.
How about her eyes? Did they appear to be odd? Like where she was having difficulty seeing?
I wouldn't say that she had a hard time seeing. It didn't seem like that.
She have any slurred speech?
Not that I noticed.
When she was talking, was she making sense?
Yes, she was able to hold a conversation and answer questions and seemed to be coherent about what was being said and asked.
Was she calm?
Was she calm?
Yes.
Yes.
So then at some point, Detective Graf took some swabs, correct?
Yes, we would have swabbed her hands shortly after the photos were taken because there was some discoloration on her hands that appeared as it could be blood, so we decided to swab the hands.
And Mr. Saunders asked you about those exhibits 103 through 106. Ms. Schabusiness did have cuts on her hands, palms, and thumbs, correct?
Yes,
And the substance that was on her hands, you don't know where that came from, if it came from the cuts or something else, correct?
I do not know. No.
And then, so then you and Detective Graf proceeded with your interview of Ms. Schabusiness, is that fair?
Yes,
Then at some point, you took a break, correct?
there were several breaks taken during the interview.
But then there was a break where you where you had her go to St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay for some medical treatment of these cuts, correct?
Yes, I believe that was around 9:30 a.m. approximately. It was about 3 hours after the interview started, give or take a little bit.
So 3 hours later, approximately?
Yes, is when she asked for medical attention.
Did you accompany her to the hospital, or how did that work?
Yes, we had a marked squad transport her up there. I rode up with her, and the marked squad was in the room or just outside the room at points because I had to step out when they were changing her. And then when she was transported back, she was placed back in that marked squad, and I rode back in that marked squad with her.
Was Detective Graf with you when you went over to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
No,
You took her by yourself?
no, it would have been myself and another officer.
What time did you arrive back at the Green Bay Police Department?
I believe it was about an hour or 70 minutes later, off the top of my head.
Maybe around 10:30 or so?
10:30, 10:40.
And then you proceeded with a further interview?
There was additional interview done.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Executive, please step down. State's next witness.
State calls Detective Graf.
Forward. Clerk will swear you.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
David Graf, Graf.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Jose.
Detective Graf, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with Green Bay for 27 years.
Do you have law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I do have 30 years of total law enforcement experience.
And what is your current role with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm an investigative detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you been a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
17 years.
And what were some of your other job duties with the Green Bay Police Department prior to working with the detective division?
I was a patrol officer for approximately 14 years. As part of my 17 years in investigative division, I was also a narcotics investigator with the Brown County Task Force for 2 years. And since then, coming back in 2010, I've been a detective.
Were you working as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Were you called in to investigate a suspected homicide of Shad Thyrion?
Correct.
And what was your role in that investigation at the outset?
My initial roles was to arrive at the police department and receive a briefing of what was going on. And I was informed that some family members of Mr. Therian were at the police department. And I was asked to interview Tara Pakanich.
And did you conduct that interview?
I did.
What was the purpose of having that interview?
Get some basic information as to observations that she had made when she had last had contact with her son, who was on the residence, and basic information.
And once you completed your discussion with Tara, then what did you do?
I was then informed that Taylor Schabusiness was now present at the police department. I was asked to interview her.
And that interview, was that on the morning of February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
Is that an interview that was conducted in a recorded interview room at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did the recording devices work? Is everything operating well?
They did.
Subsequently, have you had an opportunity to review the recorded interview of Taylor Schabusiness that occurred at the police department on February 23rd of 2022?
I have.
And do you believe that the recording of that interview accurately reflects your conversation with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It does.
And who was present during the interview with you?
Detective Gannon Kemp.
Was Ms. Schabusiness Mirandized prior to the substantive portions of the interview?
Yes.
Prior to moving into substantive questions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you make any physical observations of her?
Yes, I observed that she was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants that had dark colored, dark red substances on her on the clothing that I was told by patrol that they thought could be human blood, as well as some minor staining on her hands.
And what did you do prior to interviewing her with respect to the clothing items and the staining on the hands?
I had the clothing items collected by female officer, Officer Whitman, with the Green Bay Police Department, And I also took what we call buccal standard from Schabusiness using a buccal standard kit. And then I also took swabs of both her left hand and her right hand.
Can you describe the process that you used in collecting the buccal swab?
Yes, we have a kit that we use that contains 2 sterile swabs and some packaging material. So the kit is open. The swabs are used on one swab on one side of the cheek, one swab on the other side of the inside of the cheek, because that's where the buccal cells are located. Then the swabs are both placed into the packaging, labeled and sealed.
And is that something that you have done routinely in the past through your work as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Did you follow your training and the department protocols with respect to the collection of that buccal swab?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what you did in terms of swabbing Ms. Schabusiness's hands?
Yes, I used, again, sterile swabs, and basically 2 swabs. One, I would put some distilled water onto the swab the hand, and then the second swab would be a dry swab, and then I would swab the hand. Place those both into packaging, seal them, and then I would do the same for the second hand.
When you say you swab the hand, what portions of the hand are you swabbing?
I swab the entire portion, the palm, the top of the hand, and such.
And with respect to the buccal swab and the swabs of the hands, what did you do with those after you had completed them and packaged them and signed them?
They were placed into the evidence department of the Green Bay Police Department.
Is that something you yourself did?
Yes.
And did you maintain custody and control those items until they were placed in evidence?
I did.
We'll return to the specifics of the interview in a moment, but I want to move on. After you interviewed Ms. Schabusiness, how long was the interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It was over a period of time. There were several breaks. Let's see, maybe over a period of time of 6 hours or so.
And after you conducted your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, what did you do?
At one point, I did go to the scene briefly and just provided some information at the scene. I believe I also talked again with Ms. Pakanich because I had some follow-up questions that came up during that interview with Taylor Shabusiness concerning if Ms. Pakanich had in fact came down into the into the basement during a time period that Shad and Taylor would have been down there.
And I should also ask, while you're interviewing Ms. Schabusiness, are you remaining in communication with other investigators that are working on the case?
Yes.
And after the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you continue to stay in contact with other investigators about different aspects of the case?
Yes.
Subsequent to the February 23rd interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you meet with her again for a second interview?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
February 28th, I believe.
And where was that interview?
That was also at the Green Bay Police Department in an interview room there.
Is that an interview that was also recorded?
Yes.
Was Ms. Schabusiness read her Miranda rights prior to that interview as well?
Yes.
And did she agree to speak with you on the 28th?
She did.
And who was present with you for that interview?
Detective Phil Scanlon.
Have you since had the opportunity to review the audio-video recording of the February 28th interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
I have.
Does that recording accurately set forth what you recall from the interview itself?
Yes.
Is the quality of the audio the same in that one as it is in the 23rd?
No, it's not. The quality of the audio in the second interview was a little less, and it was a little harder to hear.
Is there a reason for that?
The microphone in that particular room was not as sensitive as at other rooms.
And again, we'll get into the specifics of that interview, but I want to move into subsequent aspects of the investigation prior to doing that. At some point in time after the interview, did you assist in this investigation in other ways?
Yes.
What was the next thing that you recall doing after meeting with Ms. Schabusiness on the 28th?
Several things that I did was, one of the things that I did was I reviewed the evidence that was taken throughout the course of the investigation and chose several items that I wanted to send to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for further analysis.
Is that generally how the process works with your department and the State Crime Lab? Is that the detectives select the items that will be sent to the State Crime Lab?
Yes.
And when you're deciding to send items to the State Crime Lab, are you aware of submission guidelines that the Crime Lab has?
I am.
What generally are the submission guidelines with respect to serious crimes such as this?
In these types of crimes, they ask that the first submission of evidence be limited to 10 items.
And did you send 10 items to the lab in this instance?
I did.
And when you were trying to select which items to send to the lab, what considerations did you have?
I took several considerations. There was quite a bit of evidence taken in this case. However, I was aware that there was at least 2 different scenes where evidence was collected, one being on Stony Brook Lane, the other being at Eastman Avenue, in which I had been information that Taylor and Shad had been at both residences. Also, I was aware that several knives had been found in the basement on Stony Brook Lane that were covered in what appeared to be human matter. And my concern was that was Shad's blood and tissue. So I wanted to confirm that. So I took the one knife that I chose was the bread knife, so to speak, that she had used mainly to dismember the body, according to Ms. Schabusiness. And that had been found in, I believe, the Jimmy Choo bag in the basement. So I chose that knife as particular for testing. There were several other knives located in the same areas, but I just decided to take the one knife. I also decided to send swabs that I'd taken from her hands to see if that was, in fact, DNA from Shad on her hands and or his blood. I also chose the swabbing from what was a res substance in the apartment in the bedroom of Taylor Shabusiness apartment, A, to determine what that substance was, if it was blood, and also determine if it in fact it belonged to Taylor or Shad. So he could be linked again to that particular residence.
And then do you recall the other items that you sent to the lab in this case?
The other items that I had sent also was the swab, the oral swab that was taken from Shad from the autopsy. And I had the penile swab that was taken during autopsy from Shad. And I also asked one of my forensic evidence techs to swab the dildo. And so I had the dildo swab, and I sent that also to determine again if any of their individuals whose DNA was on any of those items.
And how about any of the clothing items that were taken from Shabusiness? Did you send those to the lab?
Yes, the sweatpants were specifically sent in.
And did you also send the known control buckle sample from Taylor to the lab?
Yes.
In addition to making the decisions regarding what evidence would be sent to the lab, did you participate in any search warrants in this case?
I did. 4 separate cell phones had been located during the course of the investigation, 2, I believe, at the Stony Brook in the basement, and 2 in the bedroom on Eastman Avenue. So I wrote a search warrant requesting that all 4 cell phones data be extracted.
And did you have opportunity to review the extraction from any of the cell phone devices that were seized and searched with a search warrant?
I did.
Specifically, there's been some discussion already about Ms. Shabusiness's primary phone. Did you have an opportunity to review the cell right extraction from Ms. Shabusiness's device?
Yes.
And is that something that you have done regularly in the course of your duties as an investigator with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have.
You're familiar with the cell by program, how it works, and how to navigate it?
Yes.
In particular, when you were searching Ms. Shabusiness's device, what types of information were you interested in?
What was the type of data that was being accessed or used, or photos that were taken during the time period up into the date of the homicide. And you could do what they call a timeline report, and basically it will put in chronological order every single time the phone is accessed or a photo is taken or there's a phone call, there's a text message. So I looked at that timeline into the days preceding the homicide. And it also records anytime a phone will connect to a Wi-Fi network, it can specifically state what Wi-Fi network that phone had accessed. And I found that to be interesting in this case.
And what was important about that Wi-Fi access? We'll touch on that first. What's your purpose in knowing where the Wi-Fi connectivity exists here?
It helps put a location as to where exactly that phone was during a specific period of time.
And when you say Wi-Fi connectivity, can you explain a little bit for the jury about how that process works where the device connects to the Wi-Fi?
Well, everybody has Wi-Fi. I should say mostly everybody has Wi-Fi at home, and everybody has a router, and that router has a specific title to it. You know, it could be a self-made name, or it could be a name that is provided by the manufacturer. And so then, you know, when you look at your phone, you want to connect to somebody's Wi-Fi, you ask them, what's your Wi-Fi name? And they'll say it's, Graf family, whatever. And then you were able to connect to that. And so in looking at that, I was able to determine that over the course of several days, there was 2 specific Wi-Fi routers that phone had been accessing.
During the course of the investigation, were you able to obtain the name of the Wi-Fi router for the Eastman Avenue address where Ms. Schabusiness resided with Mr. Tomes?
Yes, I had personal contact with the only occupants, Mr. Tomes, and he informed me that he had used AT&T as his service provider and provided me with the Wi-Fi name.
And similarly, were you able to get the Wi-Fi name for the Stony Brook residence as well?
Yes, I talked to Ms. Pakanich, and again, I was informed that the Spectrum was their internet service provider and provided me with their name also.
And then were you able to look at the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device and create a timeline for when that particular device was utilizing the respective Wi-Fi networks that you discussed?
That is correct. This is an extraction report that I completed from the data found in Taylor Shabusiness's cell phone.
And what specifically is addressed in that particular extraction report?
In this particular one, it is a timeline in terms of network usages, in terms of what Wi-Fi the phone was accessing, and it provides dates and times.
And using that report, are you able to then determine at what times the device is utilizing which of the routers?
Yes.
And what is the significance, or what did you glean from that report then with respect to the dates and times?
Well, I know that on February 22nd, 2022, starting at 12 a.m., it was utilizing the Wi-Fi from the Eastman Avenue address. And there's several entries over the course of time from midnight all the way up until 4 a.m. and it utilized the router of ATT5 FTC 9D E800, which I had confirmed was the same name of the router from Mr. Thaum's apartment on Eastman Avenue.
At some point in time in the early morning hours of February 22nd of 22, does the phone connect then to a different Wi-Fi router?
Yes, starting at approximately 6 a.m. on February 22nd, 2022, all the way through 10 a.m. or so. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, well, 10 a.m. approximately. It was the My Spectrum Wi-Fi, which then again I confirmed that was the Wi-Fi router at the Stony Brook Lane address.
Now, did those, in order to have the phone connect to the particular Wi-Fi device, does that mean that the user necessarily has to be utilizing the device to do something specific?
I don't believe so, no.
For certain programs that simply run in the background that are searching for, trying to connect to the Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily give you a specific time frame, but does give you general time frames for where Mr. Business might have been at Mr. Business's device might have been at certain points in time.
Yeah, that was accurate. It's not specific, but it does give you general timelines. Yes.
I think you mentioned earlier you were also looking for photographs in the timeline right around the time of the homicide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to note any photographs that were relevant to your investigation in this timeline?
Yeah, I noticed that on February 22nd, 2022, approximately 12:56, 12:57 a.m., several photos had been taken of Shad Thyrion.
And those photos were present on Mr. Business's device. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they have very specific date and timestamps?
Yes.
I'll object to 108, 109. They're similar, but some of the photos on one of the exhibits are more like thumbnail, and then the other one is the larger one. But we already have pictures of the alleged victim, so I would argue duplicity.
Okay, let me see photos. So your argument is duplicity?
Yes.
Well, I've taken a look at 108 and 109. They're different. Certainly there's thumbnails on 108, which are smaller. Those photos, actually each one of them are different slightly. And there's some other data on 108. So I'm satisfied that I'm going to overrule the objection, and you can proceed.
And, what is Exhibit 108 again, Detective?
108 is another extraction report documenting 5 photos that I had found in David Shabusiness' cell phone.
And what's depicted in those photographs?
All photographs are of the head of Shad Thyrion.
You say these are in-life photos of him, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
These are photos of him while he is still alive, correct?
That is correct.
And 109 depicts what?
109 is a full photo of one of those particular photographs described.
And again, what is the date and time of the photographs in Exhibit 108?
February 22nd, 2022, one at 12:56 a.m., another at 12:56 and 57 seconds a.m., another 12:57 a.m., another at 12:57 and 12 seconds a.m., and the 5th at 12:57 and 18 seconds a.m.
Have you, as part of your investigation in this case, had an opportunity to review photographs of the 2 residences, the Eastman residence and the residence on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Based on your review of those photographs and then the review of Exhibit 109, are you able to ascertain where that photograph was taken?
The photographs just described, the background is the same as the bedroom on Eastman Avenue.
Is that also consistent with the timeline that you noted from the Wi-Fi usage?
Correct.
The phone would have been utilizing that device around that time?
Yes.
I would ask for permission to publish 109, Your Honor.
Okay, you can publish 109.
Is the screen now depicting Exhibit 109?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Detective, I now want to return to the interview and specific conversations about what Ms. Schabusiness told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Well, characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no mood swings. She was quite frank in being able to answer questions and ask questions.
What was your ability to communicate with her?
Very good. She was able to answer my questions and with no issues.
You indicated that you had previous work as a narcotics investigator. Have you had an opportunity in the past to meet with and interview suspects who are under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
Did you note anything in Ms. Shabusiness's behavior or demeanor or appearance that would have suggested that she was under the influence of narcotics at the time you were meeting with her on the 23rd?
I did not.
Can you describe, going into that interview, how much information you had about the specific acts themselves?
At a particular time, I had very little information. What I knew was that Shad Thyrion had been found in a bucket in the basement, and also just information that I had from talking to his mother about who was last seen with and his last known whereabouts, according to her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was, is that information that you knew prior to beginning the interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
No.
The information about Shad and what happened to him and where his body was, where did that information come from?
Ms. Schabusiness.
And to begin your interview, how did you begin asking her about the specific events?
I basically stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say with respect to how Shad was killed?
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got to the point that she started to strangle Mr. Therian and just continued to do so, according to her, for several minutes until he passed away.
Did she, as it relates to the strangulation, did she make any statements about her observations of Shad as she was choking him with that chain?
Yes, she stated that his head turned purple, started to, I believe, blood coming out of his mouth. His tongue was protruded, I believe.
Did you ask her whether she chose to stop at that juncture?
I did.
And what was her response?
She stated that she wanted to continue to see what happened.
And did you ask her whether or not Shad had struggled at all when she was choking him?
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
My understanding is that Shad had been laying on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him. And so she was able to choke and control his body, so to speak, that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain control.
Did you ask her about how she felt about what she had done?
Yes.
And what were her responses?
Objection relevancy as to elements, Your Honor.
I think they're certainly relevant as to her intent.
Her response was that she liked it.
Had she also at some point expressed some remorse or that she didn't necessarily want this to happen?
Initially, that was some of her comments, was that it had intended, but once she started to strangle Shad, that she found that she did enjoy it, and so she kept on strangling him.
Had she expressed anything to you about her use of drugs at the time of the offense or immediately prior to the time of the offense?
She said that approximately 2 days prior to the offense that she and Shad had been smoking methamphetamine.
2 days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
I'm sorry, 2 days prior to the interview.
Did she mention anything to you specifically about drugs or paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yes, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine in the basement on a dresser or an entertainment center of some sort.
Did she express any knowledge about the location of the chain or chains that were used to strangle Shad?
Yes, she stated that there was 2 chains. One would be the same location area as where the methamphetamine was used, and another would be another table in the basement.
And now I think I asked this earlier, but you're in communication with the investigators who are on scene during the course of this interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the information that Ms. Schabusiness is providing you about where things are located and what they might see in the basement, is that being confirmed by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's providing you, is that accurate with what they're observing?
Yes.
After the strangulation itself, what did Ms. Schabusiness tell you that she did with Shad?
Well, initially, we were aware of the Shad's head being in a bucket, but we were not aware of where the rest of his body had been located. So there were several questions pertaining to where his body was located. And Ms. Schabusiness' response to that, it was still in the basement. That she then later went on to explain that she in fact had dismembered Shad's body and placed the various body parts into several bags and or tote down in the basement.
Was she able to describe in detail the things that she did to dismember Shad?
Yes.
And again, are you matching that back up with information from investigators at the scene?
Correct.
Was she able to actually describe the types of bags or types of containers where she's placing body parts?
Yes.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators are later finding on the scene?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about how she dismembered or what she used to dismember Shad's body?
Yes, she stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen of the residence.
Was she able to describe to you where those knives would be located in the basement?
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same package or the bags that the body parts were also located.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators were finding on scene?
Yes.
In addition to the dismemberment, did Ms. Schabusiness discuss with you anything else that she did with Shad's body after she had killed him?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described how she had sexual contact with the body in terms of playing with his penis. Also, she described that she had a dildo that she placed into Shad's mouth and to his anus, and that she also had cuddled the body.
Did she discuss performing oral sex on Shad?
That's correct.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Shad's body?
She indicated that, it was, I don't exactly recall how long of a period of time, but there was a period of time, I believe shortly before or after the start of dismemberment.
Did she talk to you at all about trying to clean up the scene or what she was doing with the blood during the course of the dismemberment?
Yes, I've been made aware that there was not a significant portion of blood found in the basement that would have been consistent with dismemberment. So I asked her about that, and her response was that she mainly used the bucket and or the blue tote to capture a lot of the blood, and eventually did dispose of some of that into the shower in the basement. She also did talk about the dismemberment and the removal of body parts, and the fact that there should still be a portion of Shad's lower limbs, like legs, in the van that she had been operating. So she just described how she did remove at least a couple of his body parts during the course of dismemberment. And when I say move, I mean out of the residence itself.
Did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She told me that she had heard lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that thought she had heard some shots being fired in the area. And this called her some concern, and she just decided that she had needed to leave at that point.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with respect to Shad's head?
One of the first things that she did say was that she did like the head, and that it was her intent to take the head as well as the genitalia that was in a bucket with her. That's why she specifically placed those items in the bucket. But she did mention that she had left the bucket by the stairs. And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was talk that it was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
At some point in time, do you discuss with Ms. Schabusiness a specific timeline for the events leading up to that evening?
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at the apartment at Eastman Avenue with her friend AJ. They decided to go pick up Shad, which they did do. They were turned back to the apartment. At one point, they also did visit Shad's father, Michael Therian, and then also again returned to the apartment at Eastman Avenue, where they stayed there for a while. At one point, AJ left, and then Shad and Taylor then returned to Shad's mother's residence on Stony Brook Lane.
And the information that she's providing you with respect to the timeline, is that information that also was consistent with the other aspects of your investigation?
Correct.
Had she mentioned to you while you were discussing the timeline use of narcotics or controlled substances?
While they were in the apartment on Eastman Avenue, they did use her and Shad smoked methamphetamine, and she also indicated that Shad and AJ smoked marijuana.
Had she talked to you about what vehicle she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr. Dom's gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether Mr. Tom's had given her permission to use the vehicle?
I don't know if I asked her specifically that question, no. But it was under impression that she was using it at the time of the interview. I was not sure. I later found out that Mr. Tom's claimed that she has used it in the past, but not necessarily was supposed to use it that night.
Did she tell you any information about whether Mr. Holmes was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair, basically. And according to her, he wasn't even aware of what they were doing because he was behind him or in the bedroom.
When you were speaking with Ms. Schabusiness, did you ask her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at any point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say?
So she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down with a cat.
And did she discuss actually having any interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe. So asked her what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was off in the like the finished part of the basement.
So I want to draw your attention then to the second interview with Ms. Shabusiness that occurred on February 28th. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was also a recorded interview?
Yes, it was.
And you advised her of her Miranda rights prior to that interview?
I did.
And she waived those rights and agreed to answer questions?
Yes, she did.
Did you make observations of her demeanor generally on that day?
I was classified as being the same, calm, was able to answer questions appropriately, no outward signs of any disruptions or mood swings.
And was she able to understand your questions and answer them appropriately?
She actually calls for speculation, Your Honor. Overruled. Leading? Argument for leading? Argument for leading, alternative argument, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead, ask another question, Mr. Ray.
Thank you. And what was generally the purpose of conducting that second interview with Ms. Shabusiness?
Conduct some follow-up questions concerning that we had that came up during the course of the investigation concerning like her disposition of the body, what her intentions of what they're doing with the body, and her cleaning up after herself.
And what did she say with respect to the purpose of dismemberment and then the cleanup?
According to Ms. Business, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught, and Shad was more than she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate with her being able to remove the body from the residence.
And did you discuss with her the attempts to clean out the residence as well?
Yes, and Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself. So he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had observed some markings or on the cement down area that had been underneath the bed, as well as there was a squeegee in the shower down in the basement, and some items such as Clorox, wipes. And so he asked her about that, and she stated that yes, she did use the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray to clean up several of the areas in the basement, as well as using squeegee to clean up the shower area, and subsequently placed these wipes in the same bags that the body parts was found, which again is consistent with what Detective Scanlon had found.
And Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but if you had an opportunity subsequent to the interviews to review the recorded interview from both the 23rd and the 28th of February.
Correct.
And you do believe that the recordings were accurate and consistent with your recollection of the interviews?
They are.
Your Honor, at this point, I intend to show significant portions of the first interview and a smaller portion of the second interview, but it's about an hour and 10 minutes in length for the first interview and about 4 minutes for the second. So I think now would be a good time to take a break.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we started a little bit late, but nonetheless, we're going to be watching a video. So I think what we'll do is take a break until 10:20. It's now about 8 minutes after 10. And with that, all rise to adjourn.
I'd rather be talking to you. Clean the fuck up. What are you doing?
All right, I'm going to say this trigger warning ahead of time. If you guys don't want to watch this, I understand. If you don't want to be here, I understand. This is her interrogation, and she is actually pretty open. So, yeah. Be prepared that you will probably see, well, you will probably hear, I'm sorry, you will probably see them see them talking about stuff, but you'll see detectives coming in and out, and you'll see like her doing like this nervous, I don't know, like a rock. But anyhow, we'll play it, but
So if you don't understand anything, please let me know. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning, to have a lawyer present with you during questioning, and if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one who will kindly represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish, including during questioning. Do you understand each of these rights? Yes. Realizing that you have these rights, you now want to answer questions or make a statement?
Yes.
All right, what time is it? 5. Well, a few hours ago, police were dispatched to an address on Stony Brook that the parents house Shad Thyrion. Do you know Shad? And how do you know Shad?
He's my ex.
Your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Well, they found kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shad's head. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so we know you were there at one point
Yeah.
with Shad. We also know you left. Now that van, is that your van?
No, that's my neighbor's.
Your neighbor's van?
Oh, the guy I was staying at?
Okay, so this, where did you go? Which place where did the police get you? Was that on Eastman? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that where you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm staying there right now.
Okay, is that your apartment?
No,
No. Whose apartment is it?
that man.
And who is that man?
Got phones.
Scott?
Phones.
Okay. So, that's his van?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you leave from Shad's house and go to Scott's house sometime today?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they found part of Shad at his house, or his mom's house. Found his head. Where's the rest of his body?
It's there, inside his house.
Is it in the house?
It's inside his house.
Can you tell me what happened?
It's a good question, because I blacked out during that time. But,
Okay.
alright. I need time to, think.
No problem. Take your time, have some water.
Hmm.
Do you think the body's still there?
I don't see why not, unless it's just up and move, which it could, you know.
Where do you find the
I was right there by the bed.
Fine body?
Yeah, I was cuddling it by the bed.
What?
I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were cuddling the body with the bed? Okay. Was it just you and Shad down in the basement?
Yeah.
Was anybody else down there at any point in time? When do you think you went to Shad's house?
Shit, what was it, like 2 days ago?
Okay. Did you stay there the whole time?
Mhm.
Okay. You start to remember now what happened with Shad? A little bit, or you remember some thought?
Shit, oh, I don't know, there's this chain thing, right? And then, yeah, like I was playing around with it.
Okay.
And like we were smoking the bitch, right? And then, I'm terrible at explaining things, so, let's see here. And then, here comes the chain, right? And then he put it around his neck while we were like playing around and shit. And then, I don't know, I was putting on it.
So you're smoking a bitch, what would that be?
Ice. Ice.
Ice?
Ice.
Have you taken any other drugs tonight?
No, this is still from 2 days ago. I don't mind some fucking place.
Were you smoking ice? Yeah. And how, on a pipe or someplace else?
The one that's on the counter or on the table. I left the baggie there.
Did?
I did.
Where?
Green baggie and it should be
But where exactly, Eastman or Story?
at the left, at Shad's.
At Shad's, okay. And you say, where was this place, where would it be, in the basement or on the first floor or second floor?
Basement.
The basement. And it was ice in a, and it was a bath, basically a window bag, a little small plastic bag.
For sure.
Fresh bag. And just you and Jen. And so there was a chain. You know what kind of chain?
It's the one that's on the same place as where the bitch and,
And where would that be again, please?
I think it's on a dresser.
On a dresser?
Is it, oh, is it on a dresser? I don't know.
I don't know either, I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain, and the ice on a dresser down in the basement.
It's just weird. I got like a weird flashback on it. So.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's short. It was real short.
What did you see?
It's just I don't even know anymore. Like it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay, and then like I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was like pulling and then like I don't know.
Were you two being intimate, having sex?
It was getting there.
It was getting there. Okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then I don't know. And then I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? The shed like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm
Yes,
talking about?
he does. Yeah. Yeah.
And you do too, or just him?
Both of us.
So when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially sparring?
Mainly me, but like we didn't even get it. Like I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't. All right, but when's the last time you did do
I
it?
mean, I think it was in the after. I have no idea, like August.
And what would you guys like to do? Is there a certain role playing that you did with Chad? Or was it just some sort of strangulation? How would you guys do your basically have sex?
It's, like I just want to you just so yeah, and we go at it.
But does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that a lot.
Right, so you like being strangled, like having your airway, or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Shad like to be strangled during sex?
I think so.
Have you done it before with him?
Yeah, he does. He likes it.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Well, like dildo.
That or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Yeah. That I shoved a dildo in ass and mouth.
In the past or just recently?
When he was there, when he was on the bed. Yeah.
So obviously you say you smoked some ice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health issues we should be aware of?
I don't know.
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? Because I know that Shad has some mental health issues, according to his mother. Since high school?
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together? Before? Okay. Did you graduate the same class or?
Yes. He didn't graduate.
You graduated. All right. So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years? And this is right after high school or
No, during high school.
during? Okay. And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Yeah.
So you and Chad date after high school?
We seen each other.
Okay.
We definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other? But were you officially a couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with him?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
After high school?
Yeah.
So when did you start seeing him again? Recently?
He's my buddy. He's my homie. So like, you know.
So you always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
Minivan. When do you think you went there? You remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there all the time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or
Stay there.
how did you get in? Was Shad there when you got there, or Shad let you in? Or did you just walk in on your own?
He was there. We went in. We went and got some shit. We came back, and then methamphetamine. You know, and then ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. Then you and him left.
Yeah.
And you went and got some meth.
Yeah. So then we went. we went and I picked him up, went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to back to Scott's. We smoked.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I did his hair. Did his hair.
You did Shad's hair?
Yeah, I did him off. A little bit.
At Scott's?
Yeah, and then after that, I trimmed his face, you know.
Mhm.
Feeling good. We left. We went back to his mom's.
Okay.
I was looking for some crack. I never got no crack.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you went back there, it was just you and Shad that went back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott.
I'm gonna do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get you a couple of times.
All right, yeah.
Did Scott, did come with you?
Scott stayed at home the whole time. At Eastman. That's his president.
All right, so you and Shad went back
He's
to
not involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shad went back to Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Did you see, was anybody home?
There wasn't one. We went.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
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 Is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, I had.
And
Yeah, I can believe I left that.
where'd you do the body?
The body there. Yeah. It's,
So we're gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, so yeah, they're all dismembered. Yeah.
So you dismembered the body too?
Yeah.
And what did you do with the body parts?
They're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like,
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? I don't know, a foot maybe.
The what?
I think it's a foot.
A foot in the van?
A leg maybe. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all in there. I'm like, man, it's messy. So I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
I got lazy and that's what I did. So I'm like,
So there's gonna be maybe a foot or a leg in the van. And then,
yeah,
what did you do with the head?
I forgot that was in the van. So, yeah.
What did you do with the head?
The head I put in that bucket, that black bucket.
Black bucket?
With the blanket on top.
Okay. And then where'd you leave it?
Leave the head? It's still in the bucket. It's right by the stairs.
Upstairs? How did you dismember his body?
Knives.
With what?
Knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife? Where'd you get those from?
Kitchen. I find mine and I wasn't sharp.
You weren't sharp?
No, it was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag. It's in the black bag of,
In the basement?
it's in the basement. They're all in the basement. I never left the basement. I just went up the stairs.
So all the body parts and knives will be in a back bag. What kind of bag?
Black zipper bag next to a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That shit I did. I left it.
Is it a big bag?
Me.
What kind of stuff would you normally put in this bag?
Put anything in the bag.
I mean, is it a trash bag or is it a garbage bag or is it, you know, any kind of bag?
Backpack.
No, the bag that has the body parts.
I have the backpack.
That's a backpack? Is it a big one?
Yeah, the other one's like a little duffel, black duffel.
Okay. So you, at one point, did you bring these bags with you? Or were they already there?
I was gonna, but I got lazy and.
Right, you're gonna bring them with you when you left. But were the bags there when you used them, or did you bring them when you was Shad? Or did you just find them there?
They were there, I found them there, and I emptied them out and put them in there. I was gonna bring it, and I got paranoid, and then I got lazy. And I never get paranoid, but this time was just like, I think we're gonna do it.
So, did you want Shad to be dead?
No, it was, out of random. Like I wasn't expecting that, and it kind of threw me off guard. And it was in an open place and all that. You went in the basement, right? It's pretty open.
Why have we done it? But is it?
It is. So like it was weird. It was really weird. And you open the door to the outside. You go down the stairs, and it's right there. Like you can see everything. Like right as you go down the stairs.
And so where did you get the chain?
He pulled it out of his pocket.
He pulled it out.
Yeah, two of them, one for me, one for them.
And can you describe them to me?
Chain
Chain
link and silver.
silver? Okay. And what size? Was it like a dog chain or a large lock type of chain? You know what I'm saying?
This big. And, you know, and it has O-ring.
Mhm.
And
So silver chains. And he had two of them. And what'd you guys do with them?
we put them around her neck.
You did. And then what were you doing while they were around their necks?
I was strangling them.
You were strangling them?
I was having fun with them. And then,
Was their clothes on or off?
he had his shorts on.
You had shorts on. How about you?
I don't know. I didn't really care.
Did he ever put the chain around you? Put the chain around your neck?
I couldn't.
Do you have any marks or anything?
He didn't get the chance to strangle them.
Can I just see? Did you get a chance to strangle you?
No.
Was that, he was going to though? Or was that part of the?
I thought that was the thing, and then like, I don't know, I just went.
Okay. So when did you realize that Shad was not alive anymore?
You know, his face turned purple. He was coughing up blood, and he was pissed.
Let's get to himself. His face was all purple.
I still didn't stop. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's blood, and then
So his blood was coming out of his
I kept on
mouth?
feeling his heartbeat. Hearing his heartbeat.
I'm sorry?
Hearing his heartbeat, but
Okay. Did you hear it stop?
no, maybe, no.
Okay. So
I'm gonna try to do it.
did you figure he was dead then?
Yeah,
And what did you do?
play with him a little bit.
Did you try to call his mom or dad or anybody else in the house? You try to call an ambulance? I don't know.
So, yeah.
So do you want him? You want him to die or he did? I'm trying to understand.
I didn't want him to die, actually.
He did.
He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Happen again, but then did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why, I just, it happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer, he was dead, his face was purple, he said, more blood's going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just played with him like I
You said play with him, what do you mean?
Play with his dick.
Okay.
Like I put him up over the bed, and then, suck with it.
Okay. And you had him on the bed? What kind of bed? Was it an actual bed or just a mattress or what? So then you had sex with him?
Yes. And I had a dildo.
Okay.
I played with him too.
What'd you do with the dildo?
And I just cuddled him and hugged him.
What'd you do with the dildo?
I put it in his mouth, put it in his ass.
Okay.
Put it back. Put it back.
Where was this at? Where'd you put it back?
It's like it's like on the wall next to the body, right? And then
Is it in a bed or on a shelf or?
in a wooden box.
Wooden box. Okay. And what color was it? You just. So
Pink.
you had sex with him. You said dildo on him. You said you cuddled for a while. Yeah. You cuddled him. Were you on the bed with him?
Yeah.
So you cuddled his body, and then what did you decide to do?
Well, because like before, like I felt for his heartbeat, but then I still felt his heartbeat, right?
You did?
I did.
You felt it?
Yeah, so I kept on pulling more and more and more out of back and almost like he wouldn't die. And then it was like rebuilding in the muscle, and I don't know, it was crazy. And then I don't know.
Just before you had sex with him?
That's what I was tripping.
While you had sex with him?
We never had sex, but when we were getting there, I was just stroking him.
I understand that. You said that you played with his penis
Yes.
after he was dead. Was it erect?
It was half. It was half.
Did you?
Even.
What did you do with his
after.
penis?
I cut it off.
Did you ever place it in your vagina or any of your body parts?
No, I just.
You didn't use it as a dildo or anything? Okay. So you're saying then you're like choking on stuff, and was he struggling at all?
Yes. Big neck. He was good.
Were you trying to fight you? Sometimes people have a flight or fight, you know what I mean? The reaction that something happens, so they try to grab.
Yeah, he did. And then.
He didn't, or
No, he did.
did you get hurt at all? I see, you know, you had that cut on your thumb. How do you think you got that?
Oh, that was dismembering.
That was just.
That was a lot. Yeah, I got lazy in the process right now.
Did you use any other devices besides knives? Those scratches on your arms and stuff, were they for wounds?
Oh, no. I was,
How did you?
so this one, I did by myself.
Oh,
This one, I probably did by myself. This one, probably did by myself.
so they weren't him trying to grab you or anything? Did he try to grab you at all with his hands? Yeah. So the blood on your hands, would that be Shad's blood?
Oh, probably. I'm telling you, I got super lazy.
Okay.
I really don't know. I blame it being on drugs and the come down, that I'm coming down.
How many times do you think you've done this?
I never do drugs. Like, I barely do drugs. I do drugs, but then like once in like a few like weeks, not even like that, like months go by and then I'll do drugs.
I see. And where did you dismember this? In the basement, right?
Because I was looking for that, yeah.
You do anything particular with the head or the body? What did you do with the blood? What happened to all the blood?
It's still in there, still in the toilet. I mean, with the,
The milk.
there's a shower in the basement. You go to the next side over and I just dumped it out into the drain. There's probably still with it.
What did you want? The bucket?
Well, I drained his head. Well, like, after I saw his blood, I put it in the bucket, but then there's still blood in this bucket because it's coming out of the head. Should have took the brains out, but I didn't do that. And then
So you cleaned his head in the shower and then dumped the bucket?
I should have been just in the shower. I should have polished it up, but,
Okay.
I like that.
And what do you use to discover that about having
And I,
the knives? What if, well, you said one was a butter knife. What kind of knives were they then? Big knives or knives? Butcher knives?
they were the kitchen knives, so everybody just.
Butcher block?
There was two like little knives there. And then, they were like probably 4 inches. And then, the other ones, they were probably like 6-inch knives.
Where were they?
One was a steak knife, one was a bread knife.
When you say
And
bread
one
knife, is that
and
type of serrated edge on it, or is it a flat edge on bread knife? You know what I mean by serrated? And where were these knives in the kitchen?
They were in, they were right next to the oven.
Were they in, like a knife folder thing or a drawer or where?
They were in, like, you know what I'm talking about, in the,
Yeah, some folder.
yeah, that's the one right there, like, it was in the, I don't. I really like that. That's how messed up my head was. Like, I was really messed up. Like, I don't know what was going on. I was just going crazy. And then, I don't know what was going on at all because this, I think it was the open area. I wasn't in a room by myself. There was no door. It's an open area. It was an open area. I didn't like it. It was different. At all.
Or was there anybody else there?
Maybe upstairs.
Upstairs. And how come why did you leave? Was anything calling you to leave the house?
I kept on hearing footsteps.
Okay.
Gunshots. So
And what else? I'm sorry.
gunshots.
Gunshots. Why did you think you heard those? Do you have a gun with you?
No, I didn't.
Did you hear a gun in the house?
No, I think it was outside. Yeah, and then
You afraid someone was coming
it
there?
was weird. I'm never paranoid, but then out of nowhere, like I got
Not paranoid.
first for a couple seconds, and then I go away and then come back. It was weird. It was really, it was a weird night. Like,
I would
I
imagine.
don't even know. This one was weird. I don't like openness.
Yeah. Too much room.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Michelle has some questions for you. I'll take a quick break. Let me drink some water. And did you tell what happened? You don't have the chat?
Yeah, he's got body parts in his hand, so he's got to get that out.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I've been off of it right now. I've been off the drugs.
Just a minute? Are you supposed to take any prescription medications? Okay. All right. I want to look at a couple other things and we'll be with you and if you need anything, happen in the door. Okay? How are you doing? Good. Doing okay? All right. How's it sound?
It's great. I need stitches.
Yeah, you need some
I
stitches.
need stitches.
The thing is, I don't know. You need to get there before.
Usually you're going to be saving stitches, you got 24 hours. You cut yourself for 24 hours ago?
Oh, yeah, I just did like 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call timeline, just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Shad. How did you call him up? Did he call you up, or did you just show up at his house, or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. I said, hey, come over here. And I went and got him.
You called him, or he called you, or
Yeah.
how? Do you have a phone?
No, it was actually from my friend AJ, our friend AJ.
Where were you?
That's Scott.
Okay, was AJ there too?
Yeah.
So you're at Scott's, and your friend AJ was there?
Yeah.
What's AJ's, any other, his last name or first
Big
name?
Gannon. He's Gannon.
Gannon?
Big Gannon, yeah.
How do you spell that,
Gannon.
Would Scott know who he is?
Yeah.
Was Scott there?
He's referenced as Black AJ.
Is he a black guy?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
He got juice drugs.
Was Scott there then when you and AJ were at the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
He
walked over.
So you called Shad using AJ's phone?
AJ
Okay.
talked to Shad.
AJ talked to Shad.
Yeah. And he was like, hey man, I want where's Scott? And then Shad was like, I might have done it right, but can you come get me? And so then I
Did you
went.
text him?
Yeah. So then he's like, wait, never mind, I'm all right. So then we went and got him.
Okay. And then who went on?
I took him in.
Did you go by yourself or somebody else?
I grabbed it. I took AJ and I took him to ski.
So you and AJ went to Shad?
Yeah.
What time do you think this was? So you and AJ were at Scott's. And AJ contacted Shad by text message, probably, saying, come over, something like that. Were you and AJ using drugs at that time?
No, we were smoking the yield, Mary Jane. But
Just smoking marijuana? Okay. So then who went and picked up Shad?
we grabbed, I took AJ in the front seat and then we went over to Shad.
Okay. And so how did you get there?
Via van.
Scott know you were taking the van?
I said, hey Scott, I'm taking the van, I'm picking up Shad. And then he was just like, no. And then I'm like, okay, and I took it. Yeah.
Okay. So he didn't want you to take it, but you took it
But I
anyway?
took it anyway
Okay. And where did you go?
to Shad's house.
His dad's house? Mom's house? Where?
Mom's house.
Did you go inside the house at all?
I knocked on the door and said, hey Shad, come here. And then like, you came here? And then like,
All right, so then Shad got into the van and AJ was in the van and you, and then where'd you go?
and then we went to, so me and AJ and Shad went to his dad's house, right?
Who's house?
We went to his dad's house.
Shad's dad?
Shad's dad went from his mom's to his dad.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. And then, from there, we went and picked up some dope.
So was anybody at Shad's dad's house? Was Shad's dad there?
Yeah, Shad's dad was there.
Did you talk to him or had contact with him?
So Michael B, yeah.
Okay. How long were you think you were at Shad's dad's house?
I don't know, like 10 minutes.
And where'd you go to store dope?
I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know where it was. Like, I was like, put in the attic. And he's like, oh, and then he went and got it. And then,
So who made arrangements to get that?
maybe Shad. Shad. Yeah.
So do you remember, was it a business, a house, or cars? You met somebody in a car? What did it happen?
No, he was just like, hey, you got any pretty girls inside? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna knock his ass out. But he says that, right? And then, like, for me to go in and get the dope, I'm knocking the dope. I'm like, Shad, go get the dope. So Shad went and got the dope, and he came back with the dope.
Okay, and where was this, do you think?
This was, I don't know, I have no idea. I just.
Was it a house or apartment? Or?
You said put the addy in, did somebody use their cell phone to find the house address?
Could have been.
You know, who might have looked it up.
I have no idea.
AJ or Shad?
I have no idea.
But Shad's the one that went in to get the dope. How much did you buy?
Oh, that was on me. I gave him $100.
Okay, so you bought $100 worth of meth?
That's what I did.
All right, and it's the three of you still in the van?
Oh, yeah, yeah, when he got back in,
And where'd you guys go?
we went back to Scott.
All right, went back to Scott's. Who's all there then?
Scott, AJ, Shad, and me.
And what'd you guys do?
We smoked.
Smoke what?
The reefer.
Marijuana?
We smoked the reefer. I didn't smoke the reefer. You know, they smoked the reefer.
Who had the reefer? Someone bring it with them, or is that already there?
It was, the reefer was there. The reefer was there. And then after that, me and Shad, we were talking on the bench. And then after that,
So you and Shad smoked some meth at Scott's?
Shad just smoked somebody.
So where were you guys located?
That would be Eastman.
Right, were you in an apartment, but were you in a bedroom, in a living room, in a kitchen?
Bedroom.
Was Scott using any of it?
He was chilling on the chair, rocking back and forth.
Did you see you guys smoking meth or marijuana?
No, that's all behind him. He can't see. He can't see it, no.
Why not?
Because that's behind him. He's facing this way, we're this way.
So then the three of you smoking marijuana, and you and Shad smoked meth. And so then what happened then? Who went where?
I started cutting Shad's hair.
That's right, you said you
Yeah,
gave him a haircut.
give him a good haircut and everything, and then right after that, AJ was just like, "Yo, I'm gonna go." So then I'm like, "All right, see ya."
Did you left on your own? Okay.
And then he tried it on foot. And me and Shannon, we took it out. I shot him up, and I took him out. I had one shot too.
And where did you get that stuff from?
That's the same place.
I know it. Well, oh, so you bought it with the meth, you bought the other stuff too? Where did you shoot them up with?
Same shit. The trazodone?
Yeah.
I crushed it up.
And where did you get the trazodone from?
The table.
The table, where's the table located?
It was right by Scott's farm.
Was it Scott's trazodone?
Yeah, he is.
Are you sure it's trazodone?
It says it on the bottle.
So you took some pills from where? You said on the
From
table?
the counter.
On the counter? And it said trazodone on the label?
Yep.
And was it Scott's pills? Was Scott's name on there too?
Yeah.
And you crushed them up, and then what did you do with them?
I put it in the syringe. I pulled it back, and then I shot him.
And you said you took a shot too?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Where did you get the injection? Where did you inject them at?
I got it from a friend.
No, but I mean, when you shot,
Where did I shoot him up?
yeah,
Shit, probably in the arm.
in the army,
Yeah.
You said you got the hypo from a friend? Yeah. Have you used drugs, they call it intravenously, and needles before?
Yeah.
All right, so were you guys in the bedroom, in the living room, or someplace else where, bedroom? Okay. And then what do you guys do?
And then, we just took off because we just headed over to his mom's house. We got cozy on the bed. We drove into the driveway, right? Opened the door. We went down the stairs. We chilled on the bed, and right after we chilled on the bed, he put the collar on.
So you and Shad left Scott's van. Did Scott know you were leaving?
I said, "Hey, I don't know actually. I don't know."
Do you remember what time that was, or was it day? Dark hours, light out. Night, you know what I mean? What time of day was it?
Like 12 a.m. I guess. I really have no idea. I don't know.
Was it dark out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to Shad's parents' house, Shad's mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet anybody as you were arriving?
No. He didn't.
All right, and then you went into the basement.
Yep. Open the door and then into the basement, down the stairs, and then onto the bed where he put on.
Was it right away you started doing that?
This is what I remember.
How long do you think you were in the basement?
I really don't know.
Was it during the day at all?
I really don't know.
Did you sleep at all?
I mean, I was playing with him all night, so.
Because you're playing with him all night?
Yeah.
What about during the day?
I went into the day. I still play with him. Like, are you talking about the choking session?
Well, from the time you got to Shad's mom's, how long do you think you were there before you left?
Like, until he died, or like?
No, until you actually left.
Until I
And went
left?
back east. Yeah, so by the time you first got there to the time you actually left,
I don't know. I don't do times. Like, I really don't do it.
was it overnight?
Yeah.
So I'm asking because it was, what time was it, the boyfriend see?
Did you at some point the boyfriend have to let you in
Shannon?
into the house?
Who don't lock the door?
Did he unlock the door and open it for you guys? Okay, so when you guys got there after shooting up the first time, and coming back from Eastman, he did open the door for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, from then till the time you left, how long do you think it was? A whole day? An hour? You know what I mean?
It was, shit, I don't even know. Like, he was
So you got there and Shad's mom's boyfriend let you in. And you went to the basement. Did you start getting together right away, or did you sleep for a while, or what do you think you remember he did?
We went there, 5 minutes in, I was already choking.
All right, so it happened pretty quick.
Yeah.
Can you talk about your playing with them?
Oh yeah, I was playing with the stick and with the corpse.
Was it light out at some point? Was the sun off?
When I looked out the little window, I seen it.
You can see
I
light.
could see the
So
light.
you were playing with them when it was light out.
Yep.
All right, so particularly with them, you said within 5 minutes of getting there, you guys started, he put off the chains, I guess you're saying? And you put it around his neck.
Yeah.
Did you put one on, you never put one on yours? Did you put one
I
on?
did.
You
I
did.
did. It was tiny. I finally got it around and I put it on my neck and I did. After he was on, but like,
So you started choking him, and when you were choking him, what did he do? What were you guys doing, I guess, is to try to explain it as best as you can.
he was coughing up the blood right, and I was just waiting for him to die, and then like I was looking at his little face.
Well, did he expect to have sex with you?
Because I felt like it was fucked up. I'm like, damn, I'm already this far, so then I just like,
I understand, but why would he put the chain around his neck?
because he's a kinky out there.
So was he expecting to have sex with you then? Kinky sex?
I assume so.
But you said that he just started choking. How long did it take it for him to die?
Like 3 to 5 minutes maybe. But, I don't know. I have no idea.
You said that when you were choking, you started coughing up blood.
Oh yeah, but damn.
Like you just decided that.
I like to see what happens.
So you just kept going harder.
I
You want to see what happened when he died?
I just watched it. Yeah. Well, this one was different. This one was common.
Blood. So when he put the chain around his neck, he thought that you guys were going to have kinky sex, right? You think that's what Chad was thinking, maybe? What were you thinking?
I was gonna do the same thing. You know, I was going in, and I did, and I went in. But then he was like choking, but he didn't really say it. So I'm like, he put it on his neck. I already know I'm gonna choke him, and I did. So.
All right. So before that, did you guys? Was there any foreplay?
We launched onto the bed. We went from the stairs to the bed, and then
Were clothes on? Or?
yeah, now good.
But before the chain went around his neck, were you and Chad like kissing or any foreplay or anything?
No, we were chilling at home.
You just chilling. So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck. How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
All right.
I was gonna walk him like a dog.
You know, and he wanted that.
I have no idea. What am I gonna do it anyway?
Okay. And you're claiming it was his idea? With the chain?
I thought it was mine. No, it's his idea. It was all him.
All right, so you're on the bed. The chain goes around his neck and you start choking him. And you just realize that he was gonna die or what?
I'm just like, shit. I think I went a little too far because like I was blacking out while I was doing it, right? And then like, and then like I look at him, I'm like, shit, he's already purple. I'm like, I don't know if he's fucking. Is he good? Is he good? But then like when I woke him up, like no, like during the blackout, I'm like, shit. Like he was coughing up blood. I'm like, I don't know. I just kept on going. Like, sad.
You made a comment. You said that when you were choking, you was coughing up blood. You kind of were like, I'm going this far. I'm just gonna keep going. Did you realize that by continuing that may kill him?
Like yeah, because I felt bad because I'm like, damn, he's gonna be losing after this. I'm like, my blood's good.
Okay. So you realize that by continuing that you may actually kill him.
He was. I swear to God, he was telling me just. So I'm like, oh, and I did it.
Okay.
Like I swear to God, I'm like, I accidentally fucked up and then I thought, oh my God. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. All those
And
movies.
you also said that you enjoyed it, right? And I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
All right. What did you enjoy about that?
I'm just.
Was it kind of thrilling, a rush, exciting? What was the feeling that you got out of it?
That's all it is.
I'm just trying to understand what you feel you're saying. Yeah, it's actually joyous. You know, did it make you happy? Was it just kind of exciting? Like opening Christmas presents
Like,
or?
I don't know. Like, this is the thing that I have, like, I've always had, you know, like, you ever love something so much that you kill it? Like, it happens to me, that's the feeling that I have. I love something so much that I kill it. Like, I kill it so much and then I kill it. That's what happens to me. So,
All right, so he dies, he's dead. And then you just kept playing with his body? Okay. And when did you decide to, how long did you play with this body? Is that when you thought it was both outside and might have been light out too?
I don't know, it's so dark.
Too dark?
Yeah. Oh, it's gotta be like 2-3 hours.
And is that also when you used the dildo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have sex with this body at all? At any point or any type of sexual contact? You know, obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grind it on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You grind it on?
Yeah, I listen.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Okay, you just grind on it?
Did you see before that you performed a roll on him?
Yeah.
Okay, that's after you said.
Yeah, and then you gotta have to do it like half hard while I was still sucking. While I was there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And was that part of playing with him or?
That is part of playing with him.
That was part of playing with him.
Did you?
Actually, I was just, I was severing his head while I was doing that too with him.
You're sucking.
Yeah.
So you, so when, so it wasn't only a couple hours before you severed his head? Or did you fall asleep at any point in time or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? Because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What did you do during the day?
I don't know, like I was kind of like dozing off, like you know, nodding out.
He was dead already? Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted that.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then the rest of his body, it's like I was fucking I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know. It's a big
container?
Tupperware. It's like a big Tupperware. It's not Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a
big storage tank.
Yeah, one of those. And then
So that's where the body parts are in? Or I thought just they're in a black bag?
they're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, you know, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day to do?
I was getting pissed off at the dismembering process, actually.
Did it take a while? It took a while.
Yeah, because like I was nodding out. So
Okay, so you're kind of sleeping, kind of in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have took drugs. That probably would have helped, but I didn't. And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all?
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
And was his body together still then?
My
Or?
body was never together. It's just like I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So but it took a while to cut the rest of the body up?
All messed up too.
So I'm just trying to, so I understand too. So you said you cutting it and you got a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again.
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where you went back or whatever. It wasn't, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did. Well, in my sleep, I do things in my sleep.
You did in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came, she came downstairs and then with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down. Kitty cat, and I was walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, you know. And then yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it's just weird. Cause like it was an open space, you know, like there was no closed door, and I'm like, it was weird.
Did she saw anything?
I have no idea. I don't have to ask her. The place was like,
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the kitty cat off downstairs in the basement? Nice.
How long was she in the basement? Just shortly dropped it or?
yeah, she just came down there, dropped the cat off, to go use the kitty litter, the box, and then she went right back upstairs. Yeah, and then
So then, throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that.
Yeah, I was still tweaking out, so like, oh, yeah, I'm not, you know, like, wow, I can go. I don't know, yeah, I'll tell me, and I can go. And I was tweaking, so like, oh, shit. I haven't done that. I didn't mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up, I know I fucked up. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
No, you know, it's feelings about mom and sister and dad and family and more and more of being sorry, you know. You killed them.
You gotta tell the sister sorry. Didn't mean for that to happen.
You mean to kill them?
I
But you didn't
didn't.
try to help them?
No, I didn't, no. It works both ways, like, I have no idea, like, it.
You was
You
gonna
gotta
die.
be put into change.
Right, you was gonna die, so.
I mean, I didn't, but at the same time, I woke up like, fuck, that's bad. I didn't know what to do, because like, you was like, ah, fuck, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because like, I don't know.
You liked it?
I liked it. I'm like, fuck, like, it was, like, I didn't know what to do, but like, oh, I like it though.
Well, you knew that you didn't want to call the police or ambulance or anything, so.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself, very angry at myself. I didn't have practice. Sucks not having that.
Was it sexual side to you when you were choking, Chad?
Oh, yeah, very.
Was it exciting when you were sucking on his penis after he was dead?
It was very exciting, everything was, we should check on my panties, boom.
Hey, can you see us? I'm gonna ask you a question. I just want to kind of clarify something this quick. Technically, I'll read it shortly. Probably, I believe it's necessary. It won't take long. So, after the incident where you choked him out, can you describe how you placed him before? Because you said you cut his head off first, correct?
Yeah.
Can you describe where was he laying on the bed?
I pulled him,
Okay.
like, say this is the bed.
Okay, so this is the top of the bed.
Yeah, and, I pulled him, and then, his head was hanging off.
So you're probably laying face out. So
Yeah.
his back was on the bed.
Back was on the
His
bed.
head's partially off the bed.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then, the tub was like right there.
Like the pail that you had the
Yeah.
head in before. Okay. So basically, his head's here and the bucket's right here.
Yeah, and then, from there, I said this.
You cut his head off.
Yeah.
After you cut his head off, I know you said you dumped the pail at one point into the shower.
In the shower, yeah.
Did you leave the body there for a while to drain into the pail, or what? How?
It's all in the tub, in the blue tub. You found the blue tub, right?
I don't think they're slowly going through the scene, so there's a lot of this blood. Did you pull the tub under there?
Oh, no, I moved the tub, like, real fast.
Oh, so you cut the head and pulled the tub under there.
No, when I was dismembering the
Yeah.
body,
Yep.
there was, I mean, I'm going like this with a knife, so there's blood fucking going everywhere, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and then,
But initially, when you cut his head off, there was a pail underneath, correct? Okay, so the head went into the pail,
Yeah.
the blood went into the pail. Did the blood bucket fill all the way up with blood?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Then, did you move them again when you started with the pail? Because you're talking about that blue Tupperware thing.
so I think there's a black pail, and then there's a blue Tupperware thing, right? And then his head was hanging off. And then I cut the head off, and then, I moved it over, and I brought it back, and then I put it in the pail.
Okay, so initially the head went into the blue Tupperware thing, kind of?
Yeah. There's a lot of blood in that one right now.
In the blue Tupperware thing.
Yeah.
At any point did you, like, before you, because you said you removed the head first,
No.
did you start removing limbs right away, or did you kind of wait a little while? And
That's the weird thing, like, cause, when it started happening, like, I started, like, nodding out.
Okay.
And then I was going crazy on the limbs, like, even while I was sleeping, and then it looked messed up, and I didn't like it.
Okay. But you believe the blue tub, that big tub, like, probably, I'm thinking it's the way you're describing, it's only, like, Tupperware tubs about like this size, that's your cubic 1 foot one, and that's where most of the blood is. Along with a bunch of his organs.
The organs are everywhere too.
His organs are everywhere.
Yeah.
Did you like hide organs in the house?
Oh, they're in plastic bags,
In the tub?
In, backpacks.
In the backpack?
In the backpacks, and then in the,
Did you remove all organs, like his intestines and everything, or where are the intestines? Do you remember?
They're gonna be in a plastic bag.
They're all in plastic bags.
They're gonna be in a
So
plastic
that
bag.
blue tub is almost just all blood, is what you, I thought you were saying.
It should be like only like this much.
Okay, we're just trying to clarify a couple of things. I'm just trying to make sense of something.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
all right. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, how are yourself?
All right, can we talk a few minutes again?
Yeah.
So, out at the house right now, there's, you know what a medical examiner is? They're the ones that kind of like take care of people that died and see how they died. And so, you know, they have a bunch of questions for us that we really can't answer. And the biggest questions that they have is exactly how did you dismember Shad? Did you cut arms, or I mean, was it just internal organs, or?
So you started on the head, right?
Yeah, and then I don't know from there. I just want to.
Did you cut it, or did you remove his arms? Okay, can you show me where you were cutting the arms? Right at the elbows, was this part of the arm left on?
You gotta go in that blue bed.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
But you know that you cut off at the elbows? Okay, you cut both arms off at the elbows?
I would hope so. Because like, I was saying that dismemberment process I did was like really messed up because like I was nodding out. And then I was like sawing it off.
Did ladies use just a knife?
Just a knife, so like, yeah.
Did you remove any parts? Did you dismember his legs at all? What was your other legs?
I think there's one leg that's actually intact. And then maybe. Where is it? I have no idea.
And where was his body located when you did this dismembering? Was it in one spot, or?
Yeah, it was all in the same spot.
And where's that again?
Blue tub.
So the body was in the blue tub as you were cutting it up? Okay, did you empty the tub at points, or, you know what I mean?
Was there a bed down there, or just a mattress, or?
There was a mattress that was laid down. There should be blood on the sheets. Like, but try to get it off. But I can't fucking think right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, I guess I just have, probably figure it out eventually, but they just got some questions about like where blood might have went, or most of it went. You said a bucket, or down the drain, or that. But when you took off his head, was he lying on a mattress, or was he someplace else?
I had his head hanging off, and
Mattress.
then I was fine.
But was a bucket underneath his head?
Yeah.
So it was high enough?
I don't know, it just dropped in there.
What's that?
It just dropped in there after I got going.
But it was high enough that it could stand up underneath the body, you know what I mean? So let's say the body stood in the bed, the bucket was able to fit underneath there. Was that bed was high enough for a bucket to fit there? Or would it have to be on its side or something, bucket?
No, the bucket was just fine where it's at, on the edge of the bed,
On the floor or on the bed itself?
on the floor. So there's a box screen and then there's a mattress.
You know, and what do you think should happen if somebody does something like this to somebody else?
I don't know, they obviously get prison time, I don't know. Whole lot, like, I don't know, this was out of random.
Think it was the right thing to do?
No, I did it anyway.
And I just want to clarify, when he had the chain around his neck, were you behind him
Yeah.
and kind of put just one end or two ends or the chain, or in just one, but you hold it, how to, you know what I mean? Because if you wrap a chain around someone's head, you just hold one end of the chain, the other end is gonna go loose.
No, so if you've seen, there was a ring, and there's two rings, and then like you can pull the chain from under the ring and then pull it back.
All right, so then a loop at the end of the chain that could go around, kind of like a dog choke collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, do you think it was a dog choke collar?
Could have been, very much so.
Was it that size?
It was that size, or a large dog.
All right, and so then you would have been, was he laying on the bed? Or kneeling, or something else?
He would have been, I saw it.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Choker chain? And there were two of those, correct? You said there was a one for, that was on the end, yours was
Yeah.
smaller?
Yeah.
Does this guy look familiar to you at all?
Mr. Gannon?
That Adrian?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's one.
So he was lying face down on the bed? Or was he just on his hands and knees?
He was
Or?
lying face down on the bed.
Okay, you're on top of him. On his back.
Down, I was on his back.
Pulling the chin back. Hope that,
Did you guys find all the parts here?
still going through the process of looking. So, did you remove any other, you said you had the heart and the liver, all but the lungs. Did you remove all that from the chest cavity? Or did you leave them in there? Or
It could be in.
do you remember? Or
They're all in plastic bags.
separate bags or one big bag?
They're all in separate bags, longer bags.
Oh.
They're fine.
Long should go. Okay. Are you doing all right? You need anything or hungry or anything? Or
One thing.
what?
Just one thing.
Well, you're right. I mean, you don't need any food or you got water, obviously. So if you need anything for your restroom, knock on the door, and then you realize you're probably going to shell after this when we're done. So I'm just telling them what it is, and I'll make screw around with anybody. So
All right. Yeah.
you've been forthcoming with us, so we're going to be forthcoming with you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
I mean, like you said, if somebody kills somebody and dismembers them, do you not think that that person should go to jail?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, this shit was fucked up. So, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm like, goddamn. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you see where we're coming from and what we got going. Personal.
Yeah. Sucks.
All right.
Need something to sit on, what?
Thank you.
Detective Graf, the video that we all just watched, is that video accurate and consistent with what you recall from your in-person meeting with Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Just want to address one thing. At the beginning of the video, she's wearing a yellow outfit. Toward the end, she's wearing a blue outfit. Can you explain that for the jury?
When she went to the hospital to have her thumb checked, the hospital changed her into the blue scrubs.
And then you indicated there was also the recorded interview from the 28th. I intend to play a much shorter portion of the interview from the 28th.
Yeah, so you took the ring finger, is that why you hit Shad's head? And you kept mentioning that you liked it.
I was gonna take it and I just left it. I was staring at it, I was looking at it right as I was gonna go up the stairs. And I just like, left it there. Like I was gonna come back, I was gonna come back, and I left it there. And I don't know, I had his foot.
Yeah. But you're gonna eventually take all the parts, is that with you?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know.
Did someone spook you?
Oh, I come on hearing like footsteps up and down the stairs.
That's your question. Do you remember waking up the time before that day? Remember waking up?
Yeah, before I switch, they were right there.
Okay. And then you put those in bags, remember? What do you do with those swaps? What do you do?
I think, yeah, I have no idea what happened.
Okay, would you use those to back up the leg?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, it did.
To carve that out?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember cleaning like the all the stand-up showers in the front basement? There's that shower.
Yes.
You clean that area too?
Absolutely, that's my ability.
Like with water or whatever?
And that's sweet.
So you use the speed, that's right, where's speed? And instead of that, you don't use all. You're feeling, were you anxious, angry, excited?
Well, when I woke up and I seen that this happened and there was like the environment around me and I was like, it feels like I'm on a hidden camera TV show right now. And I was like, what the? Yeah, I was going crazy. So, I was really pissed off and freaking out a little bit.
So,
yeah, very much so. One, the big one was like, right, my friend, right? And two, It's it was an open area, very open area. I didn't like that one bit. The dismemberment process was awful.
Yeah. Can you go into a little bit more on that? Specialist, maybe something to that? Sure. Were you clean enough so that you were talking?
Well, yeah, to the best of my ability, I almost like called on myself like 4 times, but I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's people upstairs. Sure. There's people upstairs. I'm like, how am I gonna get away with this at all?
That one of your thoughts when you're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah. I was just like, there's no way I'm gonna get away with this, and now I'm fucking screwed.
And that's part of the reason you put them in different bags or clean up, is that correct?
I was cleaning up, but then like when I said I was tripping out, the body was like rebuilding itself because I already cut off his arm and his arm came back on. I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, you know? And then I'm like, am I that high?
Would you cut it off again?
Yeah.
So,
I took forever.
yeah, I know Sean, but one of his arms had where you cut it. We never cut off.
Yeah. It's weird because I cut it all the way off. And then that's, I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Was it easily moved then? Because it was a bigger guy than you?
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do I get Shad out of here? Can't just leave Shad here and be like, hey mom, Shad's dead. So, yeah.
And Detective Graf, the portion of the video that we just watched from the February 28th, 2022 interview, does that accurately reflect a portion of your interview with Ms. Shabusiness on that date, February 28th?
Yes, it does.
And I would formally move for the admission of Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can I confer with Mr. Lisset for 1 minute? Thank you, Your Honor. No objection.
That'll be received.
Detective Graf is not in the portion of the video that was recorded, but do you recall in the February 28th, 2022 interview, whether Ms. Shabusiness mentioned having any contact with Stephen Hendricks during this incident?
I recall that, if I recall correctly, I think at first she didn't mention that, but then later on she did.
And the contact relative to the eyeglasses?
Oh, yes. She did mention that at one point she did go up into the kitchen and had contact with Mr. Hendricks and borrowed some glasses. Yes.
I have no further questions for Detective Graf. I don't know if the court wishes to take a break before cross-examination.
We will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to 12. I'm going to ask you to be back here in the jury room. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes. So try to be back shortly after 5 or so. So then we'll get underway promptly. Right? And all rise for the jury. Anything to bring up before we malice involved in how this unfolded. The juror then apparently was able to give some detail as to when this occurred. Then my understanding is bring the jury in. An issue has arisen which I need to take up with the attorneys, and I'm going to summarize it briefly. It's relating to the jury, and then we can talk a little bit about it. So my understanding of how the issue has developed is this. This morning, one of the jurors approached the bailiff. The bailiff is in question is supposed to be in the room right now. I don't see her, but she'll be here shortly. Well, I need her to be brought in here. I indicated I needed her in here right away. So the juror approached the bailiff and indicated that he got a text from his buddy out of state who said, "I saw you on television. You're looking pretty dapper," or something to that effect, which raised concerns on the part of the juror that the jury was getting videoed, which of course violates my order. So then the bailiff approached my judicial assistant, who's here, and I've indicated to the bailiffs in the future they need to bring these issues to me, not to my judicial assistant. My judicial assistant, hearing this issue, went to the videographers from Law and Crime, who were in the back, and indicated this is being reported. They apparently indicated that we need to know when it was in order to look to see if it happened. My judicial assistant then went back, spoke to the juror to try to nail that down. Again, I've indicated to my judicial assistant that I want all those things to go through the bailiffs to me, but this is how it occurred. And I don't think on the part of anybody involved that there was any malice involved in how this unfolded. The juror then apparently was able to give some detail as to when this occurred. I think it was around or later in the afternoon yesterday, but I don't know that for sure. Some of the details I don't have, and that'll be part of what we'll talk about here in a minute. Then my understanding is that the video has been completely scanned, and there has been no occasion when the jury has been shown across the live stream or any other place. And that's the state of affairs. This has been developing this morning, and so it would appear, assuming that to be the case, in other words, that the jury never was shown, information is flowing into the jury. And I don't know if information is flowing out from the jury, but clearly I gave the jury instructions as to dealing with information that's coming in. That's the current state of affairs. And so the real question, I think I'm going to turn it over to each side and see if they have a thought about what to do. I have some thoughts about what to do, but I'm going to turn it over to the state first. Is there anything you'd like to address me on with regard to taking this issue up?
Judges, thank you. Judge, a couple of concerns I think come to mind. First, I'd be interested in knowing, I understand that there's the live stream, but I understand there may also be other sources of media that are here or potentially other individuals who may have done some filming or photography within the courtroom, which I think would violate the court's order, but I don't know that that's not happened. I think it would be helpful to voir dire that particular juror to understand better who informed him of this information. Is that person potentially have other people people know that he has jury duty and they might be in the courtroom and they're texting him. So for example, there are a number of just citizen members in the gallery. Maybe someone in the gallery also knows this juror and then sent a message to a friend of theirs or something like that. So voir dire, I think the individual juror to know what was shared, how it was shared, by whom it was shared, might give us a better idea of how the information is coming in and going out from the jury.
Sure. Before I turn to Mr. Freilich, there's your comments have raised a few other pieces of information. First of all, my understanding is in the conversation that occurred between my judicial assistant and the juror, there were other jurors nearby and they heard that might be happening. And so I think there may need to be some kind of a statement made to the jury as a whole. To some of your other points, we also consider the fact that it could have been a member of the public who was using their cell phone. I've asked security to look at the security cameras to see if they can track down if that's the case. I don't have any feedback from that search yet. But what I can tell you is my understanding is that the juror indicated the feed came across YouTube. Anything can come across YouTube. But the feed is, my order is very specific. There are 3 cameras in this courtroom. There's to be no other cameras. So unless YouTube picked up on a video that was illicitly obtained and then posted it, I doubt that that's the source of the concern. The concern, of course, then is potentially false information is coming into the jury. In any event, the state is suggesting that I voir dire or we voir dire that juror. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. All of this raises a question, I believe, of whether my client, Taylor Schabusiness, can get a fair and impartial jury with the jurors that we have. It's concerning. I know that my client has some concerns about this. I ask the court to consider a motion for mistrial.
Well, what I can tell you is I anticipated this kind of an argument. In other words, I know I denied a motion for change of venue or to bring in an outside jury. I'm absolutely convinced that There's nothing about this event that couldn't occur in any other jury situation, including had I brought in a jury from the opposite side of the state and sequestered them the entire time. So that is, everyone has cell phones that they have. Everyone gets text messages. And I expect the jurors are going to follow my instruction, which is, if someone tries to talk to you about this case, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. So the implication in there is you're not prohibited from receiving a text message from a friend about this trial. What you are prohibited from doing is discussing the case, and that your first step is tell them to stop doing that. And if they continue to do that, they're to report that to me. So I'm not going to grant your motion for mistrial because quite honestly, the issue is the same. We need a fair and impartial jury. All these jurors during voir dire have indicated we can do that. This is I'm not even sure if there's been an infraction, because quite frankly, if this juror tells us, I got that text message and I said, don't talk to me anymore about this case, and then he reported it to the bailiff, that'd be precisely what I would want him to do. The problem is it spun a little bit, and it was, frankly, it was investigated, so we actually have more information than we did before. But I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial because I frankly don't see the basis for it at this point. But I think I'm going to avail myself of the opportunity to bring the juror in. Either of you want to, either side want to hear from either the bailiff or my judicial assistant about the steps they took or the things they heard. Mr. Saunders?
I think what I'd be interested in knowing is to the extent that the judicial assistant or the bailiff is aware that other jurors partook in this process or were aware of this process, that's the information I'd be concerned about from either the bailiff or the judicial assistant.
Let me just indicate, again, I've spoken to both of them. My judicial assistant here is here. I'm going to recite what, because she's not near your microphone, but I'm going to ask her to indicate whether I'm reciting accurately. My understanding is when the juror shared this with her, there were jurors sitting there nearby who said, are we on TV? And they were assured that they're not. Is that accurate, Ms. Midget? Okay. She indicates, because she's not near a microphone, she told them not to worry, they would not be on any video, which I think, frankly, was an accurate recitation, because from my understanding is they haven't been on, that my order has been followed precisely by the media, which is what I expect them to do. Anything else, Mr. Lizay, from either of the two, the bailiff or my JA?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to excuse my JA. She can go back and take up her tasks. But I'm going to ask if you could invite that juror in to just bring him in. Actually, before we do that, I would expect we would just bring the juror right in here. Is there a request that we do it some other place? I don't know why this would be an appropriate venue as long as they're not video. Mr. Saunders?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, at least for me, I find this kind of to be a little unusual. And I'm concerned that if the juror has to answer some questions in front of a large crowd, it may be more uncomfortable, whereas if we're in a more private space with the lawyers in the court, the judge, it might be a little easier.
Well, I've indicated to the jurors, and they've taken an oath to follow the law, to uphold their oath as a juror. I don't think I've noticed anybody on that jury who seems disinterested or unconcerned or upset in any way about what they're doing. They all seem very intent and very interested in serving in their role. So I'm satisfied that if I brought him in here, they'd answer that is, this individual would answer questions appropriately. And then once, so I'm going to bring the juror in here. After the juror is done, then we'll need to talk briefly about whether or not I'm inclined to indicate to all the jurors the circumstance. But we can also determine, once we've questioned this juror, the extent of the issue involved. So we're going to bring the juror in now, right here. All rise for the juror. No. Okay. So the reason you're in here is because we are responding to a concern that you had raised earlier this morning with the bailiff, I think, regarding potentially having been videoed while you're serving on a jury. And I'm really interested in knowing what you heard, because we're trying to get to the bottom of the issue.
Sure. And it's a conversation I wasn't concerned, but so yesterday afternoon, a coworker of mine who works in Indiana, we work remotely, texted me that he had seen me at this trial, and I thought that was unusual. And I'd seen the text when I went back into the room, and our phones are. And so I didn't think very much of it. And so then this morning when it was brought up, I had asked him where he'd seen it. He had said YouTube. And said that it's streamed.
And when did he indicate? Maybe you said that. What time?
He texted me yesterday at 3 o'clock sharp.
Okay. questions from the state?
Just curious whether he texted you a screenshot or a link, or was it just a text?
Mr. Freilich, any questions?
Did you save the text?
It's on my phone.
So it's on your phone? Did you respond back?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Anything else that you feel you want to tell me about that event or issue?
No, other than you're free to look at my phone. I'm happy to show it to you. I'm happy to inquire further with him. I can consider him a friend as well as a coworker. Whatever would please the court.
Okay. I am going to just indicate to you that perhaps, going forward, if you receive any messages from coworkers or friends, that you advise them you can't speak about this case at all until it's concluded.
Sure.
Okay?
Certainly. My response is thank you. That's what I said. I can show.
Okay. Very good. Okay. I think I'm going to excuse you then. Thank you. All rise. Be seated. Mr. Lezay.
Your Honor, I guess I don't have any concerns about how this impacts the integrity of the jury in any way. That seems like a very limited conversation. I think it is probably a good idea for the court to reiterate to the jury that you have given instructions that they aren't being filmed, just to potentially alleviate any concerns that they might have, and that you're confident that those orders are going to be followed.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I inquire, how is it possible that a juror in a case like this or any case is seen on TV? And that's concerning to me. I believe that, this juror, even by responding back, which he shouldn't have done, causes an issue for the defense, at least for the integrity of the jury. Where my client and I are concerned about, this jury, can it be fair and impartial? So again, based on what's been discussed here, make a motion for mistrial.
Okay. Well, I'm going to deny your motion for mistrial. A couple of things. First of all, I agree that the juror shouldn't have replied. First of all, the juror also indicated that he's not really concerned about it. And I think, one of the main reasons that we enter orders that jurors are not to be videoed is so that there's, for juror security. So this individual apparently wasn't concerned with that information. Secondly, I'm not even certain that it happened. It's hard to drill into why he would get a video from, or a message from a friend in Indiana about being on this case. And, if he wasn't, I can't explain it, but I'm satisfied that that the cameras over which I have control in this courtroom, that being the media cameras, aren't filming the jury. It's possible, I suppose, that someone in the audience used their phone to make that video. I don't have the results of the efforts by security to try to track that down. Hopefully I will get something, but I'm not satisfied that this juror has indicated in any way that this is going to make it more difficult for him to serve on this jury. He indicated he wasn't concerned. So I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. I intend to just indicate, I intend, frankly, to do two things. I'm going to, again, read the jurors the instruction that I've been giving them regarding communication. I think it's important to reiterate that for them. I'm also going to advise them that I've made a specific order that they're not to be videoed, and that from my investigation, as a result of this issue, that they haven't been videoed. As part of that, I think I'm going to need to relate to them that a concern has been raised, only because beyond that, they'll wonder, why are you telling us all this? But that's what I intend to relate to them. Mr. Lezay, any objection to that? Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, but I have a concern.
Okay.
So would the court consider striking that particular juror because we have alternates? The other thing I'm worried about is there going to be discussion about, well, why did the court want to talk to you, to this male juror? I have some concerns about that as well. So would the court, consider maybe striking this juror? We've got several alternates.
Sure. Well, first of all, regarding a conversation the jury might have about why did the court want to talk to you, that's why I indicated I would tell them that a concern has been raised. And they'll get it. Oh, it was the guy you brought out here. So, and I don't think the jury will in any way look on him disfavorably because he was simply reporting to the court something that occurred, which is what I want people to do. So that's that. But let me turn to the state. Mr. Freilich has asked that I strike that juror.
And I don't think there's a basis to do that at this time based on the nature of the 1 year with that juror.
I don't either. I frankly think this juror has perhaps skirted a little close to my rule. Instead of responding thank you or asking when it occurred, he should have said something along the lines of thank you, but please don't talk to me on this until this trial is over. On the other hand, friends might feel that's a bit terse to reply, but I'm going to reinforce that. I think the point is that the reply that he made was so innocuous that I'm not satisfied he violated my order to the point where he would have to be excused. Again, I think the notion that nobody on this jury is going to get any text messages from anybody while this trial is pending is something I simply can't control. So I can't find that in any way would cause me to strike him. And again, he's indicated he wasn't concerned with being shown as a juror, so he hasn't formulated any sort of bias or prejudice as a result of that event. He's just simply reporting what happened, which is what I expect a juror to do. So I'm going to deny the motion. Your motion is noted, Mr. Freilich. I'm going to deny the motion to strike him, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Lizay?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring the jury. Be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And I need to take up an issue with you before we get started. A concern has been raised by one of your number that perhaps at some point in time, perhaps yesterday, that the jury may have been videotaped and put out on a live stream. And a couple of things I want to advise you about that situation. First of all, I appreciate the fact that that it was reported right to the bailiff, and that's what I need you to do. As a result of the report, the matter has been looked into by scouring the videos that have been taken of this trial, and at no point in the videos that I have authorized to be taken have you been videoed. Just to give you a little more detail about that, in this trial, I've allowed 3 cameras to be utilized. Those cameras are situated in such a location that you are not being videoed by them. When I need to, I look at the media room and I can stop the video feed at any particular time for a particular witness. Perhaps you've seen me do that and heard me do that. I've entered an order that no one in the audience is allowed to use a cell phone to take photos or videos. At this time, security is scouring the videos of this entire trial to see if anybody in the audience has been doing that. I can tell you that I can see everything from up here and I haven't noticed it. And in case you wonder, this courtroom is also being monitored in various different locations. So we're being watched while we're being watched, okay? The people that are videoing it are being watched by the people that are sitting in the security office downstairs. So I want to assure you, that order was entered by me. I'm endeavoring at great lengths to make sure it's abided by. And as far as I know, right up until this very minute, my orders have been followed to a T. That doesn't mean I'll stop looking into it. And I would encourage any of you, if you have a concern about that, as we go forward, report it to the bailiff. There's one other thing I want to do because it's important. I'm going to again give you this instruction. You've heard it before, and you'll hear it again. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case. And if anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decisions in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. That's all I'm going to have to say about that for right now. I believe the case is still with the state. Actually, it's Recross-examination, however. Detective, I think you were on the witness stand. I'll have you come back. And I will just remind you, Detective, you're still under oath. I'm also going to remind everyone to please use their microphone. As you can see, we've switched court reporters. We are now using the DAR system, which is an excellent electronic system, but I want to make sure everybody's using their microphones. Having said that, Mr. Freilich, you've gotten a few complaints, so try to tend to your microphone, but I'm probably the worst offender. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Graf, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called down to the police department?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
I probably arrived about 4:45 in the morning, I think.
Okay. Is that kind of a normal shift for you, sir?
No.
What's a normal shift?
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
And why were you contacted to get down there at 4:45 a.m.?
As far as my duties as a detective, we can get called after hours for major crimes. And in this case, I was called by a supervisor to ask if I would assist in a homicide investigation.
And were you told that there was a minivan that was found parked at the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
Initially, my initial phone call, no.
Okay. At some point then you were told that there was a minivan that was of interest, correct?
Yes.
That was parked over at the Eastman Avenue Apartments.
Yes.
You interviewed several people, correct?
Yes.
One being Tara Pakanich, correct?
Correct.
And did you also talk to Stephen Hendricks?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to Taylor Schabusiness as well?
Yes.
You talked to Miss Pakanich and Miss Schabusiness on the same day, fair?
Yes.
Did you talk to Miss Pakanich first?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such that they were down at the police department when you arrived?
No.
Okay. You got there first?
I don't recall if I got there first or if Miss Pakanich was there first, but Miss Schabusiness was not there when I first arrived.
Okay. So you took Tara Pakanich into a room, correct?
Yes.
And what did you talk about? The fact that she found something in a bucket in the basement of her house?
Yes, of course.
Yep. Then you followed up with further questions with regards to that?
Yes, I did some preliminary questions. Yes.
And did she indicate to you that Taylor Schabusiness and her son were friends?
Yes.
That they went to school together?
Yes.
Went to high school together at Bayport?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that how she came upon the bucket in the basement?
Judge, I'm not concerned any of this is particularly prejudicial, but it is all hearsay. Ms. Pakanich testified, and he can and did ask these questions to Ms. Pakanich. The statement that the detective took from a witness who is not a party is hearsay information.
Well, it's really not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's just to get some background information. But I can move on.
When you move on. So the question's withdrawn.
So after you finished talking to Tara Pakanich, then was Taylor Schabusiness brought in?
Yes.
Okay. And initially you introduced yourself, correct?
Yes.
And Detective Kemp was there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Were you sort of the lead detective on this?
Well, initially I was one of many detectives who came in to do the initial investigation, but throughout the course of the investigation, I took a more of a lead role.
Okay. So in the interview room, you swabbed her hands, correct?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures?
I did not.
You offered her some water, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And then you told her that a few hours ago, officers went to a residence on Stony Brook Lane and a bucket was found with a human head in it, correct?
Correct.
And what was her response? Do you remember?
Something to the fact of, oh, really, or something to that.
Did she say that is pretty effed up?
Yes, that would be correct.
Pretty fucked up, correct? That's what she said?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that Shad was her ex-boyfriend?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And then did you confirm that she lived on Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Apartment 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And she indicated that she lived there with a Scott Holmes?
Correct.
And then you had further questions, correct?
Of course.
You asked her questions about things that may be in the basement. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did she give you comments like, well, that's a good question?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Did she say that she blacked out at some point?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she needed time to think?
Yes.
And you said, that's not a problem. Take your time, correct?
That's correct.
When you were talking to her, was she smiling inappropriately?
I did not observe that, no.
Did you hear her laugh sometimes during the interview?
I believe so.
Her mood, did it kind of go up and down during your interview with her on March 23rd?
No.
Now, there were 2 detectives in the interview room with her, correct?
Correct.
And was there any sort of intimidation towards her at all?
Nothing.
During the time that you talked with her, did she say things that were sort of bizarre?
Well, some of the acts that she described that she did, were something that, was not common, but bizarre. I wouldn't say bizarre.
Unusual? How about that?
Sure.
Okay. And you told her that this was kind of an ongoing investigation and the detectives and the officers and the law enforcement personnel on the scene were trying to figure out what was going on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Because law enforcement really didn't know what was going on, correct?
Absolutely not.
It was, would you say it was a situation that was unfolding and developing?
Yes.
She did indicate to you that, did she exhibit responses that were kind of short and snippy?
No.
Did she say that she did not know what was going on?
Well, she did make a comment that at one point she had blacked out. And again, I assured her that she could take her time and she had plenty of time to remember what she did.
Now, you've been on the force, you've been an officer for 27 years, correct? You've got a lot of experience, is that fair?
37 years.
37 years, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, 30 years, and yes.
30 years, okay. So, and you've been a detective for 17, yes?
Yes,
You've worked with people that have used meth, correct?
I have.
Meth is a very powerful drug, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
It can cause people to act and react in an unusual way, is that fair?
Yes.
When you were talking to her, she had some problems answering questions, correct?
No.
She would mumble and trail off when you would ask her a question, is that fair?
No.
She said a few times, damn, my head. Did she say that during the interview?
I don't know if she's referring to her head or Mr. Therian's head.
You didn't know what she was talking about, correct? On that topic?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you that she was coming off a high or a buzz?
No.
She did say that she was paranoid, correct?
She did mention the word paranoid in terms of why she had left the residence.
And she said it was really weird. She made that comment, correct?
I don't recall.
And she said, I think it was the dope. Didn't she say that to you?
She did make those comments.
As far as the investigation was concerned, there were no human remains found at the Eastman Avenue apartment. Is that fair?
Correct. Not inside the apartment.
Correct. There was a minivan. Well, I'll strike that. At the apartment, Scott Tomes lived there, correct?
Yes.
And he also owned a gold colored Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
When you were talking to Miss Schabusiness, she did say something about she heard gunshots, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any gunshots?
When?
When you were either at Stony Brook or at Eastman Avenue?
I was never at Eastman, but when I was at Stonebrook very briefly, which was much later in the day, and I did not hear any gunshots.
You reviewed a lot of different reports and talked to a lot of different detectives, including Detective Scanlon, Detective Kemp, Lieutenant Buckman, a lot of the other officers involved, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the officers provide any details or reports about any gunshots being fired at either Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue on or about February 23rd of 2022?
I don't recall who said, but I do recall that during the time that officers were called to the Stony Brook residence, that there was another call that officers were on that might have involved gunshots.
At some other location, though, correct?
I'm sorry?
At some other location, not Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue, correct?
Correct.
During the interview that you had with Taylor Schabusiness, did it go on for about 6 hours?
That's an estimate on my part. I'm not sure.
That's fair. That's fair. So you started in the morning, and then at some point you took a break because she had to go over to St. Vincent's Hospital.
Yes.
And then you came back and then resumed the interview, correct?
Yes.
All at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
You had a chance to look at her hands, her thumbs, and her fingers, correct?
Yes.
She had some scratches and some deep cuts on her thumbs and fingers. Is that fair?
She had a cut on her thumb and some scratches. Yes.
Okay. And she got medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Okay. Were there, when you asked Ms. Schabusiness some questions, sometimes she was non-responsive. Is that fair?
No.
She did not answer your question every time you asked one. Is that fair?
I would not say that is correct.
She said some odd or weird things, though, correct? During the interview? Specifically, well, the arm or something like that would rebuild into muscle.
Yes, she made several comments of, when she was strangling Mr. Therian, that, his muscle would rebuild, and made several comments about, that she forgot to leave the head behind in the bucket in the basement. Those types of comments in terms of describing her actions and what she was doing. But in terms of those being bizarre, I did not find that to be in any way, shape, or form.
You found it to be odd, though, especially when she laughed about it, correct?
Well, I did not feel that way.
But she did laugh about it when you talked about it, correct?
I think maybe at one point there was kind of a smirk or something, but it was in the context of just how she replied back to me.
And she did tell you that on some dates before February 23rd of 2022, that her and Mr. Therian were smoking ice, correct?
Smoking, yes. Ice, or methamphetamine.
Yeah, she used the word bitch, correct?
Initially.
And then it changed from ice to methamphetamine, yes?
Yes.
Then she indicated that a meth pipe and a plastic window would be in the basement.
She said that.
She told you that it was a weird night. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Did
that?
she say that it was a weird night?
That's possible.
And then she did talk about drugs, and she talked about the fact that she's been off drugs and then she's on drugs. She said words to that effect. Is that right?
We did talk about her drug use in the days previous to the interview. I believe she did make comments of using drugs in the past. Okay. As term of her, how much, I don't recall that.
Okay. And fair to say that during the interview, oftentimes Ms. Schabusiness would say, I don't know. She didn't know the answer to your question.
I'm sure that she probably had some of those answers.
She would say, I have no idea, correct?
I guess I would have to know specifically what I was asking her.
And is it fair to say that some of the things that she said just didn't make sense?
No.
You sort of had a narrative and she kind of went along with it, correct?
I would not say that, no. I did repeat several of things that she would say to clarify, but I would not say that I led her in any way.
When you were talking to her, oftentimes she'd have her hand over her mouth, correct?
It's possible.
And she would talk very softly, correct?
I was able to hear her.
But she did talk softly, correct?
I don't know.
She said something about that she was tweaking out or that she was tweaking. Do you know what she meant by that?
I do not recall those specific words. I would know what she would mean by tweaking out, though, yes. And I don't recall as to what time period she was talking about either.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the first part of your interview was about 3 hours and then you went to the hospital?
That's fair.
You came back and then the second part was that about 3 hours or how long was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. A couple hours though?
Sure.
Okay. Took a while to ask questions and try to figure out what was going on. Fair?
Right. As I was interviewing her, their investigators were at the house. And so it was an ongoing and continuing investigation to determine what happened.
Right. During the interview that you had with her, she said, I didn't mean for all this to happen. I'm sorry. Is that fair?
I think that she did make a comment as to initially that she did not mean to kill Mr. Shabusiness. I'm sorry, Mr. Therian.
You had cases involving asphyxiation, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me what we mean by that? Is it choking?
Asphyxiation?
Yes.
Choking is another word. Is when someone's windpipe or has been blocked and breathing has been obstructed.
Is it a situation where people that maybe are into this kind of thing choke each other to get some euphoria or pleasure out of it?
I have heard of that practice.
Okay. With regards to this case, law enforcement did find 2 dog collars or 2 chains. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the interview, Ms. Shabusiness said something about, I can't think right now. Remember that?
No.
She said, I'm fucking nuts. Remember that?
No.
Were you surprised by some of the things that she said to you?
Overall, in the context of what we were discussing and the information that had been provided to me?
Yes.
No.
And did she tell you that the body can rebuild itself?
She made that comment, yes.
There was a second interview on February 28th of 2022 back at the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes,
And Detective Scanlon was there for that.
he was.
Did he kind of ask most of the questions for that interview?
I think it was 50-50 in both our parts.
And did Ms. Shabusiness indicate to you or to Detective Scanlon that she was freaking out?
I do not recall those exact words. It's possible.
Okay. Do you recall though that she talked about having a lot of issues with open areas? Remember that?
But she was talking specifically about the basement area that she was in.
She didn't like the open area though, correct?
No.
I'm correct on that?
I'm sorry?
I'm correct that she did not like the open area. Is that right?
She did not like the open area of the basement at Stony Brook
Okay.
in Green Bay.
Thanks. That clears that up for me. Her emotions came out during the interview. Is that correct?
It is possible.
Did she tell you that she got very angry at herself?
Once again, it was quite a lengthy interview. I do not recall every single comment that she made.
She did say during the interview that there were some times where she nodded out, correct?
Yes, I do recall that.
And she indicated to you that her and Shad went in the basement and within about 5 minutes got to it, correct?
Got to it?
Yes.
She stated that Chad produced a couple chains. Yes.
Yeah. Within 5 minutes of being down there, correct?
Correct.
And she told you there was no kissing, correct?
I do not remember that at all.
And she told you there was no sex, correct?
She said that it was starting to lead that way, but there was no sex while Shad was alive.
There was no penis to vagina sexual intercourse going on, correct? Is that fair?
Penis to vagina, no.
I'm correct about that, right?
She never stated that that occurred.
Okay. And did she indicate that her and Shad Thyrion had took a toke off of some meth at the Eastman Avenue apartment in the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Just very briefly, you were asked about couple of terms, nodding out and tweaking. Are those terms that you have encountered in your experience as a detective or as a narcotics investigator?
Yes.
What do those terms mean to you, starting with nodding out?
Nodding out is a term typically heroin users would describe when they would become drowsy.
As a result of the drug use?
As a result of the drug use.
How about tweaking?
Tweaking, it can refer to methamphetamine users. It's a stimulant, so it could cause them to be hyper or sudden body movements, and that is a result of the use of methamphetamine.
No further questions.
Anything on that, Mr. Frick?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Is the state having other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the state has now rested their case. We're going to take a brief recess and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. All rise for the jury. Be seated. State has rested, then Mr. Freilich, the case would then turn to the defense. Do you intend to call witnesses or want to address me on the stipulated facts?
Yes, before I do that, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion for a directed verdict. Ask that the court consider.
Use the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Ask that the court consider that as it relates to the first degree intentional homicide count, I would argue that there is insufficient evidence to support that particular charge. There's insufficient evidence to show that my client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, had any intent to kill St. Shad Thyrion. What we have here is some testimony from a number of law enforcement officers. We also have some video footage from an interview between my client and Detective Graf and Detective Kempf. It's clear that my client likely did consume and ingest methamphetamine with Mr. Therian prior to his death. My client provided commentary and answered questions from Detective Graf. I would submit that what she indicated that was that she had no intent to kill. The question is, did my client do it or not? That's another question. There are a lot of different issues here going on, but based on what she said to the detective, I'd ask that the court consider dismissal of the first degree intentional homicide charge on the grounds that there was no intent to kill. Also, there are really no eyewitnesses to whatever went on in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. When Tara Pakanich and Stephen Hendricks went downstairs, they didn't find anybody down there. They found body parts, unfortunately, but they did not find my client there. My client was at 2353 Eastman Avenue, and that's where she was arrested. And there were no body parts over there. There were body parts in a van that was owned by Scott Tomes. That's not my client's minivan. That gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan belonged to Mr. Tomes. So there are a lot of issues here. As to the third degree sexual assault charge, the state's got to prove that my client had sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion. I believe based on this record, in the video, there's no evidence to show that my client had any kind of penis to vagina contact with Mr. Therion. We have testimony from the DNA expert that indicated it was uninformative as to the dildo. And I don't know that my client claimed that the dildo was used on Mr. Therion, but there's no DNA evidence on that. And so I would ask that the court consider dismissal of the third degree sexual assault charge as well for those reasons. Thank you. And finally, as to the mutilating a corpse, count two, again, there are no eyewitnesses to observe what really happened in the basement on the dating question. So for all these reasons, I'd ask that the court consider the motion for a directed verdict and dismiss these charges.
Mr. Saunders.
A reasonable jury viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state could convict. The state's met its burden. His motion should be denied.
Okay, well, these motions are fairly common in cases like this, and the court does have to, in these circumstances, look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. This is by no way the court making a decision about what the ultimate verdict in the case will be. That's up to the jury, not up to me. But the court's task at this point is to take a look at the four corners of the record, the evidence, to see whether the state has satisfied their burden of proof, at least to this point, such that the matter can move forward and be given to a jury. Each of these counts has two elements. The homicide count has two elements. The mutilating a corpse count has two elements, and the third degree sexual assault count also has two elements. And the court is satisfied when considering the entire record in this case that a reasonable jury could conclude that the state has met its burden and convict based upon the evidence that has been offered thus far. Again, I'm to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. That isn't necessarily how a jury will look at it in their deliberations, but that's what I have to do at this particular point. And in doing so, I'm satisfied that these motions for a directed verdict should be denied, and that's what the court does at this time. So those motions are denied. And so I'm going to turn back to you, Mr. Freilich. My understanding is, as a result of Mr. Tomes not being here due to some health issues, that there's been a set of stipulated facts.
Yes, Your Honor, but before I do that, I know that my investigator had made attempts to contact Scott Tomes as part of the defense investigation in this case, and my investigator was not successful in making contact. But we did get a subpoena out, and the Brown County Sheriff's Department, I believe, subpoenaed Scott Tomes for court as a defense witness. The prosecutors did inform me promptly that he is not going to be available. Maybe he's got health problems or hospitalized, but they told me that he is not available. I've advised my client of this. I find that, and I'm not blaming the state, but blaming him, that the timing of this seems suspect to me, that he's not available. I haven't seen any report, doctor's note, anything like that. So before I answer the court's question, I'd ask that the court consider a motion for mistrial because this witness is not here, has been properly subpoenaed, and I really have no recourse to call him and question him about the issues in this case. So I'd ask that you consider that motion.
Well, before I turn to the state and ask for the response, Mr. Freilich, what can you tell me? What was your expectation of what he was going to testify to?
Well, I have some highlighted sections from his statement that the state and I agreed on as to what his testimony would be about. But, when you call a witness, there may be other things that come up, but I'm working off a statement. I've highlighted the yellow parts that would be told to the jury if the court felt that was appropriate. But I felt the need, because I'm at this kind of crossroads with this kind of problem, that I would make this motion first.
Sure. But I don't think you have my question, because the question is, you've asked for a mistrial based upon the unavailability of this witness. So the question is, what was he going to testify to so that I can assess the gravity of his not being here?
I understand. Okay. Thank you. I believe that he would testify that on that Monday night, I believe that would have been February 21st of 2022, that that Mr. Therion and Ms. Schabusiness came over. He did not know Shad's last name, but he saw him before. And that he believed that they hooked up to get some meth or do meth. That would have been about 9 p.m. on Monday night. And that he had this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, and his keys were on a lanyard, which hangs on a hook by his front door. And that he indicated that Taylor Shabusiness has used his vehicle in the past, but with his permission, and that she's always asked to use it. And then he said she did not ask to use the vehicle last night, and that he did not give her permission to take the vehicle. And he said he did not call the police to report the vehicle missing. And then he indicated that he was drinking some whiskey and cranberry juice, and that he sometimes gets drunk, but not inebriated. He indicated around midnight, Ms. Schabusiness returned home with his vehicle, and she went basically directly to her bedroom. That he had a suspicion she may be high on drugs, and that he believed the police arrived 15 or 20 minutes after Ms. Schabusiness got home. And then he talked about the living arrangements in the apartment, and that Ms. Schabusiness stays in the bedroom and he sleeps in his chair in the living room. So.
Okay. So first thing I want to take up is Mr. Freilich's motion for a mistrial based upon the unavailability of Mr. Tomes.
I think the motion should be denied. Essentially, everything counsel stated, the state is willing and has prepared a stipulation to that effect. So obviously, I don't think that a drastic remedy of a mistrial is necessary. I do want to be quite clear. The state does not control Mr. Tomes. We in no way told him to disregard a defense subpoena as part of our case. We chose not to call him. We were advised about the medical issue, and we passed that information along to defense counsel. So I don't want it to be this record that we are influencing his unavailability in any way. Obviously, counsel can still attempt to have him here and still attempt to produce him. It's an issue the state deals with fairly regularly in trials. That isn't being done, so I don't think the defense failing to produce a defense witness is grounds for a mistrial, particularly when the state's willing to stipulate to everything the defense seeks to elicit, essentially.
Your Honor, I want to let the court know that Mr. Saunders promptly let me know of this situation as soon as he found out about it, so that was appreciated.
Okay. I don't want all the details, but as far as a medical issue, I mean, if you have a bad cold, that's a medical issue. If you are in the hospital for serious surgery, that's a medical issue too. Is he incapacitated? Is he just staying at home because he doesn't feel like getting out? Do we have a sense of that?
I think the latter. The information we received is that he was in hospital and would be for several weeks. That was the information we received from a relative.
Okay. Okay. Well, so in front of me then is a motion for a mistrial. A number of things. First of all, when I listened to the recitation of the information that Mr. Tomes was going to testify to, first of all, I'm satisfied that a lot of that information has already been testified to by other witnesses, particularly the individual, the mutual friend of Mr. Therion's and Ms. Schabusiness's, who was here yesterday, testified to some of the events that occurred at Mr. Tomes' apartment. frankly, some of the other information that Mr. Tomes was going to be testifying to that was referenced by Mr. Freilich, I think was brought in through some other of the witnesses. The information about the, where what Ms. Schabusiness did with Mr. Therian while they were at Mr. Tomes' apartment. There was reference to potentially utilizing controlled substances there, that perhaps Mr. Tomes was in either a different part of the house or had his gaze focused somewhere else while they utilized controlled substances behind his back, so he didn't see. That kind of information has come in other areas. Really, the only piece of information that that I heard that doesn't sound like it came in any other fashion, except by indirect statements from Ms. Schabusiness in her interview with law enforcement, was the comment that, when she used his van in the past, she asked permission, and that she didn't ask for permission that night to use his van. And there's a couple of things about that particular piece of information. I remember the information in the video where the detective was asking her questions, and she indicated in response to her question, I don't know if he knew that I was leaving or not. I don't know. I think she was uncertain whether Mr. Tomes actually knew that she was leaving. And the reality of it is, if she was utilizing his van and she was uncertain whether or not she even knew about it, whether or not he even knew about it, then that might confirm a statement whereby Mr. Tomes says, yeah, she usually asked for permission, but that night she didn't. That would be very consistent with what she reported in her interview. Beyond that, I'm not really sure the extent to which that piece of information is so relevant, that his presence is needed here, as opposed to stipulating to the facts that are outlined. For all those reasons, I'm satisfied that the fact that he hasn't responded and arrived here today due to medical reasons, I'm not going to grant a mistrial for that reason. I am then going to turn to the parties to determine if there's anything else that needs to be recited regarding that stipulated set of facts, or whether, Mr. Freilich, you've actually gone through and recited it there. Is that what you would intend to have recited?
Mr. Saunders has it, Your Honor. So I'm just going to take another look at it real quick. And what I did was highlighted in yellow the relevant sections from the statement he gave to police, and then Mr. Saunders' office had it typed out, so it's in proper order.
Okay. Gentlemen, how do you want that submitted into the record?
I can mark it, and then perhaps the court can just read it at some point during the defense case.
You want the court to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sure. Well, then we'll mark it as exhibit 111. Thank you. Okay. All right. So then, just for my own edification, Mr. Freilich, I would intend to read this to the jury as soon as they're brought back in.
Okay.
Other than potentially your client testifying, do you have any other witnesses that because then we're going to move right into other witnesses. But if you said, well, that's the only one, and then the only issue is whether your client's going to testify, then how we'll proceed is I'll bring in the jury, I'll read in these stipulated facts, I'll excuse the jury again, and then I'll have a colloquy with your client about her testimony. So can you give me a sense? Do you have other witnesses?
Your Honor, I've looked at my list here. A lot of the witnesses I was going to call have already been called, so I think we're good. I will need some additional time to confer with my client on whether she wishes to testify or not, but okay, that's where we're at.
All right. Well, then,
Can I just quick? I know some of the defense, some of the law enforcement officers had defense subpoenas. Is it okay to cancel them then?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. It sounds like all the other subpoenas that are out there are now canceled. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else before bringing in the jury, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay. So I'll bring in the jury, folks. I'll read them this stipulated facts. I'm going to excuse them again. We'll break for a little more so you can speak with your client about testifying, and then we'll come back and I'll have a colloquy with her and go from there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. If she so chooses. I've given her advice. I've conferred with her. We've talked about this particular issue. It's her decision not to testify and exercise her right to remain silent.
Okay. Then I'll engage her in a colloquy about that in just a minute. But Mr. Freilich, then it would be my understanding that that you have no more witnesses, what you indicated before, and that the jury comes back and you'll be resting.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, then Mr. Business, I need to address you personally. So your attorney told me that he just spoke with you about some of your constitutional rights that are coming up right now. And those rights are that you have an absolute right to testify and you have an absolute right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fairley, the microphone.
Oh,
Yours
sorry.
first.
Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Business, those rights belong to you. They don't belong to Mr. Freilich. They don't belong to the state. They don't belong to me. Those rights belong to you and you alone. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding from listening to Mr. Freilich is that you decided that you would like to exercise your right not to testify. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Now, I know you've spoken with your attorney. Do you feel you need any more time to talk to your attorney about that decision?
No, I do not.
Has anybody made any threats or promises to you to get you to make that decision here today?
No.
Okay. Any further inquiry you'd like me to make, Mr. Lizet or Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Freilich, any further inquiry you'd like me to make of your client regarding that decision?
Just inquire if there's been any pressure on her.
Okay. Mr. Business, has anybody placed any kind of pressure on you to make that decision?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm satisfied based upon the conversation that I've had here with Mr. Business that number one, she understands her rights. She has both of the rights to testify and to not testify. The issue, of course, being you can't exercise both of those rights at the same time. You can only choose one. She's choosing the right not to testify here today. I'm satisfied that she's done that after consulting with her attorney. They took a little bit of extra time. I gave them better than 10 minutes to speak about that. That was the amount of time that Mr. Freilich wanted, and they were back here when I came into court. So they've had an opportunity to discuss that. Mr. Business has indicated to me she doesn't need any more time to speak with her attorney about that decision. I'm satisfied that her decision is freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made here today. Of course, when it comes time to address the jury instructions, Mr. Freilich will have to address, I think it's instruction 315. I think that's the instruction about that I could give to the jury potentially about, and I'm not sure if it's in your packet, but we'll certainly take it up. It's an instruction about instructing the jury that they're not to hold her decision not to testify against her. And that's another choice that she will have to make. If it's not in the packet, I'll get it for you, Mr. Freilich. But I'm sure you've done enough trials. You're aware of that instruction, and I'll make sure it's available to you, and we'll have that conversation later. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. I'm satisfied, therefore, that Mr. Business is choosing not to testify. Then what we do is we'll bring the jury back in. I'll ask Mr. Freilich if he has any other witnesses. Mr. Freilich, based upon the representations he's made, is going to indicate that he's going to rest. And then we have a choice really to make as to how far we want to go today with the jury sitting here. Either try to press forward or to release the jury and work on the jury instructions and start tomorrow with instructions and closing arguments. Does the state have a preference as to either of those, Mr. Saunders?
Our preference would be to proceed today.
Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich?
My preference would be to go with the jury instructions today and proceed tomorrow with opening or with closing statements.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I don't have to make that decision right at this minute. I'm going to bring the jury in. We're going to finish up the case, and we'll go from there, and then I'll let you know what I've decided as far as that goes. All rise for the jury. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the case is still with the defense, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Freilich. Mr. Freilich, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
Your Honor, no other witnesses. Defense arrests.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense has rested, so the evidentiary portion of this portion of the trial is now concluded. Just to give you a little bit of a roadmap as to what occurs now, the attorneys and I need to work a little bit on finalizing the instructions that I need to give you regarding the law. Then the attorneys would do closing arguments, and then you would go into deliberations. What I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you again, and I'm going to start working on these jury instructions with the attorneys. I'm not thinking it's going to take us too long, but probably longer than the other breaks you've had. But that's what's going on. Progress is being made, and I'm hoping that within a half hour, maybe slightly more than that, you'll have a better sense of the timing for the rest of today. If I run into problems, perhaps I would dismiss you for today, but at this point, I'm thinking that I'm going to have you wait, and we'll get into instructions and closing arguments today. So that's a bit of a roadmap going forward, but with that, I'm going to excuse you again. All rise for the jury.
Shit, y'all, we're almost done. I was gonna turn it off, so we'll get through this because we got what, an hour left.
Break. Send the jury home.
We got about an hour left. He says this
early, and then come back tomorrow.
Send the jury home early. So I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot more after this. We'll listen to it a little bit. This is day 3. Well, we got 2 and 3. This is 3, so we got through day 3. Now today is day 4 that they worked on today. they watched day 4. So if you guys want to watch day 4 later tonight, I'm going to start tomorrow with day 5. So we will start when they start, we will start, and it will be live. Also, Good Nunya just did a live, and if you guys want to go over and watch it, I think it would be interesting. Yeah.
I'm always keeping in mind just the timing that we gave them overall, that this trial would take about a week. I'm concerned, I don't know the duration of the next phase of this trial. I'm concerned that if we come back and finish this piece tomorrow, I don't know how long deliberations will go on the first phase, and then we have the second phase. So I'm not inclined to stop at this point. I'm inclined to push forward. And having said that, then, I think my judicial assistant should have put on your tables copies of the proposed jury instructions and verdict forms. Mr. Saunders, did you get a copy of those? I did. Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
Okay. Then what I'd like to do is just go through with you those instructions. There are going to need to be some modifications, which my judicial assistant and I will work on when we break. But starting out with, I would propose giving jury instruction 100. I will note that I'm going to jump way to the end after starting at the beginning, that instruction 602 is instruction after evidence has been received on issue of guilt, where a plea of not guilty has been joined with a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It's suggested that this portion, or that this piece, this instruction, be inserted to instruction 100 or given following the instruction on the offense charged. My inclination is to put it right at the end of 100 because in my mind, that's where it makes most sense. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay. Then I would intend on giving 103 evidence defined. Then I would intend on giving also 115, one defendant, 3 counts. There's a couple of modifications that need to be made here. First of all, on the version that you have, I've used the initials SRT for Mr. Therian. And I think we already talked about that way back when we were picking the jury, that we were just going to insert Shad Thyrion. That's what I would propose to do. In fact, I've already told my judicial assistant to make that change. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The other thing that I'm not sure if it was corrected on your version, I think it was, and I'll raise this issue. The criminal complaint had the date here as February 22nd, whereas the information had February 23rd. The first draft that I looked at that I had my judicial assistant work on had February 22nd. We changed it to the 23rd. I just want to make sure, I think in your copy that you have, it should say the 23rd. I just want to make sure that that's the date we're looking at.
Mine says February 22nd.
Yeah, it says the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what happened. I made the changes in the version that she gave me. She didn't correct it in the version she gave you. But I'm aware of that issue. It's not something like, my God, I'm not expecting that we're getting all these typos. I knew about that issue. That's why I'm raising it. I fixed it in every other time I've read it to the jury. I had it as the 23rd because that's what the information says. The first time that these proposed instructions were drafted for me to start reviewing was before we even selected a jury I was working on these, and it said the 22nd. So I had her change it. But clearly that didn't happen in your version. It should be the 23rd, Mr. Saunders, am I correct?
No, it should be the 22nd.
Okay.
Tuesday the 22nd. The draft we have says Wednesday the 22nd. I think the information's right. The criminal complaint was in error, and that's the state filed an amended criminal complaint fixing that date. In any event, I think based on the testimony, it should be February 22nd.
And so now I'm wondering if I was mistaken, because I recall at the time I was preparing my initial instructions to give to the jury, I asked my judicial assistant to check with the information and make sure that the date that I instructed comported with that. So now I'm thinking she changed your versions, and I'm looking at the old version because mine says the 23rd, but yours actually has the right date. So I think the 22nd, because that is that's in the information. That's the instruction that I gave to the jury at the beginning. So we'll use the 22nd. Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich? That's what the information says.
Your Honor, just from my perspective, I'm looking at a criminal complaint that was filed on March 1st of 2022, and the charging date is Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. It's confusing. It's complicated because we don't know the exact date when this may or may not have occurred. Was it February 22nd, February 23rd? I don't know.
Sure. There's a couple of things I'd respond to that, Mr. Freilich. First thing I'd respond to that is the information is the charging document, not the criminal complaint. That's the first thing I'd say. The other thing I'd say is instruction 255, which has been proposed to me, is the instruction stating state need not prove exact date of commission. We'll get to that in a minute, but I'm satisfied that the charging document is the one we need to follow because that's the official charging document as opposed to the criminal complaint. So I don't know what was heard at the preliminary hearing in this case or what the waiver was to, but that's what the charging document says.
Your Honor, just to, the court probably already knows this. I just want to make a record. The criminal complaint does have February 23rd of 2022 as the charging date, filed on March 1st of 2022, Brown County, Wisconsin. And then the information, which is the charging document, that has a different date, February 22nd of 2022, and that was filed June 2nd of 2022. For me, it's a little bit different because I wasn't the lawyer at that time. It was Attorney Jolly, but I'm just noting that all for the record.
And to what end? Are you asking me for something? Well,
I mean, if the state thought it was on the 23rd and then they changed it to the 22nd, it would appear to me that it's not clear what date this allegedly happened.
well, what I'm indicating to you is that the charging document is the one that's going to be accurately reflected in the instructions. And I'm also noting 255, which we'll get to in a minute, addresses this very issue. So I'm going to change. I'm not sure if that's an official objection, Mr. Freilich, and I'm not sure what you're suggesting, but the instruction 115 is going to have Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022 in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin. And then where it indicates SRT, it's going to say Shad Thyrion. So 115 contains 110, first degree intentional homicide. It contains 1193, mutilating a corpse. In that particular instruction, we need to look at the element piece. And it would seem to me that the word that has been utilized in this case is dismembered, but we have to make a alternative selection. Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, I have no objection to that.
Dismembered. Mr. Freilich, dismembered?
Are you asking whether to use mutilated, disfigured, or dismembered?
Yes.
Can I have a minute to confer with my client? Yes, we would agree with dismembered.
Okay.
Your Honor, that last comment was an objection, just to let you know.
Then the other selection we need to make there is in the very next sentence. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of a crime. So, Mr. Saunders, does the state have a specific request?
I think conceal a crime fits the facts best. So,
Mr. Freilich?
Agreed.
Okay. Conceal a crime will be the alternative we'll select in instruction 1193. Then we move on to count 3. That's instruction 1218A, third degree sexual assault, sexual intercourse without consent. Again, the changes from SRT to Shad Thyrion will be made, although there aren't any other alternative selections that need to be made. So that instruction will be changed. You'll get a chance to review the final version, and then that's the one that I would give. Moving on, I would propose to give instruction 140, burden of proof and presumption of innocence. 145, information, not evidence. 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. 150, stricken testimony. There was very little stricken testimony, but I think on only one occasion did I strike any testimony, but I'm going to give 150 because I think it's appropriate. 155, exhibits I will give. 157, remarks of counsel I'll give. With 158, I've already given that at various times, so I will not give that again. That's recording played to a jury. That's supposed to be done at the time, and we did that, so I won't give it again. 160, closing arguments of counsel. I will give that one. Next one is 170, circumstantial evidence, and then what I direct the attorney's attention to is the bold or the capitalized instruction indicating that if evidence of flight, escape, or concealment has been admitted, see instruction 172. That's included here. I would propose to give both instruction 170 and 172. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. On 172, we need to make some selections. The first line, evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed or after the defendant was accused of the crime. I think the first option is the appropriate one. Mr. Saunders?
I agree.
Mr. Freilich?
I agree.
All right. Option 1 will be selected. Okay, moving on. 180. There needs to be some work on that. I intend to give 180. The capitalized portion of the instruction indicates, add the following if a statement resulting from an unrecorded custodial interrogation is admitted at trial for a felony and no exception applies. I don't think that applies in this case because although there was custodial interrogation that was offered, it wasn't unrecorded. In fact, it was entirely recorded. So I think I take that paragraph out, but then continue on with the bottom paragraph. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Taking off that bottom paragraph where it says continue with the following in all cases. You want to excise that?
No. The portion that says continue with the following in all cases, I would give it because, well, this is a part of all cases. The paragraph I would excise is the one just before it, where it starts. It is the policy of this state to make an audio or audio and visual recording. I take that paragraph out.
In the brackets?
Yes.
Okay, I have no objection to that.
Okay. Then I'll move on. I'll give 190, weight of evidence. 195, jurors' knowledge. I would give 200, expert testimony, general. So there's some selections that need to be made there, or at least addressed. It says continue with the following if experts have given conflicting testimony. I don't think that's the case, so I would propose to delete that portion. Any objection, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
And the bottom bracket as well, the two brackets?
Right, that's the part that they're saying continue with the following.
I'm just asking if you're going to take those out.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Okay, 255, this is the one, state need not prove exact date of commission, specific date alleged. that essentially says if you find that the offense charge was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed on a date near the date alleged, that is sufficient. You're asking for that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich, any objection?
Well, it's kind of a conundrum because they file a criminal complaint with one date, then they file the information, which is the charging document with a different date. But then they're saying they don't have to prove the exact date. So I'm kind of confused on that, Your Honor. So I lodge an objection to that.
Okay, I'm going to give 255. I'm satisfied that the date in the information is the date that needs to be instructed because that's the charging document. But I'm also satisfied that this is an appropriate instruction to give in light of, frankly, the entirety of the evidence that I've heard. I'm satisfied that, frankly, given that the timing, the time of day that's occurring, that knowing when one day flipped to the next may not be so easy to pin down. So I'm satisfied this is an appropriate instruction. I'm going to give that as revised. I'm then going to give 300 credibility of witnesses. There is an option at the end that says give the following paragraph only when the defendant testifies. Given that the defendant didn't testify, I would propose to delete that and the bracketed paragraph just below it. And but then continue on with the last paragraph indicating there is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Moving on, 325, impeachment of witness, prior conviction or juvenile adjudication. I don't think anyone was asked that question, and I don't think anybody was impeached with a prior conviction. So I propose to take 325 out. Mr. Saunders, any objection?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
I agree.
Okay, that'll be out.
Thank you.
327, impeachment of defendant as witness, prior conviction or juvenile adjudication. The defendant didn't testify. I propose to take that out. Any objection, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
That'll be out. 460, closing instruction. I would propose to give that. Then I would propose 484, verdict submitted for one defendant, 3 counts, separate verdict on each count required. I would propose to give 515, unanimous verdict and selection of presiding juror. And that's it. You'll have another opportunity to look at these after I've made those revisions, but such as they are, Mr. Saunders, any objection to the entirety of those instructions or anything I'm missing that you'd like me to add?
Yeah, 2 additions that I'd propose. I have collected the copies. Okay, I have one for the courts. The first is based on some testimony that we heard. If you are requested to make clear that voluntary intoxication is not a defense in the case, there's not a pattern jury instruction that really says that. There's a part of 755A that does have that sentence, and the state would ask that just that sentence be read, given the state of the law and the state of the voluntary intoxication defense.
So you're saying this is coming out of 755A?
Correct. It's not directly applicable, but as modified, I believe it's accurate.
Freilich?
Yes.
In response to their request for 755A, just so you know, Mr. Freilich, I know you don't have the benefit of having your computer sitting right in front of you regarding 755A. 755A is an instruction that's titled as follows: involuntary intoxication or drug condition. So it looks as if Mr. Saunders has utilized that pattern instruction. Mr. Saunders, if I'm correct, you've utilized that pattern instruction to craft this, and he's proposing that this be given. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor. I know the law.
Okay. So that's fine. I will give this modified 755A. Generally, other than sometimes rearranging where the closing instruction goes, I give these in numerical order. That would put it right at the end. I don't propose to put it right at the end because the last one I generally give is 515, unanimous verdict and selection of a presiding juror. I think that is the best to have at the end. Proposal as to where we insert it, Mr. Saunders?
I would say right after the 115, the substantive jury instructions, if that makes sense.
Any objection to inserting it there, Mr. Freilich, right after 115, the substantive instructions?
All right, if I could just have the. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we've taken that one up. Then before I move on, do you have a Word document with these on it that you can forward to my judicial assistant?
Okay.
One of you, so that because I'm going to be heading over there shortly to finish these off, and we'll need it. But let's look at, you don't have to do that till we're done, but let's look at your other request then, Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, so obviously that issue or this issue has been addressed in litigation. There's a motion to dismiss regarding the state doesn't need to prove that a crime victim was alive or deceased at the time of the sexual intercourse. And I think the state just envisioned a jury having that question, given the 2 elements don't clearly explain what I think is an accurate statement of the law. So our request would be to add something to address that issue, because obviously it's the facts and circumstances that the state's alleging in this case.
Well, let me just, before I turn to Mr. Freilich, to take a look at his position on this, I'm just going to pull up the statute. Because we did have this issue that was raised as at the motion hearing on June 13th. This was heard by the court. And I know at that point I denied a motion to dismiss that count. And the assertion in that motion was that had been filed by the defense, that really the charge should be dismissed because at the time the alleged victim was deceased. And then we looked at the statute. Okay, and I know it. So the instruction, the one that I'm proposing to give in any event that everybody's agreed to, 1218A, references the statute 940.225 sub 3 sub A, and so I've looked at that statute, and under 940.225 sub 7, it indicates specifically this section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time of the sexual contact or sexual intercourse. Okay, so what you're proposing that be done in this case, because of issues that have been raised and frankly that were argued on that date, that it be inserted, that the following language be inserted, quote, it is immaterial whether Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse, close quote. That's what you're asking to be added?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich, any objection to that language?
Your Honor, I know that the jury instruction says person. What about the statute? What we have here, and not to be crass, but human remains, body parts that are in different locations. So that was the issue that I had with that.
I'm sorry, your question, you said the statute says person?
I know the jury instruction says person, but I don't know if the statute says that, but it talks about any part of a person's body. So it talks about a person. And what we have here is, a body part, body parts.
Statute says 3A says as follows: whoever has sexual intercourse with a person without the consent of that person is guilty of a class, it's guilty of a felony. So the instruction mirrors the statute as far as person. So when you get down to sub 7, where it says this section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time of the sexual contact or sexual intercourse, they're using the word person, they're using the word victim instead of person in sub 7, presumably, because at that point in time, using the word person could get confusing as to whether you're talking about a victim or a perpetrator. If you just said the section applies whether a person is dead or alive, and you perpetrate, I don't want to get into all the machinations, but it would seem as if the word victim is used in sub 7, perhaps for that reason. So the question, of course, is whether there's an objection to insertion of the language, it is immaterial whether Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse. Any objection to that?
I know that's in the statute, but is that in the pattern jury instruction that we have, Your Honor?
It is not.
It's not.
He's asking for it to be added in.
Yeah, he wants to add something, correct? Yes. I'm going to object to that.
Okay. I'm satisfied that, first of all, adding that language in is a correct statement of the law. It is. It's not as if modifying the instruction to something that incorrectly outlines what the law is. It's an accurate statement of the law. Secondly, this is a bit of an unusual circumstance where typically when you see these assaults occur, you have someone in court testifying that they were the victim of a sexual assault. That's different, of course, when you have someone who is deceased. So the circumstances of this case are a little bit unique. It's already been put into this case. It was argued, and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate addition in this particular case. These pattern jury instructions are not by any means mandated by law to be used. They're guides, and while we usually follow them, it's certainly permissible for courts to look at them and modify them as needed, and I think this is an appropriate addition. So I'm going to grant that request. And so that will be added to instruction 115, the subpart under 1218A. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Right, Mr. Freilich, again, you're going to get a final opportunity to review these, but any additions or changes that you're looking for besides what we've already discussed?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me just ask you then about the proposed verdict forms. Obviously, there are 3 counts. There will be 6 verdict forms, 1 for guilty and 1 for not guilty for each count. Mr. Saunders, have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
Changes or corrections on those?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
One moment, please. Your Honor, I have reviewed all the verdict forms. They appear to be in proper order.
Okay. My judicial assistant and I are going to get underway on these right away. Mr. Saunders, if you can make sure you send a Word version over to her. I invite the attorneys to get up and move around if you want, but don't get far, because as soon as I'm done, I want to get back on the record. I don't know how long it's going to take me. So Just stay close, but you can certainly move about the courthouse, okay?
Thank you.
We're in recess. '93, mutilating a corpse, and then of course we move into 1218A, and I have inserted the language that was requested by the state. Mr. Freilich, I believe, objected to that. I ruled, however, that I was going to give it, and that sentence is, of course, under the subheading meaning of did not consent. It's the very last sentence, and I added that in. Then I'll give the modified 755A that was agreed upon and designed by Mr. Saunders. I will give 140 burden of proof and presumption of innocence, 145 information, not evidence, 147 improper questions, 148 objections of counsel, evidence received over objection, 150 stricken testimony, 155 exhibits, 157 remarks of counsel, 160 closing arguments of counsel. I'll give 170 circumstantial evidence. I'll give 172 circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, concealment. I will give 180 statements of defendant, 190 weight of evidence, 195 jurors' knowledge, 200 expert testimony general. I'll give 255 state need not prove exact date of commission. I'll give 300 credibility of witnesses. I'll give 460 closing instruction, 484 verdict submitted for one defendant, 3 counts, separate verdict on each count. I'll give 515 unanimous verdict and selection of presiding juror. We'll then select the alternates. A couple of things I want to take up. First of all, I did want to, we didn't bring this up at our instruction conference, but it's not too big a problem. I asked my clerk if she could hand one of those things to the attorneys. This is what Mr. Freilich and I had spoken about earlier, 315. And Mr. Freilich, I know you didn't have a copy of that, but you can have a brief moment to review that with your client and take a few minutes to talk with her about whether or not you and she would like me to give that.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, I have reviewed instruction 315. I'm fine with that. And I showed it to my client.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Mr. Freilich. I think I need more than just I'm fine with that. This has got to be something that you either ask me to give or ask me not to give. And I'm going to have a colloquy with your client about it. Do you need some time to speak with her about it? Because if you do, I can leave the bench and come back in a few minutes.
Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea, Your Honor.
All right. We'll take about 5 minutes and have a conversation with her, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you.
Okay, be seated. Members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions, and from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. In this first phase of the trial, you have heard evidence that dealt solely with the defendant's conduct during the alleged incident. You are to determine only whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. If you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will proceed to the second phase, where you will determine whether the defendant was not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. The first count of the information in this case charges that, count 1, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Shad Thyrion with the intent to kill that person, contrary to sections 940.01 sub 1 sub A, 939.62 sub 1 sub C Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, the defendant caused the death of Shad Thyrion. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Shad Thyrion. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Shad Thyrion with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The second count of the information charges that count 2, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did dismember a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime, contrary to Section 940.11 sub 1 and 939.62 sub 1 sub c of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. Second, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find out intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The third count of the information charges that, count 3, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did have sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion without that person's consent, contrary to sections 940.225 sub 3 sub a and 939.62 sub 1 sub b of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Third-degree sexual assault, as defined in section 940.225 sub 3 sub a of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who has sexual intercourse with another person without consent. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant had sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion. Second, that Shad Thyrion did not consent to the sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, however slight, of any part of a person's body or of any object into the genitalia or anal opening of another. Emission of semen is not required. Did not consent means that Shad Thyrion did not freely agree to have sexual intercourse with the defendant. In deciding whether Shad Thyrion did not consent, you should consider what the defendant said and did, along with all the other facts and circumstances. This element does not require that Shad Thyrion offered physical resistance. It is immaterial whether Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of third-degree sexual assault have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. An intoxicated or drugged condition is a defense to criminal liability only if it is involuntarily produced. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence on any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can, can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. An information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against the defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. Disregard entirely any question that the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been. If the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing the testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. During the trial, the court has ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Yes, disregard all stricken testimony. An exhibit becomes evidence only when received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claims were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things. Whether the statement was actually made by the defendant. Only so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Whether the statement was actually restated here at trial. Whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the making of each statement, along with all of the other evidence in determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than the testimony of another witness, or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. If you find that the offense charge was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed on a date near the alleged date, that is sufficient. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of each witness and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based upon the witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or discredit the testimony. Then, give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence and under the instructions given to you by the court. We're now ready for the attorneys to give their closing arguments. I want to speak briefly, however, to both the attorneys that are giving the closing arguments, if you could approach. And ladies and gentlemen, in the event you were wondering, you are going to get a copy of these instructions during your deliberations, because I know they're lengthy. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to give a closing argument? Yes, sir. Very good. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I want to start with something that we heard yesterday, or actually Monday, during opening statements. Council told us that there's always two sides to every story, and with all due respect, this is not one of those stories. This is a story that pretty clearly shows what happened. It's a story of the defendant taking a dog collar that was around her friend's neck and pulling it so hard and for so long and with such force that it caused his death. That in that moment, she made a deliberate choice to end her friend's life. She then, after the fact, degrades his body, engages in sexual acts with him. This is a story of the defendant then dismembering him and leaving his remains all over the house for his mother to find. And this isn't the state's story. This isn't law enforcement's story. It's the defendant's story, as you heard today, right? So as we go through this, it's easy to sit here and say, yes, the defendant confessed, and it's true. She confessed to every single element that you will see that the state needs to prove. But we didn't just stop there, right? We could have been done with this case on Monday, later interview, and called it a day. But you should expect more, right? We have the burden of proof, and obviously we called a number of witnesses to establish what this story shows. So I want to walk through that story. And I know there's a lot of law that was just read to you, but I'm a visual learner, so I like to see kind of what we're looking at here. So as I go through these three offenses, there's really, as you'll see, 6 things the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Not every fact that was testified to, not what time somebody got to Scott Holmes' house at the end of the night. The 6 elements are what the state needs to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? So first, count 1, first-degree intentional homicide. First, that the defendant caused the death of Shad, and that she, second, acted with intent to kill him, okay? And again, as I already mentioned, as we go through these elements, you heard earlier this morning that the defendant is acknowledging every element that we hear, okay? Independent of the information you heard today, with the investigation you heard, DNA, the other information, Dr. Tranquita's testimony, I would argue would prove all these elements as well. But you have on top of that the defendant's admission to all these elements, okay? So the defendant caused the death of Shad. I mean, that should be fairly clear here. Obviously, she admits that. You heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony of how Shad died, the cause and the manner of death, strangulation, excessive force being placed on the neck, producing his death. That was the sole cause of death that we heard. So let's talk about intent, right? Because that admittedly sometimes is a tricky topic, right? We can never know anyone's intention truly, and as you're told, you're not going into the mind of somebody, right? Kind of looking at all the facts and circumstances that you see. In this case, you have the benefit of the defendant opening up her mind to you and telling you what her intent was here. But you also have other signs, right? So what does intent mean? That somebody had the mental purpose to do something, right? Some volition. Or that they're aware that what they're doing is practically certain to cause that result, right? And you heard both, really, from the defendant. So I want to walk through that because there's a lot of points in that interview where the defendant is telling you exactly what her intent was in this case, right? His face was turning purple, right? She describes that, and he's coughing up blood, and you know that's accurate, right? Because you heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony, and you saw those photographs. She's seeing that in person, and yeah, what did she say? I still didn't stop. No, she felt a heartbeat at one point, right? She talks about feeling his heartbeat, and she kept pulling more, and he wouldn't die. I just wanted him. I was like, damn, right? She admits even that Shad's struggling in this moment, that he's fighting back, right? You heard from Dr. Tranquita as well about how it looked like at one point there were signs of that where the collar slipped up along the tongue. She's telling you I was waiting for him to die. I liked it. She figured I'm already this far, and she's pantomiming the act. It's like she's starting a lawnmower. That's how hard she's pulling on this chain, right? It took 3 to 5 minutes, she thinks. And again, that's consistent with Dr. Tranquita, right? This is not an accident. This isn't a whoops. This is an intentional act, right? We don't need to prove that she went to that house with this intent, right? We talked about that in voir dire. We kind of talked through that concept of how, as you're instructed, intent can be formed in the instant before an act, the instant before the pull of a trigger, the instant in this case, before Schabusiness decides, I'm going to go further and pull on this chain so hard that it causes the result that we saw in Shad, right? So we have the mental purpose, right, from the defendant's own mouth, and that's consistent with everything else we're seeing in the case. But you also have Detective Kemp asking her, I mean, in that moment, did you kind of realize if you kept pulling on that chain that he would die? She's like, probably, yeah. She's aware of that, right? So that goes to kind of the second either-or part of intent, right? Was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause that result, and it's probably obvious as you sit here of what's going to happen when you're pulling a metal chain like that hard for that long, seeing the result of what's happening to another person, that is going to be the result, right? So you're told you can't look into a person's mind. The defendant told you exactly what her intent was in this case. But as I mentioned, you also have other indicators, right? You have Dr. Tranquita's testimony describing the amount of force that would need to have been done to cause the injuries that he's observing, right? Down to the inner neck muscles, and he's talking about how strong and thick those neck muscles are, and there was hemorrhaging that deep. That's how hard and how long, how much injury the defendant was causing, right? This isn't an accident. If it's an accident, you're not going forward. You're not seeing this result and keep pulling. You're calling for help. You're stopping. You're certainly not after the fact, after you finally finish, then cutting up his body, right? You have all the evidence in this case points to intent, right? You have her acts after the fact, like I said. You know, if this was an accident, something happens, right? You call for help, and you have the exact opposite. You have the defendant cutting him up and cleaning up, getting rid of the remains, pouring it down the shower. We heard a lot of testimony about that. Kind of wiping up with the Clorox wipes, which the defendant is acknowledging as well. So you have the defendant's statement in the case, and it lines up with everything else in the case, right? Even little facts that she's remembering and telling you about, right? The timeline of the February 21st night, right? We heard from AJ Gannon, you heard the stipulated testimony from Mr. Tomes, you heard from Mike Therian. It's all consistent. Yeah, they were coming and going. You then heard from Steve Hendricks about, yep, they got back sometime in the early morning and I let them in. Defendant's telling you that same thing. Steve is talking about how at one point during the day on the 22nd, she comes up and asks for her eyeglasses. And we heard the defendant talk about that as well. We heard Detective Graf testify about that. So everything she's saying is consistent with what we're objectively seeing, what law enforcement is finding. And in some respects, the defendant's leading the investigation, right? Because when they get there, when law enforcement gets there, we saw Officer Wanish's body cam. We heard from Detective Scanlon and even Dr. Trankita about how it was really hard to determine what exactly happened when they first got there. And all that information is being provided by the defendant. Okay. So it's an intentional act. She had the mental purpose. We heard about that. It's not, as I talked about, it can be formed at any time before the act, right? It doesn't need to be premeditated. That's not the law in the state. And it's really important too to not confuse this with motive, right? We heard evidence about motive, right? And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and all that entails. But intent doesn't mean motive. This is what intent means, and we proved intent, right? She caused his death, and she acted intentionally. She told you as much. So those are the two elements. Those are the two things the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Count two, mutilating a corpse. So again, there's two elements for this crime. First, the defendant dismembered a corpse. Second, did so with the intent to conceal a crime. So the first element, I think, is pretty clear, right? And we heard extensive testimony from many people, and we saw Dr. Trankita's diagrams, and obviously I can't imagine this element is going to be in dispute, right? And so again, though, we have this concept of intent, of the purpose to conceal a crime, right? And I mean, as you're instructed, you use your common sense. Like, why is somebody going to this length? Not only cutting up a body, we heard from Dr. Trankita about the multiple start and stop kind of signs, the total evisceration of Shad, bagging him into other bags and attempting to carry out. Like, that's the intent, right? We use our common sense that's why you're doing that. But again, she was asked about this, the defendant. Remember in that February 28th interview, the second interview with Detective Graf and Detective Scanlon, she's saying exactly what her intent was, right? It was because there's other people in the house. What am I going to do? Leave the body and have mom find it? She admits, again, this was her intent, and it's obvious with our common sense, but it shows that the state has proved both elements of this crime as well. Okay, count three. It's third-degree sexual assault. So the defendant had sexual intercourse with Shad and did so without consent. So let's talk about the first part. Sexual intercourse is defined in the state as inserting any object into the genital or anal opening of another, or engaging in oral contact with the penis. We heard about both, right? The defendant admitted to both. She's talking about how she's put the dildo in Chad's anus after she killed him. She's talking about how she was sucking on his penis, and there were other phrases used to that effect. So again, we have, for both elements here, the defense admissions. And we heard from Mr. Scott, didn't we? We heard from Mr. Scott about the DNA testing that was done, right? And for some of the reasons why, even though the defendant's DNA is on that dildo in Shad's house, Shad's DNA wasn't found on there. And nothing excludes that possibility. And again, everything the defendant's telling you is consistent with other things you're seeing. So there's no reason to believe, a reasonable hypothesis to believe, that she's not also telling you what's happened in this case too, right, for this count. And the second element, did not consent. That, as you're instructed, is kind of inferred by the fact that at the time that the defendant's telling you she's engaging in these acts, that Chad's deceased, right? So he's not in a position to consent. Okay. So those are the two elements for count three. So in total, 6 elements for the 3 offenses. And again, you're given a lot of law on how to assess credibility of witnesses, and that's good, and you should follow it. Really, you kind of just use your common sense as jurors. And again, the defendant's telling you what happened, and there's nothing in the case to disbelieve what she's saying, right? So you have the defendant's admissions, as I mentioned earlier. There's other evidence that kind of just only should bolster the conviction in the defendant's guilt, right? We heard from Kevin Scott, who heard or testified about the DNA testing he did. Shad's blood on the defendant's hands, on her clothing, on the sweatpants, about how the knives that were found had Shad's blood on them, right? Even absent her confession, there's ample evidence here to convict on all 3 counts. You have many witnesses coming in to talk about the integrity of the investigation, how law enforcement didn't just take the confession and go home, right? We do more, right? Send things in for DNA, we speak with other witnesses, we corroborate the defendant's timeline of things. You heard all that. And that's really important, right? We have the burden of proof. We talk about that, and we embrace that burden of proof. You should hold us to that standard as the state to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why we call people from Madison come up to talk, and talk for 5 minutes about, yeah, I received this piece of evidence, and it was fine. And I returned that piece of evidence, and it was fine. Right? Because it's important. We want to show that law enforcement did a thorough investigation in this case. And they did. Because we have the burden of proof. You're instructed on what the burden of proof is, and what it's not, right? It's a reasonable doubt. A reasonable hypothesis consistent with guilt, or sorry, consistent with innocence, you should find the defendant not guilty. You're not searching for doubt. You're ultimately searching for the truth. So even if it's a heavy burden, doesn't mean the decision is difficult in cases. You are instructed not to search for doubt. You're to search for the truth. And there's not a reasonable hypothesis in this case consistent with the defendant's innocence. There just isn't, right? There's one truth in this case. There's one side of the story. And it happens to be the defendant's story as well, but it's consistent with everyone else's story. It's because that story is the truth of what the defendant did to her friend Shad. And based on that, we would ask that you return guilty verdicts on all 3 counts. Thank you.
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Saunders. Well, as the attorney for the defendant, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, I'd like to share with you that I believe this case is a puzzling, unclear, confusing, and bizarre set of facts. It is unknown what really happened between February 22nd of 2022 and February 23rd of 2022. What we do know in this case is that numerous law enforcement officers testified. We had detectives, we had police officers, we had Dr. Trankita, and DNA experts, forensic specialists, lots of different people, some citizen witnesses. I'd ask that you consider setting aside your emotions and decide this case based on the facts that have been presented. You've sat here for the last 3 days. You've been here in court. I know that you've listened very closely, but don't assume anything. When you deliberate about all of the facts. What we do know is that law enforcement officers on February 23rd of 2022 went to 829 Stony Brook, Green Bay, this small Cape Cod home, and made contact with the occupants, Pakanich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock was woken up, but they were all sitting at the kitchen table, and officers came in to see what was going on. There was a concern, obviously, that there was a bucket down at the end of the stairs. And we heard from Detective Graf that this was an ongoing investigation, law enforcement. They were trying to piece this together. It's an unusual situation, and so they were trying to find out what happened. Unfortunately, I believe it was Officer Plonky and Officer Monish, they testified, they came here and indicated that they went down to check out what was in the basement, and there was it was the head of Shad Thyrion in that black fleet farm bucket. And the investigation continued on. What I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that there really are no eyewitnesses as to what really happened down in the basement. There was no Taylor Schabusiness there, no other people there, and so that'll be something that you'll have to consider and think about. Then law enforcement realized that there was a secondary scene, and that was at 2353 Eastman Avenue, apartment 1 in that parking lot. And you saw the video. The officers, I think it was Officer Russell. Thank you. The officers walked up and they parked a distance away, and they walked up in the snow, and they saw a line of cars in front of the apartment complex. And they saw that they saw a minivan. It was a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan, and that was a vehicle of concern. Had some snow on the back windshield. There were vehicles on either side. And the officers walked up, and they heard or they saw some lights on the van, and then they saw someone come out the front door, and it was my client. It was Taylor Schabusiness. At that point, she was arrested by Officer Russell, and another officer then realized there was a male inside of the apartment number 1 down the hall. Ended up being Scott Holmes, and he was told to lay on the ground and held at gunpoint, and then he was arrested. So 2 people were taken from the apartment building and taken down to the police station. There was a search of the Eastman Avenue apartment. We don't have any body parts there. I would submit that there really wasn't anything of evidentiary value there. And that was that. Later on, officers and detectives realized that minivan was something that they were concerned about, so that was taken down to the police storage garage. And then we found out that from Dr. Trankita and some of the other forensic specialists, Andre, I believe it was investigator Andre, and Zarnecki. And so they donned Tyvek gear, protective PPE equipment, and they methodically investigated the back of the minivan and they found the crock pot box that was in a laundry basket sitting on a seat, and there were human remains in there. Nobody saw Taylor Schabusiness driving this minivan. So these are some of the facts that you got to think about. Don't rush to judgment, but talk about it, analyze it. As jurors, you have to analyze the facts that you hear, and you have to apply the law that the judge gives you. It's a daunting task. So then we hear, you saw the video, the interview between Detective Graf and my client, Taylor Schabusiness. She was taken down to the Green Bay Police Department. Photographs were taken of her, and clothes were taken, and she was put in a yellow suit and then later a blue suit, but she was asked questions. And you got to remember what she said and what questions were being asked. She did say during the interview, "I can't think right now. I'm effing nuts." She said that she was up all night, that the body would rebuild itself. She said weird, odd things. Consider her credibility. Consider what she says. Consider what she said to Detective Graf or Detective Scanlon. She said stuff, I would submit, that she said things that didn't make sense. She says, I have no idea to some of the questions that the detectives asked her. You remember seeing the video on the screen. I'd ask that you recall that she had inappropriate laughs, inappropriate smiling, odd responses. I would submit that she indicated that she did not have sex. She did not have penis to vagina intercourse with Shad Thyrion. She indicated that she came to the residence and they went downstairs and within 5 minutes they got to it, whatever that means. She talked about during the interview with Detective Graf, rebuilding muscle or rebuilding into muscle. Sometimes she wasn't responsive. She talked about hearing gunshots, but I believe Detective Graf said that there were no gunshots in the area of Stony Brook, Eastman Avenue, some other place. She said she was paranoid. She said weird things like, I don't like open spaces. I don't like open spaces. No clothes came off, no kissing. She said that she allegedly put the dildo into Mr. Therion's backside, his butt area, his anal area. There's no DNA. We heard from Kevin Scott, DNA expert. He must have done real well in school in chemistry and all that. But the swab from the dildo, item J1, it says the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. I would argue that his DNA is not on the dildo. So I would argue that even though the state is charging out third-degree sexual assault, there is no shred of evidence to support that particular charge. And I'd ask that you take that into account. No evidence at the Eastman Avenue apartment. When Detective Graf had my client come down to the Green Bay Police Department with Detective Kevin Kempf, they were talking with her for a while. The interview was maybe 3 hours or so. And then they took a break because Ms. Schabusiness had cuts on her thumb, scratches on her palms, other cuts on her fingers. Some of them were deep. You saw the pictures because I believe they were published. And she was taken over to St. Vincent's Hospital for medical evaluation. I would submit that the blood on her hands may have been her own because of the deep cuts that she had suffered or that she had. The defense had subpoenaed Mr. Scott Holmes. He was unavailable, and he gave an account of that night. And he had indicated, at least on Monday night, it would have been February 21st, that Taylor Schabusiness and her friend Shad came over. He had seen Shad before, but didn't know his name. And then he thought that they hooked up to do meth. And then he talked about his vehicle. And he talked about that Taylor Schabusiness had used his vehicle in the past and didn't get permission on that particular night. Then he indicated that he was drinking. And then he indicated that Taylor Schabusiness returned to his house around midnight with his vehicle, went to her bedroom, and he had a suspicion that she may have been high on drugs. And then he had indicated that Taylor had the bedroom and that he would sleep in his chair. So that's something else that you have to think about. We heard from Lieutenant Buckman. He was a veteran on the Green Bay Police Department, and that he was doing some investigating, and he wasn't sure if Taylor Schabusiness was a suspect or a victim because it was an ongoing new investigation. So that's something you have to take into account as well. The state brought up some photographs, a picture of Taylor with her phone, and young girls, I submit, would They like their phones. So do all kids, young people. They like their phones and they look up things on the internet for a variety of different reasons: shock value, curiosity. But we have a situation here where Taylor did do some searches about Jeffrey Dahmer. I would submit that that's a ruse, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and that people search the internet for all kinds of things on the internet, and that it's for shock value. So that shouldn't really play any part in this case. I would ask that you discount that and set that aside. Now, I would argue that I would argue that it's not a clear case here. Was this an accidental death? Did Taylor Schabusiness kill Shad Thyrion? Was there intent to kill Shad Thyrion? Did Taylor Schabusiness have the mental purpose to kill Shad Thyrion? Different theories, different things for you to think about. You are all like analysts. You have to assess and decipher the facts. The facts here are very complicated, confusing, unclear. 2 different locations, no eyewitnesses. Taylor Schabusiness, we learned that she went to school with Shad Thyrion, middle school, Bayport High School. They were friends. They hung out. You heard from AJ Gannon. He hung out with them as well. Can you trust what someone says when they're hopped up on meth, on drugs? The state wants you to look into Taylor Schabusiness's mind to find out what her intent was. And that's a difficult task. Did she have a clear mind on February 22nd of 2022 as to what was really going on? Accidents can happen. When accidents happen, people can make other choices in a panic. Something for you to think about. This sexual assault charge, how can you have sexual intercourse with the facts that have been laid out and presented to you? It's mind-boggling. How can you have sex when genitals are in one place and body's in a different place? It's foggy, it's cloudy. It's hard to imagine, almost impossible to try and figure out what did or didn't happen. I would submit to you that no sexual assault occurred. I'd ask that you find her not guilty of third-degree sexual assault. You can't rely on everything Taylor Schabusiness says. Think about that, please. She chose not to testify under our Constitution of the United States of America. She doesn't have to testify. That's what the law provides. You don't have to take the witness stand. You have a right to remain silent, and you can't use that fact alone against her. I would argue that based on all of the evidence and the testimony in this case, that you find my client not guilty of all the charges. Thank you very much for your time.
This case is puzzling. This case is bizarre. This case is in absolutely no way unclear. It is crystal clear what happened to Shad Thyrion. And we know that. We know that because the defendant told you. She told you what she did to Shad Thyrion. Is it bizarre? Is it unnatural? Is it strange? Yes, absolutely. People do bizarre, unnatural, strange things. They engage in criminal conduct. People kill other people and they dismember them. That's what Taylor Schabusiness did. And we know exactly what she did because the words from her mouth told you with specificity what she did. Can we trust always what Taylor Schabusiness says? No, but as Mr. Saunders told you, we trust, but we verify. We didn't stop at taking her statement. We corroborated. She guided the investigation with the specificity of her statement. How can we not trust her statement when she describes in detail the mechanism of injury, which is exactly what is described and confirmed by Dr. Tranquita? Excessive strangulation over a period of time with layers of injury, exactly as she described it. Described that his tongue would be out. She described that. Dr. Tranquita described that and showed you that. She described a struggle. He's struggling for his life and she continues to pull that chain, demonstrating her intent to kill Shad Thyrion. And we know that because we see that in the physical evidence. We see the marks on Shad's tongue. We see the damage to his neck. She described to you what she did with his body after she killed Shad. And we know that it's true because the body parts were exactly where she told you they were. Detectives are finding everything she says on scene, and you saw it with your own eyes, that just what she told you is exactly where those things were located in that residence. She wasn't cloudy. She wasn't unclear. She wasn't hopped up on drugs. She knew where to find the drugs. She knew where they'd find the pipe. She knew where they'd find the chains. She knew where they'd find the knives. She knew the name of the bag, where the body parts were going to be located. She could tell you that she put the organs in plastic bags. She could tell you that she cleaned up with Clorox wipes and she put them in the bags as well. She could tell you that his lower extremities were in the car. This is the most specific confession anyone could ask for. And it is corroborated in detail by the work of the Green Bay Police Department. This is bizarre. This is strange. This is unnatural, but it is in no way unclear. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what Taylor intended to happen for all 3 of these offenses. She engaged in intentional conduct in each of these acts. You are asked to look at each of the 6 elements, and there are only the 6 elements that Attorney Saunders described to you. That as to count 1, she did cause Shad's death. There is no doubt she had the mental purpose to do that. And that she knew that her conduct was practically certain to cause it. She described to you how she visualized him struggling, blood coming out of his mouth, but she did not stop. He's turning purple, but she did not stop. He's coughing up blood. He's pissing himself, in her words, but she did not stop. This was a deliberate choice on her part to kill Shad Thyrion, and she knew that her actions were going to cause that. And in fact, she was asked whether or not she liked it, and she confirmed that she liked it. She was asked whether she was sexually aroused by killing him, and she said she was. Her mental purpose was clear. As to the mutilating the corpse, again, there's no doubt that she intentionally did that. She described the detail. She described her frustration as she's mutilating this corpse, and she described her purpose in doing so. How else am I going to get the body out of the house? How else am I going to get away with this if I don't cut this body up? And she didn't just cut it up and leave it there. She cut it up, she packaged it, she cleaned up after herself. Her purpose in dismembering Shad was clear. She wanted to attempt to get away with this crime. A crime that she intentionally committed, a crime that was not accidental, that was not a surprise to her, that she didn't wake up from this nightmare and then call the police and call Shad's mom. No, she made the second deliberate choice. After deliberately choosing to kill him, she deliberately chooses to dismember him and attempt to cover up her crimes. And likewise, the sexual assault is equally clear. There's no doubt that she had sexual intercourse. And for counsel to say that we can't merely accept the word of the defendant, you're asked routinely in sexual assault cases, juries are asked routinely to take the word of a crime victim with no physical evidence. We don't have to take the word of the crime victim. We have the word of the defendant who confesses to this crime and tells you exactly what she did, again, with specificity, and tells you, you know what, I did this and I did it with that dildo. And here's where you can find the dildo. It's in the wall, it's in the box, I put it away. And what happened? They found it in the box, put away exactly where she described that it would be. And she clearly was sexually aroused by this whole incident, and she described that to you herself. So clearly it follows, it makes sense, it's logical, it is reasonable that she did exactly what she told you she did. There is absolutely no reasonable hypothesis consistent with her innocence. The only hypothesis, the only choice that you have before you here today is to find Taylor Schabusiness guilty of each and every count for which she is charged. All of those elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and I ask that you return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. The following 6 forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness. 1 reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have a question, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering it, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court, and the court may ask each of you if you agree with this verdict. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the unfortunate time, because now is the time when we select the alternate jurors. Let me tell you what the process is going to be. The computer has selected 4 of you. We're going to read those names here shortly. If your name is read, I'm going to ask that you simply stand up and go have a seat in that first pew right there, because I'm going to want to address you, first pew right here, because it's open. And I'm going to address you after the other jurors have been excused. The remaining 12 jurors are going to participate in the deliberation process, and you will accompany the bailiffs to the jury room. If you're selected as an alternate, your participation in the case at this point will be concluded. I will make sure, however, that you are addressed by a bailiff who will assist you in retrieving any items that you may have in the jury room. So at this time, then, I'm going to ask that the clerk read the names of the 4 jurors that have been selected by the computer randomly.
Nicholas Roser. Sean. That you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep all jurors sworn on this trial in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court until they have agreed on their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Might be seated. I want to first address Mr. Rosick, Mr. Lynette, Mr. Beerhalls, and Ms. Schrader. I want to thank you very much for your service on this case. You've all paid careful attention. I've been able to observe all of you throughout the trial, and I really appreciate that. So do all the parties. At this time, your service in this case is completed. Many jurors ask if they're allowed to discuss the case with others at the conclusion of their service. Because your role in this case is over, you are not prohibited from discussing the case with anyone. However, you should know that you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than from the court. This includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anyone else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, I would suggest that you treat any discussion with a degree of solemnity such that whatever you do say, you would be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of the parties. Finally, should any of you have any questions before you leave today, please let the bailiff know before you leave. And you can confer with me at any time before answering any questions asked by anyone if you choose. The bailiff is standing right back there. I'm just going to ask you to get up then and accompany her out that door. And if there's anything that you need to retrieve, but again, thank you for your service.
Wow. That's crazy, ain't it? You guys, this whole fucking case is crazy. So anyways, they have a number 4 here. This is, let's see. It says phase 2, day 4. It's actually live right now on Court TV. So y'all can get over there and watch the rest of it. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with it for now. I wanted to get caught up, and I didn't realize they were gonna, find her guilty that quick, but I guess we should have already known. Anyways, thank y'all for being here. Thanks you guys for hanging out, streaming this with me. I will talk to you guys later. Joneson's gonna be live later, and I know Rabbit went live. Burnt Toast will be live. So yeah, we're gonna get it popping. I'll see y'all later tonight.